Yeah, Pistons were red hot. They were up 71-29 at the half. I'll say that again. The Pistons had 71 points. The Chicago Bulls only had 29 points at the half. It's the largest halftime lead in Pistons history. Yeah, they won the game. They're 2 games over 500. They're in the 6th seed, which means the playoff as opposed to the play-in. Malik Beasley set the record for most made threes in a season. Season's far from over. They're pacing to have 42, 43 wins, which is going to flirt with the most they've had since 2008. Mm-hmm. Yeah, things are looking really good right now. And we're all in good spirits. We'll get to the college side in a second. Few ticket texts. I'll never forgive Troy Weaver and Monty Williams. That's from JT and Warren.
I don't know how much, how much can you blame Monty Williams?
A lot.
He was, well, sure, yes, in terms of the job he did, but he did what every other red-blooded American would do in regards to taking an offer. When you talk about the Godfather offer, that was an offer you can't refuse. He said, I didn't want to coach.
I'm not mad at him taking the money. I'm mad at him being bad at his job.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should try to do a good job. I can't explain playing Killian Hayes over Jaden Ivey. That was a real thing that happened for months on end. Where we're going, what's wrong with Jaden Ivey? Why isn't the guy playing? Why are you playing double big lineups in the year 2024? What is going on?
Troy he sold out for Wemby. Okay?
That was 2 years ago.
I know. And then last year, Monty was a joke. He didn't want to be here. There would be a point in my future where I forgot that he was here.
Yeah.
But irresponsible of Weaver to not put any veteran leadership on that team last year. It still would have been pretty ugly, I think, because Williams wasn't committed. But the Lions did this when they turned things around. They brought in a Brockers and they brought in Anzalone so that when they were turning the roster over, there was some sort of representation on how you're supposed to handle yourself. The young NBA players at 18, 19, 20 years old need that even more than those NFL guys do because they're coming even more raw. You've got to have a presence. You have to have a standard. What Tim Hardaway Jr. is doing for this team off the court is what they needed.
And Beasley and Tobias Harris, too.
Exactly.
They didn't just rely on one guy. There's like this elders council. Yeah.
Well, people rolled their eyes at Harris. But if he came in and he acted like a professional and showed these guys how to do things, this is what happens. And that's why you're seeing it translate in once we got a couple months into the season. That's what happens. It's called culture, and they have talked about how much they respect what the Lions have done as an organization.
It's funny you bring up that veteran leadership because you said Brockers, and I'm thinking, wait a second, who in the hell is he talking about?
Michael Brockers.
No, I know.
You forgot, though.
But those are the guys that, they were here. He didn't really contribute on the field.
No.
But it is part of the development of the culture, and young guys – whether veteran players are on the field or not, they need to understand how to be pros. They need to see it by example.
So it's like building a house, and you start with the foundation, and you need the bricklayers, right? You need the guys that know what they're doing, how you're supposed to do things, but then you bring in the young guys who can work faster and more efficient than you.
Yeah.
On the other side of things, college hoops. Michigan picks up a signature win, avenges a really ugly loss. They did not have a great night, but they fought and scrapped and found a way to beat Purdue, and now they're in sole possession of first place in the Big Ten. MSU lost to Indiana, and they were sputtering down the stretch in that game. They couldn't run. They couldn't shoot. They got zoned to death. Just your sum up the night.
So excitement of watching, obviously, Michigan and Purdue, and I didn't think – when they went to halftime and Purdue was up 37-35, I thought Michigan would be able to keep it close. I didn't think, and I've kind of bought into what Dusty May said, maybe it was about 10 days ago, 2 weeks, that this team just isn't very tough. I thought this was a game where toughness would matter and that they might come up a little bit short. I was wrong. They did a masterful job in the second half of keeping things close, and then when it mattered most, hitting free throws that were key and making the play that had to be made. And I don't know how much of that game that you watched, but at the very end of the game, Braden Smith, That last shot, I thought this SOB is going to hit this one on the run because Michigan was up 2. And I after the 2 that he had just nailed to get to that point.
Greg? I was having John Gosser flashbacks.
Yeah. So there were a couple moments late in that game, a couple clutch corner threes that really helped Michigan get back in it. To me, the most telling play was when Wolf split 2 defenders going from the three-point line to the hoops. He's 7 feet tall, and he dribbles between 2 defenders and finishes at the rim. I go, boy, if he's making those shots. Yeah. And this place is starting to really get going. It was a juiced-up environment at Chrysler. Yeah, that's a big-time win.
And then I flipped to Michigan State, and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to catch a little bit of this game. They're up 20-8. I thought, you know what, I'm not staying up late for this. And woke up this morning. What the hell happened?
Yeah, well,
it went down from there.
Izzo's going to have to wait another day to get that Big Ten record from Bob Knight.
Illinois next.
Illinois, and then Purdue, and then Michigan, and then ranked Maryland, and then ranked Wisconsin. It's all right. Spartans have lost 3 of their last 4. Got to pick it up here. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, it'd be great if I had my mic on. Mayor Mike Duggan is calling for a review of city services for homelessness, the city's homeless call center, and ways to make services more accessible after 2 children died of hypothermia this week. It is such a devastating story as we're learning a little bit more detail. So during a press conference on Tuesday, Duggan said preliminary reviews of city records shows that this mother of 5 reached out at least 3 times to the city's homeless response team, right? The family said at the time, they had been living with relatives, but were told they need to find another place to go. And they didn't know where. And they'd reached out and whether there was no resources available. But then when space became available, they never reached back out to the family, and she never reached back out to the system. It's just so devastating to think that
it could have been prevented.
It could have been. And he said what's even worse is that there was a shelter that had space that night when those children passed away. And maybe she didn't know where to call. Maybe the resources weren't easily accessible. Who knows what it is? It's just such a sad story. No real details have changed, right? They were living in this van, and that's kind of what they were doing. Like they would stay at different parking lots at different casinos. They might run inside and use the restroom in these casinos. And at some point in time, they say that van ran out of gas or maybe had a mechanical issue, whatever it is. And then around noon on Monday is when she noticed her 9-year-old wasn't breathing. Took the 9-year-old to the hospital, and then it was just like moments later, the 2-year-old isn't breathing anymore. City officials on Tuesday urged those facing homelessness to seek services, but Duggan acknowledged that some don't always seek help, and the mayor said he wants to create a policy that would require outreach workers to make in-person visits to families with children dealing with homelessness. And he said that we have to do a better job of educating people that the services are out there. So it's just a tragic story. Flu cases are surging. I mean, we talked about this last week, how emergency rooms are being bombarded with people. You know what's crazy? So my son has the flu, and we had called. It always is over the weekend when kids get sick, and it's like
5:01 on a Friday.
Can't get into to the doctor's office, but we called anyway and just wanted to make sure, like, is there any anything we should be doing? And they told us take him to the ER, and we're like, to the ER? Are you sure? So we ended up taking him to urgent care because I had just done an article about how these ERs are being bombarded. I mean, we didn't think he was in emergency need, right? But we did want to make sure that we knew what was ailing him, right? Like if it's not the flu, what's going on? Because he wouldn't even put his feet on the ground because he was in like achy, So we took him there. But anyway, the most recent CDC weekly U.S. influenza surveillance report shows that 7.8% of visits to a healthcare provider were for the flu, which is the worst since the swine flu pandemic in 2009. And there's specific states that are feeling the flu more than others. Texas, Oklahoma, Florida, South Carolina, Kentucky, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Maine. And it sounds like in Kentucky, it's really affecting the kids there. That there are so many kids because of being in school
Once
or
it hits
childcare.
a school, it goes right through it.
Tigers opening day right around the corner, and single game tickets go on sale this Friday, February 14th, 10 a.m. Tigers.com/tickets. Obviously, opening day, April 4th at Comerica Park against the White Sox. First pitch set for 1:10 p.m. Tickets expected to sell out fast, so get your hands on them. I was noticing because they released their events and promotional schedule.
Yeah.
There's some, John, that you're going to want to be at.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. April 5th, April 19th. Tigers flannel shirt giveaway.
There we go.
Right.
Look at
Flannel
that.
shirt giveaway.
Yes.
All right, get there early. Get
Get
yourself
there
a double
early.
X.
Yeah. I mean, lots of cool giveaways. The bobbleheads, of course. They've got a Hawaiian shirt and short set.
Yeah.
Fan favorite Tigers floppy hat. You can check all that out online. Get your tickets
There
this
you go.
Friday.
The first bobblehead one is a Kerry Carpenter one, I
It
believe.
is.
Yeah.
And there's a Scooble one in there with the
Yes.
Cy Young notes.
It's a
Oh,
mystery
better get there early.
bobblehead, it says.
Yeah, there's a bunch of that they're going to
Yeah.
do this season. So check them out. Pitchers and catchers report today, right?
Today! Here we go!
And there's a lot of excitement around this Tigers baseball team. There's also one major storyline that just isn't wrapped up yet. And I know there's a fatigue factor. With Bregman, let's not let fatigue get in the way of the facts. Are you in? Are you out? It should be over soon. It's next. It's 97.1.
Hey, we were talking college basketball, and we know March is exciting. It's almost here, and the college basketball season is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel can get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference titles to tournament upsets and even who's going to be cutting down the nets when it's finally all said and done. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you're going to get paid instantly. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit and get on the college hoops action before March takes over. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just an ass whooping. The Pistons take down the Bulls. Back at it again tonight against the Bulls. Weird schedule quirk, but the Pistons are playing good ball. We've been talking about them this morning. Pitchers and catchers report today for the Detroit Tigers. We're going to have A.J. Hinch on tomorrow. Baseball season right around the corner.
Oh, man. And it's a couple of days, week from now, is when everybody else is supposed to be there. Now, guys will arrive early.
Yeah.
Get a little itchy, a little excited.
Will Alex Bregman arrive in Lakeland at any point? I know the story has dragged on and on and on. And I think there's a real fatigue factor to the point where some Tiger fans are going, you know what? We don't need him anyway. John, let's not lose sight of what Alex Bregman would mean to this baseball team. I'm very much still in on Bregman. And I think the Tigers, by all reports, are still in on Alex Bregman. This is a player who is easily one of the 4 or 5 best at his position in all of baseball. Last year, he would have been the 3rd best player on the Tigers, behind only Tarek Skubal and Riley Green, who were all-stars and had great seasons. He's a proven right-handed bat. He's a proven playoff performer. He's a big-time glove in the infield. They don't have many of those. John, I don't get the people who are souring on Alex Bregman. I'd give him a 6-year deal right now and call it good. 6 years, 180. And now, if he doesn't want to be here, that's a separate thing. But I don't get the people who are suddenly going, well, we don't want him anyway. He's a huge addition if they land him.
He would be a huge addition. And you're talking about an addition that I think a lot of people right now are looking at the 6 years and saying, I don't want 6, I want 5. And I think you're splitting hairs in regards to that. But it's also the matter of baseball and the offseason is done differently. Every sport has its quirks. And the offseason for football, and I think this is where we get a little bit jaded of, we want to know what the answer is right now, is there's a tampering period. What is it, 24 hours, 48 hours before free agency actually opens up, and you know where some guys are going even before free agency begins. And then there is a flurry. And if you are the top 3 or 4, as Bregman is at his position in all of baseball,
yep.
If you're that way in football, you're snatched up right away. No team has to wait. There's no, angst over, are we going to get him or is he going to go somewhere else? By the time the first wave is done, then they start working on the second wave. And those guys, everything is pretty much decided within 3, maybe 4 weeks. And then there's always some older veterans that are looking to extend their career that might not sign up until training camp. For baseball, it's completely different. The opening of free agency might be the slowest day in all of baseball because nothing happens. And it's agent, it's player, and it's teams that are negotiating between everything. And you get to the start of training camp, and there's still going to be some guys, as there was last year, that still haven't signed. So I think you just have to understand the business side of it, not a team spending money or needing to be in at the beginning, the first couple of days of training camp. But you've got to understand that baseball, contracts, rosters, the offseason, it's all done differently than it is in every other sport. And that leads to the impatience and the exhaustion that some people are feeling of Alex Bregman. A lot of people are saying, I don't care what he signs for. I just don't want him here anymore because if he wanted to be here, he would have signed. That's not how this works.
He has one last payday in his professional career. And you could argue Scott Boras has botched it. But they are still going to try to get the best deal they can. And it's gone down to the wire. But the idea that, well, I don't want Alex Bregman at this point. I wouldn't sign him for a 5 or a 6 year deal. I wouldn't. Guys, the only players at his position who had a better year last year. Remember, last year was a down year for Bregman. Everybody likes to point, his numbers weren't even that good. Jose Ramirez and Matt Chapman were the only third basemen with better WAR last season in all of baseball. Now, you want to make a case that you like Devers more? Fine. My point is he's in that top tier of third baseman. The Tigers currently don't have a third baseman.
Right.
They've gone all in this offseason with no other plan B to this point. I mean, we told you, pitchers and catchers are already there. So they can still pivot, but they are very much chips on the table, in on Bregman. And I'm the same way today as I was when the offseason started. I want him here in Detroit badly. And I feel like that's maybe not the case from some of you. So let us know, are you in or are you out? And as this saga continues, let us know. 248-539-9797.
Here's another reason why Alex Bregman is still on the market. The teams that are in the running, Tigers, Blue Jays, Red Sox, the Astros, going back to his former team, no one is sitting there going, this is a must-have. This is urgent. We have to just simply outbid everybody else, because who do the Tigers have? Now, I'm not saying it's not going to be an upgrade for all of these teams, let alone the Tigers, but the Tigers do have, if it doesn't work out for the Tigers, what do they have? They've got Vierling and they've got Jace Young.
Yes.
If it doesn't work out for the Astros, they've already got Isaac Paredes.
Yep.
Tell me if you heard that name before.
Yep.
The Red Sox
have Devers.
And so there's no sense of urgency, which has led to this continuing to drag out.
Yeah. Look, I don't know what he's going to do. Nobody knows what he's going to do. The idea that he's going to sign a 4-year deal in Boston or Chicago, the Cubs are another team that people have talked about, as opposed to a longer deal from Detroit. I mean, he's free to make whatever decision he wants, but if Detroit's got a 6-year deal out there, and I think they should be offering a 6-year deal, he'll be a Detroit Tiger. He should be a Detroit Tiger. He can do whatever he wants. He can take a lesser deal. He can take a worse deal. It's his prerogative, his business. But the Tigers were a playoff team a year ago. His old manager's here. By all accounts, they're competitive in the market. No one has said that they've lowballed at any point in any of this. And I'm sure if he signs elsewhere, we're going to hear what the offer was. But I think I'd like to know it right now, but I'm sure they want to keep it all buttoned up to give themselves the best chance to land Bregman. John, you mentioned what they have. And look at the text we already get. Matt Vierling. He says, compare his stats to Matt Vierling. He beats out Vierling. He barely beats out Vierling and is 10 times the price. Another texter says, compare his stats to Vierling. Very similar. I wonder what the Tigers expect from Young. Do they even need Bregman? Guys, Vierling's going to play whether Bregman's here or not. It's Do you want both? Vierling's role is this.
Wait. You mean you could have both?
I know.
Guys, you could add an extra right-handed bat?
Vierling can play the outfield. He can play the infield. He's a super utility. You don't want to make him your everyday third baseman. You'd rather have a better everyday option, right? And then still play Matt Vierling. People miss that because I've seen these comparisons, these side-by-sides on social media. You can play both of them.
And here's the other thing. We asked this question, why can't you do both? Develop young players along with having veteran players that provide spark, provide protection for other players in the lineup. That's another thing that Bregman will do. He will help protect some of these younger players in the batting lineup and provide some stability in the lineup.
Here's this text. Javi Baez 2.0. Guys, are you picking up on the narrative here? There's a lot of people that have soured on Bregman in the process. This texter is comparing him to Javi Baez. Says, we don't need another 5-year boat anchor. I'd support a shorter deal, but beyond 3 or 4, he's a liability more than an asset. That's Tony driving in on his way to work. I don't like the Baez comparison because I think the bat-to-ball skills are completely different. One guy is swinging and flailing at sliders in the other batter's box, Javi Baez, and he was doing some of that before he got here. He was always an undisciplined hitter.
Oh, yeah.
Bregman's career is much more disciplined. The walk rate for the career, much better. Bat-to-ball, contact guy. They are very different approaches at the plate. Bregman fits more of what Scott Harris has preached since he got here. I don't like the comparison. The only comparison is it's a lot of money for a lot of years. But I would argue part of owning a baseball team is, the last year or so on these deals, you might have to eat a contract or two. That's the world of owning a multi-million-dollar sport. Organization.
Right, and it's also, it's the cost of doing business, because right now, if Jace Young develops into the player that we hope he develops into, in 2 or 3 years, that's your third baseman. Should be.
Or he's playing second because Torres is only on a 1-year deal.
Correct. And so you have the ability to mix and match on the infield.
Yep.
And you have the ability to allow some of those young bats to come along and develop. And if he signs a 6-year deal, in year 4, I mentioned Jace Young. Who else should be a part of the equation at that time? you're going to have, and hopefully he makes the transition, which I don't think it's a hard transition from second to first, Colt Keith. I think he's going to be better. You're going to have guys like Parker Meadows and Riley Green that instead of us talking about young guys developing, they're seasoned veterans. And you have other guys coming along like Max Clark.
Yeah.
Not every, and again, we're talking some prospects. Not every prospect's going to hit.
They're not all going to hit. And I think that's the key here. I think Harris, to his credit, has done a very nice job restocking that pool, has given them some young, promising players. But to his point, something he told us last year when we had Scott Harris on, yes, you can do both. They've been in on Bregman the entire way. They're still in on Bregman today. I don't feel like some fans are still in on Bregman, though, and I think the early returns on the text kind of support it. You guys tell us. It's going to happen soon. Got to happen soon. Are you in or are you out? And how do you feel about that long-term commitment to Alex Bregman? It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, you need help, and you need someone who cares about you. That's KG Law. Lawrence KG built his business with a loyal staff, and they've been there from the start. I met those people. They don't cut corners. They care, and they win. The phone number, 877-KG-CARES. Check them out, kgcares.com. Lawrence KG cares about his clients. You're not going to be left in the dark wondering about updates. Some of these battles with the insurance companies don't happen overnight, and with other places, you don't know who your point of contact is. KG cares about you. They're going to make sure you know what's going on. So if you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's KG Cares, K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. All right, we got more ticket text coming in, and it's a saga that should be over soon. But it's the same teams, and there's not a lot of clarity. Pitchers and catchers have reported for the Tigers. People are buzzing. People are excited to build off of last year's postseason success. But what about Alex Bregman? Mm-hmm. And I've noticed this trend. Some with hosts on the station. I heard a little Mike yesterday. I've seen Tiger fans on social media generally starting to get kind of frustrated and impatient and saying, you know what? I don't know that I want to sign Alex Bregman anyway. I'm not sure about a long-term commitment. I'm not sure how he's going to age. We've got Matt Vierling. Can we just pause for a second and not let fatigue get in the way of the facts? You can have Vierling and Bregman. Vierling's value is he plays all over. He's not Baez 2.0, completely different hitting profile, much better bat-to-ball skills. Yeah, but he's not going to be good at Comerica Park. Well, his home-road splits for his career are nearly identical. It's too many years. All right, I'll grant you that by year 6, I don't know that Alex Bregman's going to be a great investment. But is he going to transform your franchise enough in years 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe he's still got a little bit left in 5, to where you're eating a little bit at the end and it's worth it? Because that's what comes with these long-term deals. There's risk. This is what owning a baseball team entails. You're never going to be guaranteed that your players are going to age well and produce for the entirety of their contract. That's just not how sports work. You have to be willing to take risks. Now, is Bregman worth it? Well, he's one of the 3 or 4 best players in his position, a position that Tigers really don't have filled right now. He's a proven right-handed bat, something that they desperately wanted. He's a proven infield glove, something they desperately need. And to their credit, they've been in the entire way. So fans who are out, the Tigers are still in. 248-539-9797. Are you out? Are you in? Where are you at as this drags on and gets nauseating?
Let me just, to the contrary, devil's advocate. Jim, I think listening to you this morning, you give him 7 years. Because you would do whatever. You want him so bad that you'd give out something reckless. Why? I mean, I don't understand why this deal isn't happening or being offered. Maybe it has been. 4 years, $150 million.
Sure.
Why not? That takes away the back end.
Okay, but
you're overpaying them.
Sure.
That's what they did with Pudge.
By all accounts, the Cubs aren't offering a 6-year deal. By all accounts, the Red Sox aren't offering a 6-year deal. I don't know that you have to go to 7. And if he'd rather pick 4 years somewhere else, I mean, I can't control that part. If he doesn't want to be here, that's separate from us not wanting him. And I think some people have said, rather, before he dumps us, I'm going to dump him. So I'm getting a little bit of that from the fan base.
The lineup need is right-handed power, right?
Yeah.
The concern is he's losing his power, and he would be playing in a ballpark that's not friendly for power. So he becomes a guy that isn't providing what you need. That's where I get puzzled on this. I know defensively, look, this is a no-brainer. But this is a guy, think about this. You're giving 6 and 180, Jim, to a guy who hasn't been in an All-Star game since 2019. That's insanity.
I just told you the numbers where he's one of the 3 or 4 best at his position. So I don't really care if he doesn't get voted into the All-Star game. He produces.
You want to give $30 million to a player who can't make an All-Star game? I know Jose.
Do you think he's an All-Star caliber player? That's what's more important than whether he had the stupid jersey on that one weekend of the year.
It's not about, all right, don't take it so literal, okay? Seriously, Jose Ramirez is blocking him, but you are taking it too literal. He can't even be the backup third baseman. So for the third best third baseman in the AL minimally.
Last year he was second best in the American League on a down year for Alex Bregman. And to your point about
that's
power,
going down, and it keeps going down.
No, he had one bad month in April. Look at him from May on. He was actually very good at an OPS over 800.
We need another guy that starts bad around here.
Okay, here we go. Let's get to the phones.
That's why he needs to be in spring training.
Well, that's the other thing.
And I also think that I think he realizes that as a professional as well. So this is the saga, I believe, will be done within the next 7 days.
If you're going to sign a deal with a team, you're going to change cities, and you're going to change your career, you want to start out strong. I agree with that. Let's get to a couple phone calls. Roy and Livonia, you're on 97.1.
What's up, fellas? A lot of emotion here from everybody, but I think it's a huge move for the Tigers for a couple different reasons. It keeps you healthier across the board on the ball field. Vierling can go, give guys rest, play a bunch of different positions. And for people saying the numbers are the same, first of all, there's a ton of data on Bregman. He's going to get pitched tougher and played tougher than Vierling. I mean, I think Matt struck out 130 times this year. Bregman's never struck out more than 100. I know that for sure. Maybe not more than 90 in the season. But you need a veteran to show these young guys how to play baseball, especially if you're going to be a scrappy ball club. You got to put the ball in play. We struck out way too much last year, way too much.
Especially in the playoffs.
He's a professional hitter.
Yeah.
Especially in the playoffs, 100%. And this guy has been pretty good in the playoffs. So I think a combination of having a veteran bat to show these young guys how to hit and how to be a professional hitter is huge, staying healthier across the board, and just leadership in the clubhouse. Riley Green, I think he's a great player, but I think we need somebody that's been there, done that. And, Vierling, a guy like Vierling might not even make it to 5,000 at-bats in the major leagues. Bregman's got probably 4,500, 5,000 at-bats under his belt. That is massive. And if any team's going to overpay that's left in it, it's going to be the Tigers. I'd rather pay with money than years. So I do 4 at 150 might be a little too much, but I think the Tigers, the answer is going to get Bregman. Matt Vierling is not your answer.
I think it's a really good phone call, Roy. I want to squeeze one more in. Matt in Oxford, good morning.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Good.
Hey, I don't know if the Tigers are just jaded. I'm starting to think in my past, like the last time a long-term contract actually even worked out. Because, 6 years is something that, he's, 29, turning 30? I don't know if he's going to go 30 yet, but 36 at the end of the year, just like Jim said, the last year you might have to trade away. But I just don't know if Scott Harris is just thinking about what Al Avila did and doesn't even want to touch 5-6 years with a 10-foot pole. And then, going what the ticket texter said, especially what the last caller said, like, Matt Vierling is a great guy. I view him like a Danny Kelly. Like, he is just an all-around player, but, man, he is not Alex Bregman. He's not an all-star. He's not like what Tom said, Matt Vierling might not even get voted. No one's even going to send one single vote for Matt Vierling for the All-Star game. Bregman's going to get a vote almost every year. So, I think this is a complete no-brainer for the Tigers.
Yeah, I hope it happens. I do. Back-to-back phone calls, I think, really kind of capturing what it would mean for this team. Culture, leadership, postseason success, not going to strike out, put the ball in play Gold Glove defense.
And okay, you're going to be competing in this division for more than just this year.
Correct.
But where are they in the division? What will it take to win this division? Does he get you to a point where you can go into the season expecting to win the division? It's Cleveland, it's Minnesota, and it's the Tigers.
Kansas City's in there too. I looked at the odds this morning. The Tigers are plus 250, second highest odds to win the division. They had Alex Bregman. I can guarantee you they're going to have the best odds to win the AL Central. All right, coming up next, we're going to shift gears a little bit here. The NFL has completed its head coaching hiring cycle. We're going to grade the hires. It's next, 97.1. we've been waiting to do this exercise. Ben Johnson's gone. Aaron Glenn's gone. Off to new head coaching opportunities. With Kellen Moore being announced as the Saints head coach, we've completed the offseason cycle, John. Mm-hmm. And with that, it's time to grade the hires. We're at Schoolyard. Classes in session.
Oh, this is awesome.
Let's do it.
Love this. Good job, Greg. Let's start with the big name first. Super Bowl champion coach, national championship coach, Pete Carroll. Raiders.
This is an interesting one because Pete Carroll, we all know that he's an older gentleman. However, he brings great experience, and he is a bridge to whoever is next. He can win a few games. He's a guy that can change the culture of that team. And the big question for them isn't who's going to be their coach, but who's going to be their quarterback. If they're able to go out there and acquire, let's just say, a Sam Darnold, I don't think they're competing for the division. I don't think they're competing for Super Bowls, but I do think he can be a guy that gets them into the playoffs and then hand the reins off to whoever the next coach is and have a better answer for the quarterback. I'm going to give this one a B+.
I gave it a B. I think he's a good coach, Super Bowl champion, but the last 3 seasons, he had a losing record. And I think he can get the Raiders to 500, but is that really what they need for next season? Just kind of dawdling around at 500? I don't know that this is a good fit, so I gave it a B. It's B out of respect for Pete. The fit's much worse than a B.
Well, the fit is because of the roster. And now it's going to be a matter of ownership, general manager, and coach being on the same page of what do you do with a Max Crosby? How many draft picks are you willing to acquire? What are you doing to reset the organization?
But he's not a rebuild coach, and they desperately need to rebuild, which is why I only gave it a B.
I like your reasoning, John, in terms of just setting the standard. The Raiders have been a laughable franchise.
Yeah.
I mean, the Josh McDaniels experience, remember that? He'll bring credibility there.
That's fair.
All right, next one. Liam Cohen, Jacksonville, Duval.
I went B-. And the guy's getting dogged because he said Duval weird. But he is an offensive coach, and they need to resurrect Trevor Lawrence's career. So I gave it a B-.
I'm going to give it a B. I guess I'm just a little bit above where you're at right now.
Harsher grader.
Well, the positivity of, I think Trevor Lawrence, a lot of people have said possible bust because of the expectations coming into the NFL, because of the fact that he was supposed to be basically reinvent the position at the NFL level. I think those were a little bit high. I still think he can be a really good, too great quarterback, needs that offensive mindset that Liam Cohen brings.
Hopefully he can unlock Lawrence, because I still think the potential's there, but we'll see. Next one, all right, New England Patriots, former Tennessee Titan coach Mike Vrabel.
I'll give this one an A, simply because he's a coach that has had success in the regular season. It's been a little bit hit or miss in the postseason, but they're going to give him, and they have to be patient with him versus what they did with Gerard Mayo. Like, that to me was an embarrassment that they handed that off to Gerard Mayo. They only gave him a year. It was a rookie quarterback. Now you have Drake May in his second season. You have some good draft capital. You've got a guy that is invested in the franchise because of how much he played there, what he means, all of that different stuff. And he's a really good coach. Defensively, they need this.
The only hesitation I had is you have a young quarterback, you hired a defensive coach, but they paired it up with Josh McDaniels, who is not a great head coach, but a very good offensive coach. Vrabel, I gave it an A. I mean, this is the home run move for the Patriots. I gave it an A.
I agree with you guys on that. And I think what we're finding out here is maybe a Patriot way, that Vrabel will bring that back and with McDaniels and stuff, but it's going to be way less rigid.
Yeah, more modern.
Than it became under Belichick. All right, next one, Cowboys, Brian Schottenheimer.
D+.
Why the plus?
Oh,
I don't know.
Seriously,
I could just give it a D, because D for Dallas. They promoted from... Be careful, John. They promoted from within on a 7-win team where they fired the coach who was calling the offense. Schottenheimer got 0 head coaching interviews. This is a guy who was not qualified to be a head coach in anybody else's eyes except Jerry Jones. D for Dallas.
I'm going to go D as well. I think there is some upside to this one. I know Brian. Brian was in Washington with me when his dad was the head coach. I think he is a good offensive mind. The problem is Jerry Jones. And I don't necessarily know that it matters who the head coach is going to be because your general manager has completely lost his mind. If you are having any conversations about trading Micah Parsons, are you kidding me? And I just don't understand that. Plus, he has this love affair with Dak Prescott. You're not going to win anything with Dak. Dak's a great guy in the community. He can win a couple of regular season games. He could put up some good numbers. He's never going to win with you. They allow drama to be too much a part of the equation. The problem is Jerry Jones, but as you put it, it's a D because he was the offensive coordinator. They didn't have much of an offense last year, and we'll see. I think there is some upside, though.
You know what? I'd give this one an F. This is not going to work, and he's the number one guy on the list that I think could be replaced next year because it could turn into an absolute S show down in Dallas to the point where he looks just like a buffoon, has no clue. Dak, they're going to move on from Dak eventually. Parsons if he's on the team, he's going to start chirping. Who's their running back?
What,
I mean, seriously, this team is a mess.
It's a mess. But the last thing I'll go to is Jerry Jones. Do you think he'll fire a coach after only 1 year?
When somebody gets humiliated, they usually react sometimes in a positively way and kind of finally look in the mirror.
He hasn't done it for the last 15 years.
Well, he needs to. All right, Next one. New Orleans Saints. Kellen Moore, former Lions quarterback. You guys want to bring him in over Stafford?
I would say a C-. And I think this is the one where you could be looking at a coaching change after a year. What are they doing at quarterback? What are they doing with this roster? They are embarrassingly over the salary cap. They're going to have to make major roster moves. He will have absolutely zero to work with when he starts this thing off.
I agree with you on every single thing you said, but I still don't think he would get removed after 1 year. He'd be like Brian Callahan in Tennessee. Sounds like you just explained the Tennessee Titans to me.
It could be. So, right, so he lasts 2 years, but the second year is a lame duck year.
They'll respectfully give him a second year.
Yeah.
So I gave this a C, and this is not a good coaching situation. It may be the worst situation anybody's inheriting. With Kellen Moore, he's bounced around. I don't even know how good of an OC he is. I know they won the Super Bowl. They had a great O-line. They had a great run game. I just gave it a C.
Yeah, I don't like this hire at all. And to me, I'm going to pull a Stoney here. There's just something about him, the way he looks. He doesn't look like a head coach. He does not look like a head coach. Like, I can't see him talking in front of a room of people like John Jansen and inspiring them to play football.
There is. That's a real thing. And it's funny because we've got one guy that's sitting across from me that doesn't like old people, and you don't like young people.
All right, here we go. Lions time. Ben Johnson, Chicago.
A-.
Wow.
I think for Chicago, they had to get Ben. They need to make it work with Caleb. This guy was running the number one offense in football. The reason it's not an A or an A+, you are now out from the shadow of Dan Campbell. You have to create your own culture. And Ben Johnson himself has said that Detroit offense is tailor-made for anybody to be successful. So then how much should I believe in Ben? It's an A- because Chicago had to get him. I think it was the best hire for them.
There's no track record for Ben Johnson as a head coach. Correct. I can't possibly give him a higher grade than Pete Carroll, who's won a Super Bowl, who has built a team, who has developed, and won with Russell Wilson. I can't give him a grade anywhere near Mike Vrabel, who does have a track record and is inheriting a worse situation. Ben Johnson, I'm going to go with a B+. And I give him that B+, and I know
so you give Pete Carroll
the
a B+.
same as Pete Carroll because he is inheriting what some believe is an offense that can go out there and score points. We know they're a good defense.
Yeah.
And so I think that they can win.
To be clear, I'm docking Pete for the fit, not because I think Pete Carroll's Ben Johnson's a better coach than Pete Carroll. The fit is why I docked.
Right. So
DK.
I docked him a little bit. I would have given him an A- because he, I think he deserves that respect having done what he did in Seattle. But I'll give him the B+, and I'm giving Ben Johnson a bump of B+.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd have no idea who Ben Johnson is as a head coach. Pete Carroll, at least you know what you're getting.
Right.
So finally, other Lions defensive or coordinator that left, Aaron Glenn.
I'm going to give him a B, and I do that because of what he is inheriting. You have kudos to him. I don't know if it was him, if it was general manager, if it was for laying down the law with Aaron Rodgers. And if you believe what was coming out yesterday, that, hey, you can't do the Pat McAfee show if you want to be here. There's some other conditions. And he said, you know what? See ya. They're going to have to find out who the answer is at quarterback. But he is going into a situation built for him, much like Ben Johnson going to Chicago, where he's got toys to play with. Aaron Glenn defensively has toys to play with with the Jets.
I gave him an A-, and I think this is a really good hire. Demeanor matters. Hearing him address the New York media, which is a factor here. He played there. He speaks like a head coach. He commands respect. They need to fix their defense, and watching what he did in Detroit in the midst of all that chaos on that side of the ball, not an easy place to win. Yep. Not a great situation, but I thought a great hire for the Jets.
So opposite of Kellen Moore. I can see John Jansen getting inspired to play football by Aaron Glenn.
Sure.
I think he's a good leader of men, and I actually think Aaron Glenn will probably have some sort of type Herm Edwards success, which was pretty decent in New York back in the day with Chad Pennington and all that. They won some playoff games, and I think he can I just don't think he's going to pull the media stunt when he said, you play to win the game.
And that is grading the coaching cycle. It's 97-1.
If you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has got you covered. The Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack is here. Now every Wednesday, you can get parlay profit boosts on everything from spreads to over-unders and even player props. So don't let the weekend have all the fun. Take advantage of the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack today, and who knows, it might just become your favorite day of the week. Look for the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack in the FanDuel app to find your profit boosts, or you can visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit, and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports book partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued is now on Trouble Profit Boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, wow. Mark Champion on the call. Pistons with a win. They set the franchise record for the largest halftime lead. They were up 42 points at the break against the Bulls. We're juggling a lot this morning. We gave you a little update on Bregman. Are you in? Are you out? And kind of just addressing the fatigue that the fan base has. We are going to get into a topic about the snow, and it leads to a story that you guys can make fun of me for. I know you love that.
Sometimes it's really easy.
7:35. I'm going to put it on a tee for everybody.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We'll get to that with the snow on the way. The Pistons, though, let's talk about them. I know we're trying to give everybody some love right now. They deserve a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, last night the game wasn't special because it was an absolute drubbing of the Bulls, and you get a chance to drub them again tonight. I don't think there's going to be much of a response. I mean, they got some injuries, and they're not a great team. So you're doing what you're supposed to do. Last night was special for Detroit Pistons fans because they doubled up their win total from last year. They have exceeded expectations this year. They are in the 6th spot right now, a postseason spot, not just the postseason play-in tournament, but an actual playoff position. And so it is something that can be celebrated. You're seeing the development. We've talked about it with Cade Cunningham. You're seeing the development with so many of these players. And it's not just Cade. It's the impact of Malik Beasley. We'll talk about him more in just a few moments. But it is watching Ausar Thompson now that he's back and he's playing well. It's the development of Ron Holland, the second, who has been given the freedom to improve and to play better. And it's what JB is doing with this roster, how Trajan's put it together, but what he is doing to improve the young players on this roster.
Malik Beasley set the franchise record for most made threes in a single season. The season's far from over.
Already?
He passed, and you joked pre-show. Was it Kelly Tripucka? The Pistons haven't been shooting threes in this era. No, it was maybe equally funny. Sadiq Bey previously held the record for most made threes. Look, Troy Weaver did
put
not.
A highlighter on why this team has not been successful. This is a game based on being able to shoot the three over the past 10 years, and not having a three-point shooter, you're not going to win a lot of games.
So I think one way of looking at it is they've entered the modern NBA.
We finally have a modern NBA team.
Amazing. Look at this. Cade's benefited from the shooting. I think Ausar Thompson has really benefited lately. You can kind of see the light bulb now that he's got the blood clot issues behind him. He's thriving. I mean this in a great way. I don't know who their second best player is. They lose Jaden Ivey. It was a question, and I think there's a number of guys who've made a case. Thompson, Duren, Beasley.
Yeah.
I don't think any of them will be a Robin on a championship team, but it just shows everybody's raising their level, and it's why I think this is the best Pistons team we've had in 15 years. It's not saying much, but they're, to me, the best team we've seen since that 2008 team that went to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, and you mentioned, was it yesterday or a couple days ago, the addition of Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah.
Just bringing another ball handler in. And I think he's not going to be a guy that gets a ton of time, but he is a guy that can come in and spell guys for a little bit, and you're not going to get a huge drop-off. You finally have some depth in the front court. So you're looking at a team that, is anybody looking at this one as, oh, well, hey, we could compete for an NBA championship? No. But it is being able to build and see the development of these young players, see the development of guys that you believe you could continue to build around, and some excitement going into the playoffs. We'll see what happens. We'll see what they can do. But then going into an offseason where there are moves that can be made.
World of possibilities for Trajan Langdon. Let's get to Heather with the news.
So a popular Metro Detroit restaurant has been named one of the best in the country.
Oh, really?
Yeah. According to USA Today's 2025 Restaurants of the Year list, Mabel Gray in Hazel Park stands out as one of the top 44 places to eat in all of America. So it's pretty great news. Congrats to them. Have you guys ever eaten there?
I have not.
I haven't either. It's funny because I was looking at it because I'm like, I've heard about it. I feel like I have eaten there, but then when I look at photos, I definitely haven't been there. But
I got distracted for a moment. What was the name of the restaurant?
Mabel Gray.
Oh, nope, never been there.
I thought maybe I had, but I really don't think I have. And it sounds like what's really cool about it is that there's no set menu. they have this rotating menu of different a la carte options, which is pretty cool. It says that menus feature up to 12 items, like handwritten menus, large focus on creative interpretations of Michigan's produce, plus delicious meats, John, fish, homemade pastas, breads. And it sounds like it's all. Why are you laughing at me?
I'm not laughing at you.
Okay.
I just had a smirk on my face.
Okay.
I realized why I hadn't been there. I'm someone who likes to look at the menu ahead of time. I'm not opposed to going though. I'm sure it's great.
It also sounds like it's like they have a really like communal energy there. The
Right.
tables are really close together. They've got great drinks. They've got a wine program.
This is one, I know Lisa has shown me this one before and has wanted to go a number of different times. We just haven't had the opportunity. But I love it when, opposite of you, when you know they're going to have certain things on the menu in terms of a fish, a chicken, a steak, something like that, but it's different every time. I love to be able to go and try new things.
Yeah, so we'll all have to go check it out sometime. A Bloomfield Township contractor has been charged after he stole a gold chain from a client's home and then sold it to a pawn shop. So this guy, Glenn Richards, he was doing like a floor repair at a woman's home when he took a 14-karat gold rope chain from the inside. It was in a woman's bathroom. Took it, sold it, like I said, got $200 for it. Well, apparently it was the woman's father's chain. Caught doing it, so he's been charged with 1 count of felony larceny, and is facing some big charges there. The mother who lost 2 of her 5 children to hypothermia this week while living out of her van had reached out to Detroit's homeless response team at least 3 times prior to this tragic event. And now Mayor Mike Duggan is calling for a review of city services for homelessness, the city's homeless call center, and ways to make services more accessible. He held a press conference on Tuesday and kind of said preliminary review of city records showed that this mother did reach out at least 3 times, the last time being on November 25th of last year. The family had said that they'd been living with relatives, but were told that they needed to find another place and would need somewhere to go. Obviously, it's such a tragic story every time you read the details of it. You know, she living in this van, going to different parking structures at casinos, being able to use the restrooms there, sleeping in this van with all of her children, and then waking up one day and realizing 2 of your children aren't actually going to wake up. Such a tragic story.
And what's preventable is what it sounds like.
Yes, without
which
a
is
doubt.
awful.
Opening day at Comerica Park is less than 2 months away. On Friday, April 4th, the Tigers will face the White Sox, and those in attendance will receive a rally towel to get the excitement going. Now, the rally towel is just one of the 15 promotional giveaways that are on the schedule this year. You can go and check them all out. There's some cool things being given away. A Tigers flannel shirt. Pretty cool. Of course, the bobbleheads are always popular. One of my favorite days at the park is the Pink Out the Park night. Mm-hmm. They've got a hat for that. There's a Hawaiian shirt and shorts set. Might be perfect for you, Jim.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, it's kind of like your Cabana outfit, I would imagine.
I'll take it as a compliment.
Tigers floppy hat. Now, single game tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m.
Pitchers and catchers report today.
Get excited.
It's right around the corner.
Yeah.
Very exciting. Finally, Nike released an ad celebrating the Eagles' Super Bowl win, and it is set to It's Not Easy Being Green, sung by Kermit, which seems that it is a pretty clear dig at Patrick Mahomes, right? Mm-hmm. Now, Patrick Mahomes is endorsed by Adidas. Obviously, we know what he sounds like.
Yes.
And the caption that Nike wrote said, "It's good to be green."
I love it. Creative, funny, good banter.
Yep.
All right, coming up next.
Creative, funny, good banter. That's coming up next.
Yes.
Making fun of people. Put me in the crosshairs next, 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you, ask you questions, find out as much as they can about your life, your situation, and then build a financial plan that's unique to you. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, They're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. They volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Greg, is this the ad? No, okay.
No, this is just Kermit the Frog.
For those that just missed it, Nike celebrating the Eagles' win and trolling Patrick Mahomes, invoking some of this. All right. Good morning. Welcome in today on a Wednesday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Gov and Greg behind the glass, and we've got snow coming later today. You may have heard. And with snow coming up, I've decided to share a story that everyone will be able to laugh at me over. You know I have an electric mower. I drive an electric vehicle. So my wife thought it would be a good idea to get us an electric shovel.
An electric shovel.
Okay.
And I'm not even against an electric shovel, but here was the issue. John, Heather, people of Metro Detroit, it's a corded electric shovel.
Oh, look out. Don't get that thing near the blade. Does it have a blade?
I've used it all of one time. We have not had a lot of snow this winter. And I felt like a complete idiot using it. I felt like I was vacuuming the driveway. I don't know if anybody else has ever used an electric shovel corded. But when I got done, my wife goes, "Wow, you got it done way quicker." And I said, "Yeah, because I didn't want people to see me using it."
Okay, first off, I had never really heard of an electric shovel. So I did Google it.
Yeah.
The ones that I saw look basically like a little mini snowblower at the end of a stick, right? Your shovel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like a retractable cord that it's like almost like your iron that you push a button and it goes like that.
Yes.
And then you, right? Right?
Yeah.
So could you actually shovel the whole driveway with it? Was the cord long enough?
It was, but
Okay.
What's the spread on this bad boy?
What do you mean? Like
How wide of a?
it's like half a snowblower.
So we're
It's like a
talking
shovel. It's like
10,
It's like a
12
shovel.
inches.
Yeah, it's like a shovel, but not. Heather, I know your point's going to be just have a snowblower at that point, or just use a shovel.
Well, yeah. You know what it reminds me of? And maybe they're great. I've never used one, right? I would probably never use a corded one because I would have to have multiple extension cords. Like, how do you?
I know
It depends how big your driveway is and how long it is.
it's a long driveway, but it's a long cord.
I don't think I would ever use one because of that. But you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of something
This
you would
is also
see on
a guy that has a cat named Roomba.
and built him a catio.
Very nice cat.
Do you put the cat on a leash and leash it to the tree while you do?
We don't let our cat outside.
Oh,
Hence the catio. But it reminds me of something on the Home Shopping Network.
Okay.
That is being like, look at this, an electric shovel. All you have to do is plug it in. And like, it makes it sound like it's going to be really great, but it maybe saves you 1 minute.
So
like to me, just use a shovel.
I know. I shared
Get a little exercise while you're out there.
I have no issue with that. So I obviously shared my feedback with Kelsey. She goes, "Well, it's okay. I can give it to. We got a friend who will take it." They have not come to pick it up since. I don't think anybody wants a corded shovel.
Here's what you do.
What?
Little experiment. Post it online on Marketplace.
yes. Make sure you put your name on there.
See how long it sits and see how often you have to reduce the price. Like, what is the selling point? Like, what would somebody pay for a corded
Yeah, the cord is what gets
electric
me.
shovel? Yeah, that's the main issue.
Because
Did
an
she
electric
get
shovel
you
on
an
its own.
extension cord along with it?
We have extension cords at the house.
Okay.
Yeah, if we need to pick up a little extra radius.
Reach the end of the driveway. Hold on. I need an extra 15 feet. So I'm curious because we are supposed to get some snow tonight.
Yeah.
Is there? Because I've Googled this and I think I found the one. I think we've zeroed in on the one
that I have.
Yeah. So the cutting swath.
Uh-huh.
There's two options. It's either 11 inches or it's 13 inches.
That's a
And
personal question, John.
I'm curious, is there a maximum depth that you are allowed to use this on? Like, will it only handle 2 or 3 inches of snow?
John, I don't know. I've used it one time. The snow we've gotten since, it's been a little snow. I've just used a shovel and taken care of it that way.
Because the picture, the action photo that they show, it looks like it's very cumbersome to use.
It was annoying. You think about it, like when you're like vacuuming your house, you got to whip the cord around. You got to be aware of where the cord is at all times.
They also don't show the cord in this picture.
Oh, they do. Yes.
Do they?
You
got to click.
Yeah. So it's the yellow cord, yes.
Because normally, like when you vacuum, you do have the cord kind of with you so that you never go over the cord.
I think here's the key. It looks to me like he has the cord attached to his belt.
Really?
Oh yeah.
So
I think you should. That? Yeah, I think you should put it through a belt loop.
Or get a carabiner.
Yeah, a carabiner might do the same thing. Yeah, that way at least it's attached to you, and that way you could trip over it while you're trying to back up and get the cord out of the way.
How funny did you find this when I passed this along to you? Because I didn't get your candid in the moment reaction when I emailed.
Oh, I laughed hysterically. I laughed hysterically. Just the thought of you doing one 11-inch swath and then having to back up knowing that, okay, this is very much like a vacuum cleaner where you're going to have to get the cord out of the way.
Yep.
It doesn't seem to me like this was going to save you much time.
Do you have enough cord to do like your front walkway to the front door? Can you wrap around your house like that? Okay.
The issue is not the amount of cord. The issue is the cord itself.
I'm aware. I'm just
making
sure.
And then your response, as you said, hey, your wife asked you how long this took, and or she's like,
"Oh, you got done quick."
And just the thought of you coming in and saying and telling her, "I was so embarrassed to use this. I had to get it done as quickly as possible."
People watching, the sun's out. Can I?
So obviously, then you fast forward to. I don't know. How much snow did you have the first time you used this?
I don't remember. It wasn't very much.
A skiff of snow?
Yeah, it was more than a skiff. It was enough to where...
An inch?
It was between a shovel and a snowblower, which is why I was like, all right, I'll give it a shot, but we didn't need this.
What was your reaction? Because this was a gift. Like, Kelsey bought this as a gift to you.
Yeah, gift's a strong... She's like, oh, this is a... I wouldn't call it a gift. She thought she was being helpful.
What was your reaction when you opened it, or she handed it to you,
in the
whatever?
moment, you don't want to be rude. Oh, okay, yeah,
right.
I'm going to give it a shot. I used it.
You just, thanks, sweetie. This is awesome.
And then I gave feedback afterwards.
Yes. You're good. You did a good husband.
I'll go what a stupid purchase.
Yeah, I'm never using this.
Give this a shot.
But you can use the shovel, and then you can use the excuse, well, there wasn't enough snow
to use.
Have. And then if we get the 5 or 6 inches,
it couldn't handle all
it's
that.
Just too much. Yeah.
Can it be used as a shovel,
No.
without being plugged in? Could
No.
you? Oh, see, that's where it's downfall. Because if it could actually be used as just a shovel, without being plugged in, you could at least get some more use out of it, right?
No, I don't. Yeah, no. This is, can you change the direction that it throws the snow, or is it just straight ahead? So the one that has here actually has headlights, so you could do it before you leave for work in the morning. Yeah,
so nobody would watch me.
There you go.
Yeah, and you could do it in the cover of darkness.
So I learned my lesson on this with the electric blower. Never, ever, ever, ever will I have something that plugs in outside. Never.
Oh, like people have the trimmers for bushes and stuff?
Yes, everything must be battery or gas.
Sure.
It is a complete and utter waste of time and an inconvenience to be worried about some cord going somewhere.
Well, and we now have the technology and the battery power to actually make these battery powered.
Yeah, and
I spend a little bit of extra money.
I did the electric blower back 10 plus years ago. So you didn't have quite out there what they have now, but I regretted not going gas at that time. The second I used it, I'm like, oh, this was stupid, Tom. To save a quick buck.
If the only two options were gas or cord, you use the gas. But now, to John's point, you can get, like, my mower is the same brand, but their mower line, and it's not a corded mower. It's just a battery-powered mower, and it works great. I love it. I got no issues with it. You charge it between uses.
So
if this was
at least you're brand loyal.
I suppose. If this was not corded, I'd be willing to give it a go.
Give it a go.
Yeah. Try it out a couple times and see if it's worth it.
That way, when you're halfway through and it runs out of charge, you can revert to the shovel.
Shovel anyway. 248-539-9797. I bring this up so you guys can laugh at me, but I wonder if anybody has any similar experiences. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the Pistons at 8 o'clock. A Bregman update in the 8 o'clock hour as well. I'm noticing a theme, a trend from the fan base. It's 97.1.
Hey, a personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal, like maybe tripping over your cord while you're trying to snowblow. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need and deserve to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Very first text I see, what the F is an electric shovel? Heather, you had the same reaction.
Exact same reaction. And then I jumped online and it was nothing like what I thought. I wasn't picturing it being like a teeny little snowblower on a stick. I thought it was going to be, I don't know what I thought it was going to be, like something like a vibrating shovel that I have no idea. I had no clue what it was.
Vibrating shovel.
I don't know.
So I did find some details.
Yeah.
And you are able to, the throwing distance is 6 meters. The depth of snow cut is 15 centimeters.
Awesome. Why?
Not much.
What?
So,
Which is about 6 inches.
thank you. I bring this up as an olive branch. You guys put up with me, so I'm giving you something you can laugh at. My wife got us an electric shovel, which I'm not even opposed to the electric shovel. The issue is it has a cord on it, and I'm vacuuming the driveway, and I look ridiculous doing it, which, if you can picture it, I hope you get a good laugh this morning.
Oh, yes.
I have not used it since the first use. I don't intend to use it again. In fact, we were supposed to gift it to someone else who has mysteriously never come to pick it up. We got some response on the ticket text. John, we can start with people making fun of me, or we can get to people answering the question.
So let's start with making fun of you.
You always love that.
Yeah.
God Cookies, you're such a hippie. Be a man. We have fossil fuels for a reason. That's from Cooper. Cookies put on his French-made couple's hot air balloon outfit and ironed the driveway with his corded snowblower. LOL, Scott and Carlton. I have a corded snowblower, but it turns out my 9-year-old can shovel faster, and moving the cord is a pain. Nick in Sterling Heights. I don't know if that's a real story or if he's making fun of me, but
Both.
Give it to Mark Ryan. He won't know any better. Wonder how he's handling the winter. Electric shovel is a hell no. That being said, I have a battery-powered snowblower, and it works great. Sammy in a truck.
I'm all for battery-powered lawn equipment. We talked about this, I think it was the last summer or the summer before. I made the transition to a battery-powered mower. Now our lawn is much bigger since we've moved. Not sure yet what I'm going to do with that because one charge isn't going to get it done. Nor is the 24-inch cut that it has, 20-inch cut, isn't going to get it done. But the battery-powered, like actual snowblower, this is more of a snow broom. It looks like to me.
What we're describing.
Yeah, what you're describing is
the
more
way
of a
I would
snore
describe it for people
broom.
who aren't driving or they can't Google it, or I'm sure when you get to work, you're going to want to know what this thing looks like. It's kind of like a half snow blower, like in terms of like the work it would do, but it's a long handle like a shovel
With a cord that.
you don't want
Whatever,
you don't want the cord.
Like I'm imagining this thing. Like, is there like a pumping action this thing's doing?
Look, I used it as quickly as I could, and then I put it away, and it hasn't been taken out since.
Make sure it's lubricated nicely.
Okay, thank you for that. And I want to clarify this too. My wife's just trying to be nice.
Has she tried it?
No. Well, maybe she has. I don't think so. She was just trying to be nice. That's where this came from. But it is clearly not something I'm going to use again. Texter says, for them, electric shovel. That's a no from us, dog. Sauna Ron. Mm-hmm. What else we got here? It says, I have a cordless electric shovel, and I love it. When there's decent snow, it'll help you if you have back problems. That's from Marsh in Ann Arbor.
Right. So I understand the use of a snowblower for heavy snowfalls, deep snowfalls, or if you have a health limitation. We have stories all the time about
heart attacks
happening because people don't exercise. All of a sudden they get out there. I could shovel and
I'm real tough.
Yeah,
okay.
Use a snowblower. And for somebody with a back problem, the question I have about this, will it stand?
No.
If you let go of it?
No, you have to keep it up. I don't have an issue with a cordless version of this. I may even use a cordless version for heavy snow. For the stuff we're getting now, that looks no different than the electric mower to me. But for the stuff we've been getting lately, a shovel will get it done. I don't have a big yard. I can get the shoveling done in, 15, 20 minutes. I don't need to throw this cord around and double back over. And
what makes the cord so much more difficult, other than just the appearance of it, is when it's cold, extension cords are hard to move around. Yeah. They become very stiff.
Thanks, John.
Not flexible. That's what I should have said.
Let's get to Jeff in Bloomfield Hills. Jeff, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. First of all, hey, John, go blue. You and I were at Michigan at the same time, so it's good to hear from you.
Go blue. Hey, did you enjoy last night?
Oh, sure did. It was great.
Big win.
So I have an idea for you. I think since your wife got it for you, you got to, like, stand out. Have her come out there like one of those assistants who used to hold the cord for the head coach in the NFL sidelines, you know? And, like, you can just walk, like, you can be, like, super assertive walking around with your little shovel, and she's out there, like, backing you up with the cord, and it'll look like you're doing something, like, super manly.
I don't think that's going to have that effect. But it would be better. Two-person job. Now we made it a two-person job. Shoveling is now a two-person job.
You have a cord manager, and I mean, is it loud? Because I mean,
No.
you guys could wear the headsets and go all in, so you could communicate. Hey, make sure I'm coming back. Make sure you move that cord.
Too much slack. Joe on a cell. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
So, John, first question for you is: do you have the same brand of mower that your dad and brother have?
I don't know what my dad uses.
Your dad uses I'm neighbors with your dad. He uses a brand that begins with the letter R. That's sold at Home Depot. So grab another battery or take one from him, and you're good to go for your line.
Oh,
you can always have a spare battery.
Yeah. I mean, but those batteries are expensive.
They are.
You're talking two or $300.
Surprisingly, yeah, more than you'd realize.
They are.
Yeah.
So Jim, I have a battery operated shovel that attaches to my weed whacker. You're finding that nowadays there's a lot of brands have weed whackers that have split shafts. The easiest one to see would be if you looked at Steel, the combi system. You can add a whole bunch of attachments to them. But I also have a 3-stage snowblower. I don't use that very much.
I was going to say, Joe, we haven't really needed a snow blower, and we don't get enough snow for me to feel like I need one, you know?
Right. Well, then you can just get like a single-stage snowblower, which is just a big paddle wheel. But what I use more often than not is I have a backpack blower that I use for when I'm cutting my lawns in the summer. I found that works great in the summer. I found that out probably about 15, 20 years ago. I started doing that. My wife thought I was crazy, and now it's when I can do it and it's fluffy snow, I'll use the backpack blower.
Backpack blower for that. Huh.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people doing that, blowing off the sidewalk, blowing off the driveway with the blower.
Did you have fun with this?
I have enjoyed every minute of it. There's no question. And the thought now of the snow coming this evening, Kelsey out there managing your cord along with you blowing the snow, that will definitely, what I'm shoveling, will bring a smile to my face.
Happy to have that effect. All right, smile on your face if you've been watching the Pistons lately. We'll get to that next. 97.1. Came in today, said, John, we had a triple header of hoops last night. What was the headline? And you didn't take the easy answer and say the Wolverines, who had a big win against Purdue.
That was fun. That was great, especially in the Jansen house since I have a Boilermaker. So there was some, and I think Lucy figured out the trash talking that followed the butt whooping that Michigan took down in West Lafayette was returned, and I don't think she liked the return trash talk.
Michigan didn't play their best. They gutted it out, and they picked up a signature win. They're in first place, sole possession in the Big Ten. You didn't take the easy answer by hyping up your Wolverines. You also didn't take the troll answer and made fun of MSU. You really, I've noticed this, you're really buying into what the Pistons are doing.
They last night doubled up their win total from last year. They are a team that is going to be in the postseason play. And I really believe at this point that they are not just a play-in tournament team. They are going to have a position in the postseason, a locked-in position, whether it's the 6 seed, the 5 seed. I'm not going to go much higher than that. But right now they're sitting at the 6 seed, and they have the opportunity to increase the buffer that they have, especially since they're playing Chicago again tonight. But you watch the development of this team, and it does two things. It encourages you and it excites you about what you're seeing this year. It also makes you so mad at what happened last year and what has gone on for a number of years, because Malik Beasley set a franchise record for three-pointers made in a season. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the NBA right now, is being able to shoot three-pointers.
It's a critical part of winning.
And this has been an evolution over the last 8 to 10 years, but especially over the last 5 or 6. If you shoot the three, you're going to be in some games. You're going to win some games. If you don't, you're going to end up with 14 wins.
Yeah, the last regime was asleep at the wheel. I don't know what they were thinking. There was never enough floor spacing. They never tried to complete the roster. Trajan Langdon came in, and he probably thinks he has a lot more work to do, but in a short amount of time, they've doubled their win total. They absolutely feel like a playoff, not just a play-in team. They've given Cade support. John, it's everything we've asked for. I think when Ivy went down, people thought, boy, they're not going to have a number 2. I think in a good way, they still don't, because a bunch of guys have stepped up to make a case to be their second best player. Asar Thompson, Jalen Duren, Malik Beasley. They've flourished. So we wonder if, like, this fan base, which has been dormant for so long, are you guys starting to kind of wake up now? Are you getting excited, and what are your expectations for this team? We'll throw the number out. We want to talk Pistons with you guys after they dropped a bomb on the Bulls last night. They were up 42 at the half. See ya. That game was over.
It was, and I expect much of the same tonight. Just pick up right where you left off, and you know, there was some load management that happened last night, not at the beginning of the game, but in the fourth quarter, where no starter had to play in the fourth quarter.
Kick your feet up. Life's good.
And enjoy the moment. And here's the reason I say the Pistons as well, is because of the leap that they've taken from last year. You could say the same thing about really both Michigan and Michigan State. They're so much better than they were last year. The expectations are now higher for both programs, but I think the stakes are higher for NBA teams. There's more games. I'm more interested in what they're doing, but you can't deny the environments that we saw both college programs play in last night. The college atmosphere is second to none.
Oh, yeah.
Especially in the Big Ten.
Look, I'm not going to be mad at you if you want to call in and talk about the college hoops, too. I just know what the Pistons are doing is worth paying attention to right now. And I said, and I know it's not saying much, it's the best Pistons team in 15 years. Plus. I mean, they've only won 40 games or more twice in that time, and this team's pacing to win 43. Hell, the way they're playing, maybe win 44 or 45. I mean, and it's with upside. Some of the teams that had just kind of eked in and gotten swept, it was, all right, Blake on a bionic knee. Right? It was teams that didn't have much upside. This feels like the start. This is the upward era moving forward for this basketball team.
Right, and because it is the continued development and stardom of Cade Cunningham. You got a superstar in the making. You have at least an all-star this year, but it's also who does he bring along with him? And what does JB do to develop the young talent of Asar Thompson, Ron Holland II, Jalen Duren, and how does he fit in some veteran players? This year, it's Tobias Harris, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Malik Beasley. Next year, we're hoping it's still Malik Beasley, but there might be some other cast of characters that are intertwined in here, but you're starting to add to a roster that is a winning roster that is going to be in the postseason. How far they go this year, I think everything is going to be gravy once they get in, and we have no idea. But then it sets the expectation in the table for what this Pistons team could do in the offseason and be in the years to come.
This is how it's supposed to work. We've seen it with the Lions, and we've seen it even recently with the Tigers. Young team, start to support them, break through, get in, and then you open up a bunch of possibilities. Right? We're talking about the Lions adding a missing piece and the Tigers, and we'll get to this Bregman saga. I know there's some fatigue, but you open up a conversation where you can get even better in the offseason. You make the playoffs with Cade Cunningham, and the conversation is going to be, you've got your own first-round picks now. You can canvass the league and start looking for a Robin, keep the shooting, keep the vets, keep these young guys developing. Ron Holland, to me, is a guy who he's not arrived. I don't think he'll arrive at any point this season, but you're seeing little signs, like the light bulb. It's going off for him. He's a pest on defense. I see the vision with him and Asar, where one of them's on the floor at all times when this team's at their peak, and they are just going to be a menace on the ball. And if either of them can shoot reliably, you could play them both together. But the point is, I think there's more of a cohesive team forming. Malik Beasley said last night it's the tightest group of guys he's been a part of in the NBA, and he's bounced around and been on some good teams.
So I think we've answered the question, and I think a lot of Pistons fans, now that the football season is over and we've all switched over, we talked about it yesterday, what are you going to watch last night? There were 3 games on. It was Michigan, Michigan State, and the Pistons. And all of the games were fun, exciting, disappointment for Spartan fans, disappointment for Tom Izzo, but we are excited about the program, certainly excited about the Pistons. What are your expectations moving forward for the Pistons?
I expect them, and we asked Trajan Langdon that, and he said, yeah, the team's absolutely expected to make the playoffs. Avoid the play-in. I think that's a fair bar to set for this team right now. Expect to get that 6th spot to where you don't have to go in the play-in and you get a true series in the postseason. And depending on who they play, like if it's the Knicks, they've actually played the Knicks pretty well this season. How about win a playoff game? Something they haven't done since 2008 or 9. Definitely 8, maybe 9. Yeah, 2009. Win a playoff game, avoid the play-in. I think those are reasonable goals right now.
Yeah, and so right now as it stands, Cleveland is the belle of the ball with 43 wins. Boston at 38. I'm just talking about the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
And New York has 35 wins. Then you're starting to talk about the Pacers, the Bucks, the Pistons, the Heat, which I think the Heat are going to continue to fall off, especially after the Jimmy Butler trade. Yep. The Atlanta Hawks. But the Pacers are a 29-win team. The Pistons are a 28-win team. Milwaukee, a 28-win team. So, yeah, they are sitting in the 6th spot right now with the opportunity to not just increase the buffer between 6 and 7, which is the cut line for the play-in tournament, but to increase it to possibly be a 5 spot or dare I say, a 4 spot?
I think we're getting a little carried away with that.
Like, if people aren't tuning in and watching, you are missing a team that's growing. You're missing your alpha star growing before our eyes. It looks like he is following that Stafford path we kind of talked about, where he's injured his first couple of years, but now you can see why they took him number 1 overall. And they're just, for me, they're fun to watch. Like, I think people who haven't given them a chance need to give them a chance and just watch. I think you'd be pretty proud of the way this team plays. They're efforting every night, something you don't always see in the NBA, and I think that's been something I've heard from Detroit fans not liking about the NBA. So not only are they entertaining to watch, they're doing it the right way. Last night, they annihilated the Bulls. They were up 101-52 at one point. I'll say this. I think their ceiling, like, I'd be disappointed if they actually fall to the play-in round at this point. I think they should get at least the 6th. And I think that they could take the Knicks to 6 or 7 games. I think if they match up with Milwaukee, they'll probably get run in 5 because Milwaukee has matched up good with them this year.
Pistons 2-1 against the Knicks. It's way too early, but those are the teams that would play if the season ended today.
They would give New York fits, I think.
Ticket Texter says, and I think this is such a great text, and I think people may be in this same spot. I haven't watched the Pistons regularly in 15 years. I jumped in when they played Dallas a couple weeks ago, and I've been watching every game since.
Like, there's a lot of people that are jumping in right now. And whether it's football season being over or it's just the excitement about the Pistons being a team that's simply above 500, we're not talking about a huge bar or a high bar.
No, we're not. So let us know. 248-539-9797. Are you buying in? And what are your expectations for this team? It's 97-1. right, so we get two types of response when we bring up the Pistons. And by the way, one last night, 2 games above 500.
It's not excitement?
Some is. That's the first type of text we get.
Good.
This one says, hurry up and talk Pistons so the 8 fans can hear about their team. And another one says, NBA basketball's boring. College and Red Wings only. Eddie in a car says, I'm not paying for the FanDuel subscription. Gores needs to pull an Ishbia. Make it free.
I think that's a big thing going on with people saying, oh, they're starting to win. Oh, they're 2 games above 500. But I'm not paying to watch Pistons basketball. If you didn't do it for the Tigers, I mean, and you're just a general Detroit sports fan, you're not doing it for the Pistons. You have to be a hardcore NBA
But aren't
guy.
they getting to be worth it at this point?
Well, that's what we'll have to judge and see. I mean, we're throwing it out there. We're throwing a fishing line out there to see if people are paying attention.
So last night you had to pay for a prescription, a subscription to watch any of the 3 games that were going on.
Yeah, Peacock for the college games.
Yeah, I mean, that's a joke, you know. There was a play last night. I don't know if you guys saw it. They almost turned the ball over on an over and back, and Malik Beasley absolutely threw his body over the half-court line to save the ball. And the Pistons end up converting it to points. Like, that's the kind of thing that they're doing. That's the kind of basketball that Detroit Pistons fans or fans in general want.
We say we want.
So they're playing the brand that they're starting to, at least. The foundation is there for what you would like to watch at least my whole life.
Yeah, look, if you were tuned out on the Pistons last year or the last 10 years, you didn't miss anything. I don't think, you feel really bad about that.
Tom, are you willing to say the G word?
G word?
Grit.
There is a little of it.
Oh.
They have talked about admiring what the Lions organization has done. They did it before the season. A little hard work. They have veterans. They brought in these veterans who are fighting hard, kind of showing these guys the ropes. Jim is dead on about Holland. I see the flash. I'm actually surprised he's playing this year, to be honest with you.
Sure.
For what I knew and heard about him when he got drafted.
Very raw.
I mean, people were making Ken Holland? I mean, jokes. It's like I would say that I'm not telling you to buy a subscription. I'm not going to tell you how to spend your money.
Yeah.
But go to YouTube and watch last night's highlights.
See if there's something there.
I've watched like 3 of their games in the last 10 days, very close, and I'm entertained.
But John, it's more of these texts. Wow, they doubled their record from last year. Wasn't that like a record-setting loss? What an accomplishment. The NBA's trash. I think the point is they've doubled it, and there's still a lot of basketball left. I think the point is they're going to have one of their best seasons in a long time, and it's largely all young players who are going to be here for a while.
So take away some of the numbers. Let's just talk about the worst team in basketball last year to a playoff team, not just a play-in tournament, but a playoff team this year.
Hello.
The turnaround in and of itself has been dramatic.
And we've been begging the Wings to flip the script. I know it takes a lot longer in hockey. We've been waiting forever. The Tigers finally broke through, and I thought that was a lot of fun. And we got the Pistons doing it too.
Look at big picture. Sometimes it's easier to go back to the beginning of the year. If I'd have told you that the Detroit Pistons would have passed their over-under win total in Vegas before the All-Star break, you would have said, Tom Milliken, you need to go and get some help.
Sure.
Right?
Well, we say that sometimes.
I know.
Anyway.
I need help. I even say it sometimes. But look, whatever. I mean, it's going to take people a while to buy in, so be it. I'll say this right now. The odds are, I think, somewhat significantly higher that the Detroit Pistons will be playing playoff games at LCA April in the D before the Red Wings.
You knew where I was going with this. If you're not in now, we'll talk to you in April.
They've got a 6-game buffer from where they are right now to being out of the playoffs. So I'm not going to say they're comfortable because we saw the Wings last year with a 9-point lead waste that away. Things can happen. Guys can get hurt. They can go in slumps. I just don't expect that from this Pistons team.
So I want to get this call in here because, Justin, you have a story about signing up for this stuff. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, you guys on the radio, I've been listening just for a couple years. And you guys, I think you guys do such a great job, whether the listeners all want to hear about the sports that aren't great or whatever. You all got me all in last year. So I listened because of the Lions, but then through the off season, I listened to you guys, and you're talking about all the young kids on the Tigers. And then I signed up for the Year of Bally's. It's like $190 for the whole year. So I watched a ton of Tigers games last year. No regrets. It was a fun ride. So then with the new general manager, the new head coach on the Pistons, I was like, man, maybe it's time to get back into basketball because I haven't watched the Pistons since they were good back in, 5, 6? No regrets this year. I've probably only missed 10 games maybe of the Pistons, and I love it. Jim, I love you giving love to Ron Holland because he looks special. Like, he might become something. It's really fun to watch him, Ausar. It's been a great journey watching the team, the changes that JB's done. It's been awesome, and I attribute it to you guys listening to you talk about it on the radio. I was like, wow, I got to see what they're talking about. So I have no regrets.
We feel we should be bringing them up.
Season.
I think that's part of it, Justin, candidly. Like, we feel like we should be talking about this team. Even if maybe everybody's not quite there yet, we feel like they are deserving of the airtime.
Well, there is excitement. Obviously, it was a bummer the way the Lions season ended, but they were a postseason team. There was a lot of excitement going into the offseason. The Tigers, with what they did last year, this could be the first year in our lifetimes, in most people's lifetime, in fact, in anybody's lifetime, that all 4 teams make the postseason.
It's right in front of us. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, a dog is safe after Trenton police just jumped to action on Monday when this dog fell through the ice.
Oh, no.
Yeah, in the canal at Elizabeth Park. So they, received some calls about this dog. They arrived at the scene. The officers knew they needed to get in the water quickly to rescue this dog that was just struggling to stay afloat. So after what police called a tense and physically demanding operation, the dog was safely brought to shore and reunited with its owner. The owners are being recognized for their quick thinking, teamwork, and bravery. And officials are also now reminding the public to be very cautious around frozen bodies of water, especially during these fluctuating winter temperatures. So glad to hear that dog is safe. Concerns are growing over the misuse of nitrous oxide here in Michigan. So a new study found that emergency room visits related to the misuse of nitrous oxide jumped by 132% in the state from 2022 to 2023. Nitrous oxide, it cuts off the oxygen to your brain. You get this high from it.
Yeah. It doesn't sound
what it is, I guess. But there's also, of course, besides, this euphoric high that you can get from it, there's some devastating side effects that can also go along with it, right? Serious risk, paralysis, nerve, brain, spinal cord damage. And there's a doctor with Henry Ford Health that says they have been witnessing these awful effects that are devastating. They said they've seen these otherwise, young, healthy patients come in and they're suffering from a stroke, heart attacks, blood clots in their legs and their lungs, all related to nitrous oxide use. So, pretty sad. Yeezy.com doesn't exist anymore, thank goodness. At least for now, anyway. Obviously, we all know the reason for it.
Yeah.
He basically reduced the site's inventory to sell one single item. It was that T-shirt with the swastika on the front. Yeezy.com was hosted by Shopify. They quickly decided that it violated its policies, so they took the site down. But man, he's going through some things.
He's been going through some things.
He has. A former Yeezy employee is suing him and the company, claiming she was harassed due to her gender and the fact that she's Jewish. Kanye's also been dropped from his talent agency. Good.
Yeah.
Yes. And then he needs to go find some help. Post Malone has left another big tip. He's been this big tipper lately. This time it was at a New Orleans bar during Super Bowl weekend. So he went in there, this bar, the Howlin' Wolf, which any bar really just needs an animal and an adjective, like for a bar name.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like the perfect name for a bar. Anyway, he spent $25, left a $2,000 tip, which is pretty cool. At first, the bartender almost didn't get it because they used Square, and Square marked it as fraud, thought it wasn't real. So she only was awarded $200, but some calls were made,
it's good for him.
Some things were done,
Yeah,
so she got her
cool.
$2,000. But he has done this lately in the last couple of months. He tipped a Pizza Hut manager in Utah like $1,200, a bartender in Houston $20,000 on Christmas. So good for him. Well, this is interesting. There's a new report that says it's possible that workplaces may start providing special days for sexual wellness.
What?
Yes. Not for your mental health. Well, kind of. I guess it correlates a little bit.
Tie in.
Apparently, these so-called sex days would be dedicated time off for intimacy, health, and related needs. And in a survey, more than 3 in 5 employees support the idea of paid or unpaid sex days, and half of employees that have taken these sex days reported increased productivity.
Tom, I need the 23rd off. I'm going to bang my wife.
Yes. And listen, nearly 1 in 5 Americans say they would feel comfortable approaching their manager about taking these sexual wellness days. Yes.
Imagine coming in the next day. Hey, you're glowing.
I can't imagine that conversation. Hey, Jimmy, JP, need a day.
Got to handle some business.
Yeah. I mean, does your significant other have to work at the same company?
No, but she or he would have to also request a sex day too, right?
Yes.
John, when are you putting in your first 2027 sex day request?
Yeah, a couple of years
Start
out.
scheduling them out.
You said companies are actually doing this.
There's a new report out there that says it's possible that workplaces could start doing
No
this.
examples of companies.
No.
Name,
They're not
naming
attaching
any
their
names.
names to that.
Yeah.
No.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, the saga's almost over, okay? But I think people are turning on Alex Bregman, and I want to talk about it coming up next. Are you in or are you out as this thing nears an end?
Are we still talking about the holiday?
John, grow up. It's 97.1. Listen to the show on the Odyssey app. Listen to 97.1 The Ticket for the chance at the ultimate trip to Vegas. $20,000, you and 3 friends, Circa Resort and Casino. That's Vegas' premier sports viewing destination. You visit the biggest March Hoops party, Stadium Swim. Today, pitchers and catchers report for the Tigers. Baseball season is right around the corner. A.J. Hinch will join us tomorrow. Get back into a groove with A.J. John, as excited as people are for this Tiger season, I feel like there's still this cloud that's hanging over the fan base. What's going to happen with Alex Bregman? And many of you, I can feel it, are sick of this. The fatigue is real to the point where some have already turned on Bregman. We don't want him anyway. And it's very break up with him before he can break up with us energy. I'm kind of perplexed at it. We should all be on the same page. We want Alex Bregman in Detroit. And I've seen narratives start to form, justifications. Well, we've got Matt Vierling. Vierling's value is playing everywhere. You can have Vierling and Bregman. Vierling has only started 71 games in his career at third base. That's your everyday third baseman. He also strikes out way more than Bregman does. We're talking about the prototypical two-hitter for this lineup. A right-handed bat, Alex Bregman, puts contact, puts the ball in play, doesn't strike out. He's the right-handed proven bat that they've been eyeing all offseason. They're still in on him, but I don't feel like fans are. He's the steady infield glove on a team with very few. He's the postseason performer. Remember the playoffs? I liked playoff baseball. He's a proven winner, performer, culture guy. But he's Baez 2.0 if you listen to some. But he's not. His approach is completely different. Much better bat-to-ball skills. Baez was a strikeout machine before he even showed up in Detroit. Well, it's too many years. Welcome to owning a baseball team. Right. Nobody's saying 7. There's nobody that's floated a 7-year deal. But this idea that you wouldn't sign him to a 6-year deal? Look, if he doesn't want to play here and he chooses somewhere else for 4 or 5, then fine. But the idea that you don't want him here, I don't understand. Every deal will come with risk. That's owning a baseball team. I don't understand the people who would be hesitant to hand Alex Bregman 6 years at 175, 180. This is one of the 3 or 4 best third basemen in all of baseball. The Tigers do not have a better option. He checks every box. And now I'm seeing people who, I think because of fatigue reasons, or maybe hurt feelings, don't break up with me, I'll break up with you, suddenly aren't in on Alex Bregman. So just let us know where you're at. Be honest. Are you in or are you out, as this is supposed to end literally any day now?
Patience is probably one of the hardest skills that we all have as human beings. And the patience of a Major League Baseball offseason will try anyone to the brink of saying, we don't want a good baseball player. And I will also caution on rumors and what is being said, because we have no idea what is actually being said. If it's that Alex Bregman just doesn't want to be in Detroit, then so be it. And I get people eventually, if that comes out as the reason why, okay, yeah, we don't like Alex Bregman, doesn't want to be here. Well, we don't want players that don't want to be here.
Fine.
But we don't know that to be the case. And I got to believe if he is like 99.9% of all other professional athletes, it's going to be the most money, the most years, and that's where he's going to end up. Now, if everything is the same, you start talking about what are the relationships. And I think the Tigers have an advantage in that with A.J. Hinch. I know Boston also has that type of advantage with their manager. Then you start looking at the ballpark. What type of numbers are you going to put? But if you're talking about a 6-year deal, it becomes somewhat irrelevant because you're not going to be playing for that next contract.
Yeah, the ballpark is the Tiger issue, not a Bregman issue. It's right. The team's issue. But I'll even point out, his home road splits for his career are nearly identical. It's not like he's a product of the ballpark in Houston. People have come up with their own narratives to make themselves feel better if he doesn't end up picking us. And I'll be disappointed if he's not here. I think Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch will be disappointed. They clearly want him. They've been in on him the entire way. Have you noticed they haven't made another move? Gleyber Torres was the only bat they planned on adding. No, they very much want Alex Bregman.
But it all happens at different times. I mean, we've heard about the Myles Garrett, demand. He wants to be traded. Well, people are starting to get grumpy. Well, why hasn't Brad Holmes done this now? And we're only a week into it. The league year doesn't start until March. There's time for all these different teams. And the fact that, Cleveland hasn't said anything about actually trading him. Now you fast forward to, or just move over to Major League Baseball offseason, where you don't have fireworks. There's not shock and awe on the first day of free agency. In fact, it usually takes about a month, and then there's a trickle effect of, Juan Soto signs, and now the market's set, and everything, bounces off of that. But that's not always the case either. I think the landmark is going to be not when pitchers and catchers report, which for the Tigers is today. It's a week from now when the rest of the team reports. Something will happen in the next 7 days. So I just be patient. Hold off. You don't want to offer more than you have to.
Of course.
But we don't know what the other offers may or may not be.
Look, if he signs a 4-year deal to play with the Red Sox, and they'd have to reshuffle their infield, or a 4-year deal to play for the Cubs, some of his old Astros teammates are in Chicago, and it comes out reliably that the Tigers had offered him more years and more money, I'm not mad at Scott Harris. And for Bregman, it's his choice. Free agent. That's the way this works. I wouldn't fully understand giving up more money and denying a chance to play for a playoff team with a manager that you won a World Series with. But it's his choice. He's allowed to make a good or even bad choice. But the choice from the Tigers' perspective is to pursue this guy, to chase this guy, to make him the best offer possible, to do everything you can to make him a Detroit Tiger. He's a guy I still want on this team. And you guys let us know, though. If it's changed, if you've soured on Alex Bregman, help me understand it, because all the narratives I'm hearing just sound like fans lashing out. It doesn't sound like it's grounded in much of any reality.
Well, and here's where I would caution patience. In a division that is going to, most people believe it's going to be the tightest division in the American League. And you've got Cleveland, who won it last year, and it beat the Tigers in the postseason. You have Minnesota that totally fell apart at the end of the year. You have Kansas City. All 4 teams are in a tight race for the division. And we're talking about this year, but it is also moving forward. Cleveland's not going to fall off the map after this year. I don't believe Minnesota will. And Kansas City, we talked about them spending on their pitching staff. They're not going to fall off the map. So if you're trying to compete, what gets you over the hump? Another good bat is going to help. Does that make the difference in getting from to winning the division and having a better seed and having a better opportunity in the postseason? I think it does.
248-539-9797. Steve on a cell. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. How are you guys today?
Good.
Yes. I'm sick of hearing about Alex Bregman. He's just holding the Tigers in Houston hostage. We had a third baseman we let go who was better than anything we had the last 2 or 3 years, Jeimer Candelario. Leads the league in doubles. Then next year, Hinch's staff messed him up. He's gone. We had a second baseman shortstop, Willie Castro, who was better than anything we had the last couple of years. So what are we going to do with Bregman? Mess him up and send him on his way?
I don't really worry about A.J. Hinch messing up Alex Bregman.
No.
And Steve, to the point.
Okay, I give you that. Yeah.
Yeah. Now,
right.
Candelario was a negative WAR player last season. Like I know he had some homers and some doubles, but like he was not a good baseball player a year ago. I'm just not sweating losing Jeimer Candelario.
I wouldn't sweat that one either. And when you talk about adding to this roster, what did we want last year? We just simply wanted a bat.
Yeah. And
we had no idea that the philosophy of Scott Harris was, well, let's let this core develop.
Mm-hmm.
Well, some of it did develop.
You're right.
Now you need to see, can Parker Meadows be that same player that he was at the end of last year? Can Riley Green continue to be an all-star? Are you going to see, Kerry Carpenter with his bat as a DH, and every once in a while you see him here and there? Matt Vierling, is he going to be a consistent guy that you can play at a number of different positions? Doesn't have to be third base, but correct me if I'm wrong, he can be in the lineup along with Bregman at the same time, right?
Correct. Vierling plays
it's not one or the other.
It's one of the great things about Matt Vierling is that he's a super utility, that he can play all over the diamond.
Wait, this wouldn't block Vierling?
Okay. By the way, we'll get thoughts on this and an update on Javi Baez for the opening day roster. Stay tuned. I'm sure you can't wait for that. It's next, 97.1.
Hey, we're all strong on this planet, and if you want to be strong, you got to get to Planet Fitness right now. They've got $1 down, $15 a month, get you in the door. You like what you see because it is clean. They've got a great variety in workouts. They've added a lot to all of their different locations. New plate-loaded machines, free weights, cable tower, Smith machines, upper and lower body strength machines, treadmills, Stairmasters, bikes, you name it, they've got it. That's the place to be. If you want to find more information, you can find it on the web at planetfitness.com. Everybody asks, will you go? I'll show you why I go. I want to be able to play with my kids, not just this year, but in many years to come. And eventually they will have kids. I want to be able to have that same experience with my grandkids. I watch and I'm jealous as to how my parents are able to play with the kids. You want to have that same ability, whether it's going up, maybe you live in an apartment, you got to go up and down the stairs. To do it better, to do it longer, you've got to work out. Planet Fitness is the place to do it. Find your nearest club or join today in club, online, or on the Planet Fitness free app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Yeah, we don't want him anyway. Starting to see that narrative with Alex Bregman. Was it Valenti last week? F this guy. All right, dude, I think he can help the baseball team. I'm the weird guy, apparently.
Just, it's hard to preach patience, but the baseball offseason, the long offseason, will be over soon enough. And this saga, I believe, will be resolved within the next 7 days.
You promise? Because I too want it to be promises.
Yeah. We all do. We all want to know exactly what the Tigers are looking like. And if it's not Alex Bregman,
what's the pivot?
What's the pivot? And I heard Doug talking about the mystery of the trade, because Scott Harris always throws, there's a lot of different ways that you can add talent to the team, and he always throws in trade. So if it's not Bregman, then how are they going to continue to add bats? Because they've added on the mound, and the pitching staff looks great. What we all don't want to see is another great performance by the pitching staff and then a lack of offensive support.
Do you remember in the postseason when they lost games 4 and 5, they were like 1 of 22 or something with runners in scoring position? Close, whatever it was. It was right around that. And the offseason is to add Gleyber Torres on a 1-year deal. It can't be. And I think they know that, which is why they're in on Bregman. And to John's point, and apparently Doug's point too, I think they'd have to pivot if he picks somewhere else.
Yeah, they'll add some other bat to the lineup. What they're going to do, though, is piecemeal something together that's going to make you, have that ugly look that your cat makes after it sniffs its butt on your face. That's a look you always give when I do this to you.
Well, who's the name you brought up pre-show?
It's the money ball, and your look of just...
Well, who did you bring up pre-show, just to be fair?
Listen, I'm simply stating what's been reported out there.
Okay.
That the Tigers are interested in Justin Turner, and people are driving off the road. He's 40.
And he doesn't play third base anymore.
He doesn't play third. But what the concept would be is you're adding the needed right-handed bat.
He draws walks. I get it.
He's their type of hitter. Yep, like you said, draws walks. Doesn't strike out a ton.
It's more of a torque replacement than anything else.
Well, what you would do in this situation is you would continue to do Vierling, Young, and to be determined at third base and piecemeal it together. You would actually have Justin Turner be your DH when they're facing a lefty, because in Carpenter, you'd start platooning like they did last year.
I'm not anti-platoon. I mean, I think some of it is smart. It's how you maximize your roster. But I want to go back to third base because someone still has to play third base. Matt Vierling has 71 career starts at third base. Jay Shung. I have a theory on Jay Shung. Last year, taking all Smarm out of it, they didn't want to block Jay Shung. That's the player they were referring to when they didn't pursue Chapman or some other guys. They didn't want to block Jay Shung. But now they're in on Bregman, which suggests that they may have realized he had a rough year at third base. Isn't a locked-in third baseman. He may play second or first or somewhere else later in his career. So if they aren't sold that he's a future steady third baseman, who is their third baseman this season?
My belief is, first off, remember, I am not endorsing this. I had to look up, are they talking about that Justin Turner when I saw this, okay? So I want to be clear about this. The redheaded bearded guy.
Yeah.
No, I believe in this scenario they would do is play Vierling there more.
Sure, give him a shot.
And you would then have Malloy be in the outfield more.
Yeah, I get it.
Or maybe what's Gio Urshela up to?
He's just trying to get under my skin. 248-539-9797. I promised an update on Javi Baez. Whether you want it or not, we've got it. Evan Petzold of the Free Press, he reacted to, I'm assuming he's reporting this. The Tigers put out a medical update on a bunch of players. One of them is Alex Cobb. Says he has a right hip inflammation issue. He received an injection. Gradually building towards his throwing program, he is scheduled to complete rehab daily. Petzold reports that he won't be ready for opening day. On Javi Baez, right hip lateral repair, is completing full hitting and defensive drills. He will continue to progress his return to play, running progression upon his arrival to camp. It's just kind of a nonsense update, but Petzold says is expected to be ready for opening day. So Javi Baez expected to be ready for opening day per Evan Petzold of the Free Press. We don't need to. No one needs to yell or scream right now. I wanted to pass it along.
Why? You just got mad at me for what I did.
I'm just going to drop that on it. I'm just going to
Harvey, good old Harv.
Go ahead, guys. There you go.
Scott Harris has given himself an out with Javi Baez. I'm paraphrasing, but I think he did say we have to see how the surgery and how the hip movement for Javi Baez affects him in the field and at the plate. And the way I took it was if the surgery didn't result in a player that could go out there and be productive, that they'd find another route.
I took it as if he's healthy, he's on the team. Now, there's a gray area in there. You can be healthy and not be productive, which is what I thought we were dealing with. But they want to get something cleaned up in the hip and maybe it returns some of his power. And look, they may view it as like, hey, this is something that we can really flex. We can fix him. But I know nobody's encouraged to hear that he's expected to be ready for opening day. Well, maybe he can have opening day like everybody else and watch from home. I don't know, but there's your update. I'm ready for opening day as well. I'm not going to be on the diamond. I hope he has a similar opening day to you and I.
Nobody wants to hear about Javi Baez being a part of the Tigers organization. We all understand that. And right now, until there are other better options, which doesn't feel like that would be a huge bar to get over, I mean, I think we got to anticipate that.
All right, ticket text 248-539-9797. Just wrapping up some Tiger talk. Again, AJ Hinch will join us tomorrow on the show. Pitchers and catchers have reported to Lakeland. Baseball is in the air. And really, we do want to move past the Bregman stuff because there's a lot of other Tiger storylines. Flaherty's on the team, the 5-man rotation, Job's role, Keith over to first. There's a lot of baseball that we're going to be talking in the next couple weeks here. Bregman just kind of hangs over all of it because it does swing. It's a huge free agent move. It'd be a huge swing for this team and make them the favorites in the Central, I think, pretty comfortably.
Some people don't think he's going to make a decision until we get into early March.
I can't wait.
It'd be interesting to see if the Tigers would let that continue to, drag out for them. I mean, that's the thing you run into a little bit right now. We're getting to a point where, the players are aware of this.
Oh, yeah.
And how it affects them.
Did you see? So Cubs players were asked, are you guys recruiting him? I'm sure they're going to get asked about it too. There's reports Alex Cora, the manager of the Red Sox, really wants Alex Bregman. Like, it's turned into that now with everybody getting back out to the field.
Well, AJ's had to have talked to him, right? You would think. I mean, went to lunch with Correa, remember?
Yeah, I'm just curious his role in the recruitment process. I mean, AJ's got a good relationship with Bregman. I'm sure that could only help.
I mean, we still don't know. Does he really want to be here? Or is he just him and Boris using the Tigers for leverage?
Well, and if he is, I can't blame the Tigers. It's not their fault that someone doesn't want to be here.
Right. And it's like, I would think AJ's on board with Scott Harris in terms of there comes a point in time where this is, if he does want to play here, it's not probably about the money more so than as the years. Right. That seems to be the Tigers' issue.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know that they're not offering enough years, right?
Well, I said to you guys earlier when we talked about this, I would actually just offer him $4 and $150. You're overpaying him. And the term's not killing you like it bothers some people.
Okay.
So is that what bothers people more, is the term versus the money?
Without a doubt, ticket text, that's the general thing. People go, I have a trouble going 5 years. I really do. And at what point I would reverse it on Jim and ask, well, what's your limit in years?
10. No, I think
not 7.
No,
not 8.
No. But so there was the report from Nightingale who said 6 or 7. I haven't seen anybody insinuate he's been offered a 7-year deal, which to me means 6 is the high end. I would be comfortable acknowledging you may get burned on the back end a little bit, but the front end gives you a prototypical number 2 hitter, slots in right behind Parker Meadows, who you could double in and single in from first. Get on base in front of Riley Green. It really does cement the top of their order to get a right-handed bat with good bat-to-ball skills. Doesn't strike out as often as Matt Vierling or Javi Baez. I look to Bregman, and I know we all look to Bregman to get an answer here.
Very quick.
Yeah.
The bad years, though, years 5 and 6, he can't play third anymore, and he has no power.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do with him?
Yeah. You're stuck, right? He becomes Maglio.
Well, does he go to first base? Well, traditionally, you don't have a no power guy at first, and DH.
And you don't want to DH a guy with no power.
That's the knock against the.
Does he slide to second base at that point?
It's not going to be ugly like Javi. I mean, Javi was a strikeout fiend. This regime didn't bring him in.
All right, yeah, you're pointing at the clock. We're going to keep the show rolling here. We got a lot still to do. Coming up next, a check on the coaching hires in the NFL. What grade do you give each of the hires? It's next on 97.1. Start with Moran. Cool. 3, 2, 1. Great news. Moran Chevrolet is officially Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer for 2024, which means they're celebrating with awesome deals all month long. So get off the sideline and get into the game with Moran Chevrolet, where you can lease the 2025 Blazer for $299 a month. That's 24 months and just $999 down. Deals like that, it's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal, shop online, moranexpress.com, or check them out in person on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Brightside Dental. It's a new year. It's time to talk about your new smile. If you've been putting off seeing the dentist, make a plan to come and see Brightside Dental, especially if you didn't go last year. Nobody's judging you, but if you're feeling self-conscious, at Brightside Dental, they'll get you in with no judgment. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. They're not going to wag a finger and give you a hard time. I was in that spot. Post-college, I moved out to Grand Rapids, didn't have a regular dentist. Missed some of those 6-month cleanings. It's easy to fall out of the routine, but it's totally easy to get back into it. Make an appointment, get it off your plate. 9 Metro Detroit locations, including the newest in Trenton. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. A little long? Are we good? Uh, 5 seconds. I'll do one more. 3, 2, 1. It's a new year. Let's talk about that new smile. If you put off seeing a dentist last year, make a plan to come and see Brightside Dental, especially if you didn't get in 2024. If you're feeling self-conscious, it's okay. At Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. They're not going to shame you. And I remember being in that spot. Moved away, post-college, didn't have that regular dentist, missed those 6-month cleanings. It's easy to get back into routine. Make an appointment, take it off your plate. 9 Metro Detroit locations, including the newest in Trenton. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Too short? Okay, you figured out. Okay. And KG. 3, 2, 1. If you're injured in a car accident, you need help, and you need someone who cares. That's KG Law. Lawrence KG built his business with a loyal staff, and they've been there from the start. I've met those people. They don't cut corners, but they care, and they care because they... Let me do that again. Lawrence KG built his business with a loyal staff that's been there from the start. I've met those people. They don't cut corners. They care, and they win. The phone number, 877-KG-CARES. Check them out, kgcares.com. Lawrence KG cares about his clients. You're not going to be left in the dark worrying about updates. They are all over it. So if you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. Okay.
Hey, don't let the cold creep in. If you need your furnace service today, do what I did and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And with snow and cold still on the way, it's a call that you should make now. They've got the best equipment, the best prices, and here's why you need to make it now. They offer same-day service. Plus, there's a 5-year warranty, so you know you're covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle, up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. Call for more details, or you can visit them online at mastercraftheating.com.
I got to talk about the Pistons. We'll do it coming up at 9:35. Last night, you had Michigan and Michigan State. We said, hey, it's a spotlight opportunity for college hoops in the state. Michigan delivered. Spartans have lost 3 of 4.
It's a frustrating stretch, but tell me if you've not heard this before. And not normally because at the beginning of the season, because his schedule's so tough, Tom Izzo. Mm-hmm. But I don't think there's anybody that should be hitting the panic button. I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of frustration. There's probably a lot of frustration between 2 and 6.
How do you lose to Indiana?
They're going to be just fine. I don't think he hasn't forgotten how to coach. And it's like Aaron Judge trying to get that one home run. There's added pressure to the team, to Tom Izzo, and there's also extreme motivation. If there was any team last night that would have been more motivated than Indiana, I don't know who that could possibly be, because it is Bob Knight's record that he is going to break. It just didn't happen last night. He is going to break it.
Kind of a tough stretch coming up. I'm not sure when he's going to break it.
Well, he's got Illinois, right?
Yeah.
All right. There's your candidate.
If it's not Illinois, though, I think it's a bunch of ranked games coming up. They'll play Michigan. They'll play, I think Wisconsin's in there.
And, we'll talk about the Michigan game much more leading into next Friday.
Purdue, Maryland, yeah. Bunch of good games coming up. But, yeah, we'll talk Michigan State.
Yeah. It's the excitement level right now for basketball in the state of Michigan, whether it's the Pistons, it's the Spartans, it's the Wolverines, is so much different than it was at this same time last year.
Yeah, and maybe some of you are still shaking the cobwebs from football, and the teams weren't very good a year ago, so you don't really have like a burning desire to pay attention. But Michigan last night, I'll tell you, far from their best game, but an entertaining game. Right? They're scratching, they're clawing, they're fighting. Right before the half, they cut into the deficit, and then even late in that game, they had to come back in the final 4 or 5 minutes. And I just thought plenty of plays swung that game, but to me the most jaw-dropping was when Wolf splits 2 defenders on his way to the hoop, and you go, that's a 7-footer.
Right.
When he's dialed in, and he was hit and miss a little bit last night. When he's dialed in, defenses have a hard time with him.
Well, and the difference between when they played in West Lafayette,
night and day,
is guard play. That was the biggest difference. And it had a chance early on in this game for it to get away.
Oh, it started going the wrong way.
100% to get away from them, but they reeled it back in. They did when you're playing a team that is better than you, and Purdue is a better team. They didn't win last night, but they're a better team. You've got to be able to keep it close and within striking range so that you can make some plays in the final moments, and Michigan was able to make those plays last night.
The 3 teams we're talking about, Michigan, Michigan State, and Purdue, are all fighting for the Big Ten title. They're all separated by within a game, half game to a game. Michigan currently sits sole possession of first place. That's how big that win is. You win at home. It's going to matter for seeding come tournament time. It could matter for who wins the Big Ten regular season crown.
Well, and how awesome is it to think that Michigan, all right, you're going to get a chance to play in Ann Arbor on Friday night. Michigan, Michigan State. 2 teams that are vying for a Big Ten title. And then who ends the season, the regular season? Michigan, Michigan State in East Lansing at noon on March the 9th.
That's awesome.
That's going to be awesome.
Is that like a Saturday or Sunday then?
It must be. It's a noon game.
Yeah, we'll have to be. Duh. Sorry. But yeah, they get 2 head-to-head meetings coming up in the next next month or so here. A week from Friday, they'll play for the first time.
Yeah.
For Michigan State, no panic. Fine, no panic. I'm not going to sound the alarm bells. I think losing 3 of 4 is going to definitely make people feel a certain way.
As it should.
Yeah.
And it should be a motivator.
It should be a wake-up call for this team.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Let's get to Heather with the news.
The mom of Philadelphia Eagles safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson is shaking off the hordes of bad reviews her restaurant was hit with after her son took a shot at Travis Kelce's relationship with Taylor Swift. So after the Super Bowl ended, he shared a photo on Instagram, probably everywhere on social media, of himself kind of in front of Kelce, and he suggested that Kelce should basically have stayed with his ex. Not in those terms, right? But what he said implied that he should have still been with his ex. And that's when a bunch of Swifties decided, you know what? We're going to get revenge. And they got revenge on his mom. They left a whole bunch of bad reviews on King's Grill's page. But little do they know, his mom's just laughing it all off. So the restaurant's not even up and open.
Yeah,
so.
but they'll find your next restaurant. Don't mess with the Swifties.
Look out. They had to like shut down the page because they were getting so many bad reviews that they had to, like, whoever it is, the internet stepped in and shut them down. So Super Bowl 59 is obviously officially over, and now it's time to focus on Super Bowl 60, which will be played at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, California. It's going to be broadcast on NBC with Peacock streaming the game online. And with all of that, the new Super Bowl logo was also revealed. And for those conspiracy theorists out there, the primary colors, I guess you could say, it's a very colorful logo, but the primary colors are blue and gold, maybe you would say. It was definitely a lot of blue.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, the sky is blue. We could say it's Honolulu blue.
You could say that.
Yeah, so
I would say the second most prominent color is that like pink purple that they use for the bridge and some of the trees.
And
so
there's a little bit of red. There's some green mixed in there, and that gold yellowy color. I mean, there's
is that going to be Baltimore?
It could be Baltimore.
I mean, we could go ahead and find our opponent now.
Expansion team.
Oh, could be. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's that team in Germany or Australia.
One of these days.
Yeah. There's a massive recall on canned tuna. And if you've bought some at Trader Joe's here in Michigan, you should probably throw it away because if you've recently purchased this tuna, Trader Joe's, Costco, or Walmart, in Michigan, it sounds like it's only the one sold at Trader Joe's. Throw it away because the manufacturers issued this nationwide recall over concerns of botulism. Which could be deadly.
Yeah.
Basically, it could kill you. They issued the recall on February 7th and just said they did it out of abundance of caution. There was a defect in their cans, which then, like, it could be slightly open. It could, anyway, if you don't die, you could have muscle paralysis, breathing issues. I mean,
so don't risk it.
That's what bad tuna will do for you.
It's yes. So just be on the lookout there. Paper straws could be a thing of the past. Yeah.
We get it, John. You're slick.
What are you talking about? Paper straws.
Yeah, moving on to paper straws. Could be a thing of the past. We just did this in our cookie jar, and I think all of us hated paper straws. But President Trump said Monday he's banning federal use of paper straws, saying that they don't work and don't last very long. So instead, he wants the government to exclusively move to plastic. Plastic straws, as we know, which is kind of why they went away, have been blamed for polluting oceans, harming marine life. I think there was a thing about turtles. They'd get them stuck in their nose. So Trump said Monday that he thinks it's okay to continue using them. And he said, quote, "I don't think that plastic is going to affect the shark very much as they're munching their way through the ocean." Anyway, the plastic manufacturing industry is super excited about this. And environmental groups are not very excited. They think that he is moving in the wrong direction on single-use plastics.
He is right that those straws just don't work. Those paper straws are a disaster.
Well, they get soggy.
They fall apart.
Yeah, they get soggy, and then you can't get your drink out of them. But they also I hate paper straws. But like I said, in a cookie jar, I'd rather just not
Just no
have
straw.
a straw.
Yeah, no straw.
I don't need a straw.
Oh, I need a straw.
Do
you?
Yeah, I don't like the ice.
On your teeth?
Yeah.
On your poor little teeth.
Yeah, I know. Yes, I like using a straw.
Oh, I do like a straw too, but I'd be fine without one. It depends on the glass. You know those old school like plastic glasses that are like, I think of Pizza Hut. They're like,
the red ones with the bubbles. Yeah.
I don't like drinking out of that.
Why?
But like a glass cup, I'm okay
Why?
with.
Because it just never looks clean?
Maybe. I don't know what it is. It's all a mental thing. Like I'd rather drink out of a glass cup than a plastic one at a restaurant.
Yeah, sure.
It's all mental. Anyway, the Giants schnauzer named Monty just won Best in Show at the Westminster Dog Show in New York last night.
Oh, good for them.
Congrats to him. He's so cute. He's actually a really large dog. It was the third year in a row he'd made the final, and it's the first time a dog from the working group has won since 2004.
What is the working group?
I don't know. And he's the first giant schnauzer to ever win. And it's the last time you're going to see Monty because he's retiring.
Oh.
Yeah, he is big. When you think of a schnauzer,
giant schnauzer,
I think of a smaller dog, but this one's very
big
giant.
One.
Yeah,
big dog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, the Pistons. Come on now, people. It's 97.1. Look, last night you had a triple header of hoops, and first thing I asked John is what stood out, and he didn't take the easy button with the Wolverines, right? His Wolverines. He didn't take the trolling option, highlighting, the Spartans' misery losing. John, you really are grabbing on and embracing this Pistons team. I'm not sure if everybody else is, but we want to hear from you. If you haven't, what's it going to take? And if you have, what's caught your eye?
Well, last night was the opportunity for the Pistons to double up on their win total from last year. Okay, you look at it and say they're 2 games over 500. What are we celebrating? We are celebrating a team that has such great potential, whether it's this year in the postseason, it's the optimism that you have moving forward, and low bar to get over, no question about it. When they hit 15 wins, when they hit 3 in a row, like there's different things that we've celebrated this year because we just haven't had that opportunity for a decade plus. Now all of a sudden we've got a team that is giving us something to be excited about, that's something that's fun, but it's also something that they could continue to build on. The trajectory of this team, for a team that is just barely above 500, they doubled their win total from last year. You're watching a star in the making in Cade Cunningham. You're watching the support along with him, whether it's Asar Thompson or it's Ron Holland II. You're watching Jalen Duren, the future of this team. Now, some of those guys may not be here. And we know all the guys that they signed under 1-year deals or 2-year deals. Malik Beasley, we all kind of want him back. Yeah. He wants to be back. We'll see what happens. But for the ones that you believe will be here and a part of what is to come, you're starting to get excited about the future of this team.
Look, the organization was so poorly run, they nuked their own fan base. Starting in about 2009 when they traded away Chauncey Billups for Allen Iverson, and the thought was we'll reboot with Ben Gordon and Charlie V. Right? I don't need to take you through the history of the franchise, but basically since that moment, it's been all downhill with a few little blips, Blake Griffin for a hot second, but it culminated last year with the lowest point in franchise history. Monty Williams helped drive this thing off the cliff, but JB Bickerstaff has worked his magic, and Trajan Langdon has given them some shooters, and suddenly there's a pulse, there's a heartbeat. John, they're in the 6th seed right now. They're avoiding all of the play-in nonsense, the one game, gotta win to get in. Right now, they're legitimately a playoff team. And it's not a month or two into the season, right? We're about the All-Star break here after tonight's game. Cade Cunningham is the All-Star that we've waited for, right? This whole time, you got to win in the NBA with stars. The 04 Pistons were an anomaly. You need stars. Well, we got a star. Mm-hmm. Got Cade Cunningham. Yeah, but you got to build around him. And Troy Weaver did a terrible job of that. But now suddenly Malik Beasley, he sets the franchise record for most made threes in a season. We still have 20-plus games. Welcome to the modern NBA. We have some shooting around these guys now. Tim Hardaway Jr., Tobias Harris, some veterans. Imagine that.
Oh, you got to shoot threes in today's NBA?
Yeah, and you're not bringing along all these guys like it's a daycare. There's actually a thought in how you want to organize your team, and Asar Thompson is the latest young player to benefit, right? The blood clot issues, I think that's what it was. It's behind him. And he's thriving. Ron Holland in a smaller role. I'm starting to see little signs of life there. They're 2 games above 500. Nobody's planning a parade. But I think the thing that we complained about for 10, 12, 15 years, we're starting to see what we've been asking for. A team that competes every night, a team that has a star, a team that builds around its star. They're a well-coached team. The GM's got his head screwed on straight. Right? Trajan Langdon, president of basketball ops, has done all the things we could have asked him to do right now. I like that he kept Malik Beasley. I know it would have been tempting to trade him to a contender. I liked it. And Malik Beasley has said, this is as tight-knit a group as I've been a part of. They have this belt that they hand to the player of the game, and he talks about the Call of Duty lobbies that they play. Like, they're a very tight-knit team right now, and that team, I think, is something that people should be paying attention to. If you're not, let us know what it's going to take.
Well, and we talk about the low bar, doubling up their win total, being a playoff team. And are you excited? And I think both of us are. A lot of Pistons fans are excited about what they're seeing. I'll try and ask it in a different way. When was the last time you were excited about a Pistons team? Probably not in your adult life.
I've been doing this job for over 10 years, and at no point have I felt this good about this team. This is the best team I've seen since 2008 when they were going to the Eastern Conference Final. Maybe 2009 when they were still kind of the remnants of that team. So 15-plus years since they've been this good. This exciting, right. This promising.
And so, what, were you in high school?
Yeah, I'd been in high school, John.
Yeah, so I mean, but that's my point. There's a generation of of Pistons fans or NBA fans that haven't been Pistons fans because there's been no reason. Now there's a reason. Yeah. Are you getting on board? Are you excited about what you're seeing from whether it's Trajan Langdon and the construction of this franchise, if it's JB and how he is handling the talent? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, they are doing what we wanted the Tigers to do last year. They are developing their young talent. They've also complemented it with Malik Beasley, Tobias Harris, Tim Hardaway Jr., guys that have been through a few NBA seasons, have some experience, and now they are not just JB, but it's the other guys on this team, the veterans on this team that are teaching some lessons, whether it's through example or actually verbally relaying that message of how to be a pro, how to be a good team.
And they've been kicking ass. I mean, the last 3 games, they've started on fire. And look, the other team's going to make a run, but we aren't seeing this team give it up, right? Learning how to win and putting some games away. If they end up holding the 6th seed, which I think would get people's attention, right? They're only there today. You got to finish. If they hold the 6th seed when the season's over, you avoid the play-in. You draw the Knicks, a team they've beaten twice at Madison Square Garden already this season. Cade's already had a couple moments at the Garden. How about a playoff win for the first time since 2009? I mean, like, maybe that's what it would take to get people bought back in. I don't know. I mean, I thought Cade on the ascent was kind of a huge story to watch this season, and we've seen it. So if you got to move the goalpost, move the goalpost, but this is everything we asked for.
What's more exciting? Is it what we're seeing by the Pistons or what we're seeing by both college programs? What is more exciting?
Okay, so this is a tough question to answer because the product of college basketball to me, and I know some people love it, so I'm not coming for you. To me, it's a struggle for those teams to shoot 40% from the field. No one can shoot. They can't handle the press. Like, to me, college basketball's appeal is in the unpredictability of March.
Right.
I prefer the NBA product. I know I'm probably on an island because a lot of people don't like the NBA product, but I love what the Pistons are doing. That's more interesting to me.
Well, it's more interesting. There's more at stake with the Pistons, but the environment of watching college basketball, if you were at Chrysler Center last night, it had to be unbelievable. And, I mean, it didn't last long when they were down in West Lafayette at Mackey, and most people say Mackey is the best environment in the Big Ten.
Certainly up there, yeah.
And I got to imagine in East Lansing, it didn't end the way you wanted it to, but there's a level of excitement that you get in college basketball that you don't get in one of 82 in the NBA.
I totally agree with that. I mean, some of the venues in the Big Ten, you want to spotlight Mackey, Assembly Hall for Indiana when the Hoosiers are rocking. Chrysler, I think last night, it's gone dormant at times, but last night, the I-Zone when it's really thriving in East Lansing. You've got great venues in the Big Ten. And I mean, ACC ball too, but I mean, we're doing a show in Big Ten country. Yeah, the NBA environment for a regular season game you can't compare it. I'll give you that. 248-539-9797. Some of your thoughts. Ticket Texter says, Tom gave me some fresh ticket texters. This one says, it's a hockey state.
Well, I mean, yeah, we'd be talking more hockey, except there is no hockey right now.
And hockey is the sport I love.
It's the first game. The first game is tonight, though, right?
Yeah, the Four Nations face-off.
Yeah.
Who's Canada play tonight?
Sweden.
U.S. plays tomorrow. Okay, yeah. Look, I think it can be polarizing. I feel like people end up picking one or the other, hockey or basketball. You don't have to pick between both. You can watch both.
You brought up 08. Well, both made the finals, and people cared about both.
Yeah.
It is a little troubling that people – I think it's the FanDuel Bally's thing with the Pistons.
Yeah?
I don't think people ever signed up for it. And I think it's much like the Tigers. It's going to take definite, them being in the race for people to start, checking it out or paying for it.
So when does it count as being in the race? Because they're in the race now.
But the thing is, I think it's going to be a harder sell for the Pistons because they've been dormant for so long.
They've done so much damage to their fan base that you don't repair that overnight. I can understand that.
I mean, in reality, in the last, 8 months, Tom Gores has kind of said, I'm going to do whatever it takes. I mean, early on, I think you can applaud him. This is a guy who people have called clueless in the past, okay? He paid that money to get rid of Monty. Was the whole thing a joke before that? Yeah, but if he corrects it, that's all that matters. I mean, the bottom line for me is the brand of basketball is entertaining right now. You have a budding superstar and the role players, and I think maybe a future with Holland and Thompson being key components. You know, we still wonder about who's going to be there's, Robin to Cade, but we don't need to get there yet. I'm actually enjoying the fact that they're already over their projected win total for the season.
Yeah, that's a
you would
great
have said
way
I
of
was
putting
on
it.
crack if I had said that before the year.
Yeah, when they lost Ivy, they lost a chance to truly evaluate him as their number 2. And no one has cemented the case as being the Robin.
They've won more without him.
But I was just going to say, there's a lot of guys who have stepped up. Thompson on any given night, you could argue, is their second best player. Beasley, a lot of these nights. Duren has a nice little passing touch, double-double. I mean, when Cade throws him an oop, it's a layup. I mean, they're in sync right now.
I can't remember if it was late second quarter or early third. They were destroying the Bulls. They were up 71-29 at the half. And they kind of were a little reckless with the ball, and Beasley saved this ball going from being an over and back, like all out. He gave up his body, launched himself to save this ball, and that grit and effort is something that's usually pretty attractive to Detroit sports fans.
Something to think about here for a couple minutes. Coming up next, your reaction to this. The Pistons can't do anything to get me back. The NBA lost me a long time ago. How much of this is not even the Pistons' fault at that point? It's 97-1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal You. Go to idealu.us now, and you can lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. So whether your resolution is to lose 10, 100, or anywhere in between, Ideal You works, and it works fast. I lost 10 in the first 10 days. I lost 50 in the 40 days that we're talking about, and I got to eat real whole food. So do you know what that means? It wasn't shakes and bars, so it's something I could stick with. It was a lifestyle decision for me. Ideal You's weight loss coaches work with you every step of the way. Your coach is going to help you lose weight, and they're going to help you keep it off. Talk about that lifestyle change. I am now down 70 pounds from when I started. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal You is a Michigan-based weight loss company that's helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90% of Ideal You customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. I like those statistics. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now and get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year off right. Lose weight. Get that $200 Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
We're at a weird time. The Pistons are playing good ball. John, you're super excited to talk about them. I am too. Tom has highlighted the brand of basketball they play. Yet we get kind of a mixed response when we bring them up, just to be honest. You get plenty of people who go, boring, can't stand them. And I think some of this is the damage they've done over the last 15 years, just being so bad. But the last text we read was, it's the NBA. The product has become hot garbage. Texter says players have become total pansies. They can't play back-to-back because their 25-year-old bodies can't take it. So cool for fans to spend hard-earned money watching their favorite players sit out. Meanwhile, NFL players want to play through concussions and broken bones. Is it an NBA issue more than it is a Pistons issue?
Oh, yeah. I think there is a large part of that. It's a lot of the basketball that you're watching in the NBA is boring, and it's repetitive. It's unwatchable at times. And so I think there is an NBA issue.
Okay, all true. Ratings are down. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
People are turned off by the excessive three-point shooting. That's a fact. And you'll probably see over the course of 5 to 10 years of more of a regression back to a little bit less threes, I would anticipate. It reminds
Only if there's rule changes, because, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 is more than 2.
Well, baseball,
can confirm.
Baseball listened, and I think you'll see the same in basketball. It is... I can tell from watching a freshman in high school play, a very frustrating watch right now. The obsession with threes, and then watching JV, and it's just, and kids camp out at the 3-point line. It's all, I think I think analytically, baseball is shifting back a little bit. Analytics are still going to dominate, but it became too dominating, and I think that's what's happened with the 3. But all these things are true, but what people are missing right now is, do you care about the Detroit Pistons?
All of it, yeah.
They're your team. One of the funnest times to be a sports fan, I believe, is when a team has been in misery and turns the corner and has refreshing hope.
Yeah.
And that's what I see right now.
Can I ask a question? When you're at these high school games, do you want to grab the kids and be like, you're not Steph Curry? Like, you can't, you're none of you are going to be Steph Curry.
By the way, okay, so first off, we had a game yesterday, and I think at least 3 times I had my face in my palms. Like, just...
Yeah.
Not getting back on defense. You could have disrupted a play and gotten a foul instead of them getting an easy layup.
Right, but okay, you're talking about things that are inherent to youth basketball, and it was that way 30 years ago, 50 years ago.
I bet you tried. You didn't give up on getting back.
It is inherent to youth basketball. There's nothing sexy about defense. Taking the charge. Your coach might get fired up about it, but it's all about the 3-point shot. And that's where it is different now than it was 15, 20 years ago. But in terms of, hey, could you throw a bounce pass instead of a chest pass that gets intercepted? That is a conversation that coaches have had with players for generations.
We had one of those on the inbound yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, literally just go under his arms. If he's up like this the whole time on the sidelines,
right,
go below it or go between his legs and make him look like a fool.
This has nothing to do with the lack of interest in the NBA. It is where it starts.
Yeah.
And it's promoted because your kids are allowed to shoot threes. And even if they can't make them, even if they can't hit the backboard, they chucking from deep.
He did ask me about it.
I did. And I also want to get to Keith in Dearborn Heights. Keith, you think the Pistons are rising above all of the issues the NBA has?
I do. I was talking to the screener, and I've been pretty heavy into the Pistons all season. I've been less the last couple of years, but definitely this season, especially with all the mix-up front office. But I feel like it is. The NBA is a bad product as far as the threes. It's hard to watch. But the Pistons don't play we're not playing that style of game. I think for me, my wife, my kids, it's almost funner for me to watch the Pistons whenever we're on the defensive end of the ball, because you get to see these kids and these guys play defense. You don't see defense in the league very much, and you'll see that when you do, you usually win. Last night was a total showing of that, like a blowout. At one point, we were up like 27 points, and Schroeder dived to save a backcourt violation, and that whole transition between the two teams, the ball touched like 12 hands. It was crazy, but it just goes to show that these guys, I mean, Stu grabbing balls from going out of it was cool, and it's different. I don't really watch any of the NBA games just because it's been like that. But I love watching this Pistons team specifically because of the defense aspect that they bring to the game. Something that you can't really teach these, like you were just like Gov was saying, the kids these days, they just want to kind of camp out and not play defense and wait for that catch and shoot so they could be like Steph or it's just I love what the Pistons are doing. I hope they continue to play like this. I like Cade. I'm not hot on Cade because more times than none, I catch him slacking on the defensive end as far as like he could put his hand in there to kind of mix it up when this guy's trying to Euro step through the lane. But it's little things like that bother me. He's a great player, phenomenal player, and he does great things here in Detroit. But if he played defense just as hard as everybody else on the team did,
I think he's bought in more on the defensive end than maybe you're giving him credit. I'm not telling you can't find a play here or two over the course of the game, but Gator, you were shaking your head too.
I mean, look, when you see that a guy has achieved something that only Oscar Robertson and Luka Doncic have done in NBA history to this point, being the youngest players to get to whatever it is, 4,000.
The milestones, yeah.
1,000 assists, 1,000 rebounds, whatever the stat is. That's impressive. When you bring up Oscar Robertson's name, I think it's always impressive. And then, okay, let's validate that with a modern play like Luka and understand that that's what Cade's doing. He's absolutely a star right now. Will he be a superstar is the question. He's trending in that direction. It's not like this guy is like 29, 30 years old.
Right.
I mean, they're fun to watch. And you guys were talking about they haven't had that guy develop yet to be the Robin. We don't know. I think it's Beasley.
Yeah,
I think it's flat out Malik Beasley is the Robin on this team. When you had, was that his 7th or 8th game where he's had 7 3-pointers in a game? That's pretty amazing, and it's exactly what they wanted to do was go out and get a shooter. They got a shooter, and I don't know about you guys, but I am ultra confident that he ends up being a Piston for a long time because I think that's just what Tom Gores does. If the Pistons get to a point where they're a trendingly good team like they are right now, and you feel like that's going to be sustained, I don't think Gores cares a lick about the luxury tax if you ever get to a situation like that.
Right.
So, yeah, I feel pretty good they're going to have the guys for a while.
What do you guys got coming up today?
Plenty of basketball talk with all 3 teams in action last night. Additionally, I have a question whether or not I'm being an irresponsible adult.
Oh,
I have a quick question for you. Have you ever heard of an electric shovel?
No.
Okay. We talked about it earlier. If people missed it, they can catch it on podcast or
Is
rewind.
that an Urban Dictionary thing?
An electric shovel. 7:35. But anyway, Carson Anderson are next. They got a fun show ahead. It's 97.1.
Hello and good morning. Karsch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I'm Doug Karsch. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. How are you today, Scott?
Doing all right.
Yeah?
Yeah. Just trying to prepare for Snowmageddon.
Okay, so here's my question. I never prepare for Snowmageddon. I do nothing. And I'm reading stories about the local, hey, there's a run on milk and bread, and obviously Kang yesterday couldn't find salt. We told that story. He ended up trying to steal it from a Meijer accidentally. Well, he didn't try to. He thought he was buying salt, and it turned out it was the Meijer supply of salt that they used to salt their own walkways.
Which, by the way, that must be the good stuff if they don't want to sell it to me.
Yeah, I think so. I think you need to go back and see if you can tap into that supply.
I'm going to keep trying.
But am I an irresponsible adult, an irresponsible protector of my family, an irresponsible provider if I'm not out there hoarding goods? I never have.
No, I'm not a hoarder of goods type thing. I'm just, getting mentally prepared. Is there a checklist of things that you want to make sure that you do or that you have to do? Or you're ready just in case, hey, power goes out, you know where the flashlights are, where the candles are, something like that. If you've got children get ready, for school and stuff, you make sure that they know what the protocols are for the snow day. And, how does that change? If you're a parent, I imagine it's different now. It's probably easier to deal with a snow day now than what it was pre-COVID. I say that because pre-COVID, people were working in office buildings and stuff like that. And now today,
more people work at home.
More people are working at home. So maybe it's easier from that standpoint. For me, it was really just I called my mom last night and wanted to make sure that she's going to be all set for what's coming.
That's being a great now you're being a great son.
This is true.
Maybe I should check in on mom and dad.
To make sure that they get that she's got the service that comes in and plows the driveway, because it's not just what's going to happen tonight into tomorrow morning. Apparently Saturday is supposed to be pretty rough too. So you got a daily dose of it. Or a couple doses of it.
Free Press put out something today that I found fascinating. We were trying to figure out whether we should do anything with it. But it was like predictions by inches of how much snow many cities in Michigan are going to get. And I'm like, well, this is kind of fun. What do we do with this? And we came up with nothing. But give me a city. Just give me a random city.
Rockford,
Michigan is expected to get, see, here it is. It's not listed. I knew this was going to happen. Give me another city. Taylor, not listed.
You're better off going obscure.
All right. Sterling Heights.
I said obscure.
Sorry, I went obscure. I thought.
You think Sterling Heights is obscure?
I don't know. I thought Rockford may have been, but
yes, that path. Go that path. Like Rockford. Keep going that way. Like weird central.
This is the problem with the list. This is why we weren't going to do it. I thought it could be fun.
Algonac.
Not listed. Good God. This is not your fault.
Almont. You're asking me to name cities, and then the king says go obscure, and I'm going to Almont.
I mean, there's like 50 cities on this list, and none of them, you haven't mentioned any of them.
Well, what to Sterling Heights?
It's not your fault. I didn't mean to. Maybe we should just strike this from the record.
Westland.
Westland is not listed. How about Warren? Guess Warren. I know.
Are you kidding me?
I know.
Why don't you just tell me a city?
Yeah. Warren is expecting 9 inches. Mayo expecting 6 inches. Onaway, 5 inches. Bad Axe, 9 inches. Baldwin, 4 inches. Cadillac, 6 inches.
Oh, we're going all over the state. I was just thinking metro area.
Fremont, 5 inches. Harrison, 6 inches. Houghton Lake, 6 inches. Howell, 9 inches. There are some communities that are expecting 10 inches. They're projecting 10 inches. Here are the 10-inch communities in the state of Michigan. Is your community a 10-inch community? It's 10 inches. 10 inches is too much.
That sounds like it's way too much.
All right, here are your 10-inch communities according to the Free Press. Bay City, 10 inches. Flint, 10 inches. Imlay City is getting 10 inches. Lapeer, you're getting 10 inches. Pontiac, prepare for 10 inches. Port Huron, you're getting 10 inches.
All right, so wait, hang on. So Pontiac's getting, what about Bloomfield Hills? If Pontiac's getting 9.
Do you think Bloomfield Hills is on this list?
Dude, I don't know what the hell. You're telling me go obscure, now you're saying go mainstream. I'm just saying, because Pontiac is right next there. Is Waterford on there?
Nope.
Is Birmingham on there?
Birmingham on there? Nope.
Southfield.
Dude, I don't know how they came up with these cities, but you have managed to hit on. I mean, they don't have a lot of Detroit suburbs. It's around the state more than anything. But hey, I'm not done with the 10-inch cities. Don't you want to know all the 10-inchers?
No.
Okay. Well, then never mind. So I guess that concludes our weather talk.
So it sounds like if you get up in the northern Oakland County, you're going to get, and beyond, you're going to get the 9 to 10
I'm
inches.
a little surprised that some of the northern Michigan communities aren't getting smashed like apparently through the middle of the state. Petoskey's getting 4 inches.
Yeah, well, this is the
Traverse
band
City.
of snow.
Traverse City's getting 5 inches. Yeah, I mean, you typically think up north you get more, but I guess you're right. It's this particular pattern. And this is
And the UP is just laughing.
Cumulative snow, yeah, right. Cumulative snowfall
That's
between
cute.
tonight/tomorrow storm and Saturday. This is the
this is from both days. This is both storms
yes,
combined?
this is both
Okay.
storms combined.
I was like, wait a minute, this is more than I thought we were going to get to.
Yeah, it's both storms combined.
Okay, gotcha.
So maybe I should be hoarding bread.
You guys don't eat bread.
That's an excellent point. We don't eat a lot of bread.
I thought you ate dill bread.
Well, I haven't been able to find the proper dough, Kang.
Well, you can't make dill bread without the dill dough. So.
Proper.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's got to be proper.
No one's hoarding stuff, are they? This is ridiculous.
I
This
know,
isn't like,
this
dude.
I
This
never
isn't
do,
Georgia.
though.
This is Michigan. Well, I mean, it's a day too. People, we'll be fine.
Doug took it to that level. I was just talking about getting prepared for it. Jokingly, make sure your snowblower is ready to go.
Okay,
You got the
some
shovels.
salt, shovel.
Stretch
okay,
out a little bit. Get.
Stretch out. Gator, there's a storm coming, so Gator's going to break into stretching.
Yeah,
Storm coming. Let me get to yoga.
Yeah, let's go. LFG. And Doug goes right to, oh my God.
Well, I don't go to
start
oh my
hoarding
God.
again.
Well, that's the point. Is I don't start hoarding stuff, and it's starting to make me feel irresponsible.
I don't know if anybody is hoarding stuff.
Let me see if I can find the news story that said bread on shelves and milk disappearing.
Well, that just might be what's going on, regardless of, Snowmageddon 25
everything's going so smooth right now, isn't it? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. Because they specialize, they have the largest truck and auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more. Once they take your case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. They care more, you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Somehow, some way. Gator continued to guess cities during the commercial break.
Is Harrison on the list?
Is Harrison on the list? Harrison is on the list. Prepare for 6 inches, Harrison.
Okay.
You ready for that, Harrison?
That sounds really dirty when you say you're calling somebody out. Hey, Harrison, you ready for this?
Isn't that the whole point of this bit?
Well, most of them I just think a city, and then you have one that sounds like a name. Oh,
well. Anyway, thank you, Free Press, for
what about you, Port Austin?
Port Austin on the list. Port Austin.
Dirty if you just say Austin.
Yeah, Port
We're not
Austin
in Texas.
Sorry. No Port Austin. You want names that sound like a person? Claire.
Don't do it.
How much is Claire getting?
Don't say it.
Claire getting?
Don't say it.
What's Claire getting? Come on.
How many inches is Claire prepared for?
6 inches.
Claire's ready for 6 inches. Okay.
Hey, man, Grant. Buckle up, Grant. 5 inches coming your way. Jackson. Ready for 5 inches?
Oh, boy.
Do you know anybody named Lowell?
I do.
Lowell, 6 inches coming your way. Mason.
Mason,
buckle up for 6 inches.
Detroit basketball.
Do you know anybody named West Branch?
No.
All right, so there you go. We should move on.
We should, yes, before we get in trouble.
It's already.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Well, should I read the text?
I'm guessing no.
Kang, you're the producer.
They're ticket text, man. People just want to be heard.
Jake in a truck. My community is not a 10-inch community. My community is more of an average community.
Average is fine.
So, I mean, they're talking, what? That would be like around 4 to 6?
Yeah. It's average.
Bruno in Dearborn. My residence is a 10-inch community, uncensored. Dearborn. Ed and Clausen. DraftKings is probably going to start setting odds on these snow totals. Lock your bets in early. Yeah, Gator, here's a parlay. Snow total parlay.
Oh, I love the parlay.
Yep. Robert says, I can believe Flint is a 10-inch city, but definitely not Imlay City or Lapeer. John in Lake Orion, this is the dirtiest segment of radio I've ever heard.
Snowiest.
A lot of snow coming.
Snow.
Nick in Sterling Heights. Doug sounds like he's reading for auditions for an adult movie.
Never thought it'd happen to me.
Doug's the weather Oprah. You get 10 inches. You get 10 inches.
Doug handing out inches to everybody.
I'm just reading the reports. That's it.
A lot of snow. Just getting prepared. Just be ready for it.
Yep.
Does it change? Well, no, your high school kid is old enough where you're not really worried about snow day.
No, I mean, look, my wife's a teacher, and the kids on Tuesday were planning to have Thursday off already. So there's this could happen. Very well could happen. And so that might be the only thing, like, parents have to, okay, what are we going to do if there is no school? But all right, so the Pistons. You know, one of the formulas to win a basketball game is to jump out to a 50-point lead.
Well, the object of the game is to outscore your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get off to a 71-29 halftime lead, I think you're probably
in good shape.
Yeah.
You're in good shape.
How many people watching that game were thinking, maybe they weren't thinking this, I don't know why I just thought of this, but, you know, my high school team, if we came out in the second half, we could defend a 50-point lead.
Probably not. You might have thought that, but I would think it would be.
Oh, it'll be shut up real quick.
Would not happen. You know, I mean, if an NBA team was up 50, could you check in and not blow the lead just by you being on the floor?
Basically, be 5-on-4 basketball.
Exactly. You being the fifth,
weak link,
up 50.
I mean, I've got fouls to give, for sure.
Yeah. just foul out as quickly as
Yeah,
possible.
that's probably what would happen.
Yep.
You know, try to get in the way of somebody.
Yep.
Try to do my best to box out. I think that it would be the lead would dwindle quickly.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
Hey, man.
My lack of a vertical leap, that's definitely a detriment to my teammates.
So
Can't play zone.
1 year ago today, the Pistons were 8-44.
My God.
1 year ago today, 8-44.
And now they're 28-26.
28-26. They're now a game and a half clear of the play-in. They are 18-10 after the rough start. And it brings us to the classic Stoney question. Is this something or nothing? And we got a tweet overnight from a listener who goes by the name of Reno Tough. I'm going to assume that Reno Tough lives in Reno, Nevada, which right now projected, I don't know how many inches are projected for Reno, but he says, okay, and this is why I'm presuming he's out of market. Okay, I just caved in and bought the NBA League Pass for the rest of the year. The Pistons now have my attention. Detroit basketball. So it's getting on the radar again. I mean, I went back and looked at 8-44 last year on this date. 2 years ago, they were 15-42. 3 years ago, they were 12-44. You know, the fact that they are 2 games over 500 technically, and obviously being average by the very definition. And yet, this Piston team to me feels above average, feels way above average, because it's all relative to what we've seen. The buy-in from the people, you know, my man went out and decided to spend money to watch him the rest of the way. I think you become interesting when you're a threat. Like you could draw in outside fringe interest when you're a threat to win a playoff series. And, you know, the resume and the record just keeps getting better and better. And over a 28-game span, to be playing almost, 667 basketball is very impressive. They got another game against the Bulls coming up tonight. And going to the All-Star break, they go into the All-Star break 3 games over, 19-10 in their last 29 games, and really looking the part of a playoff team that could win a round.
Yeah, and we talked about this with the Red Wings. Does the break come at a bad time? And I think the same question be asked of the Pistons. Yes, they played tonight, but then they're off for the next 9 days. They don't play again until February 21st, which would be next Friday at San Antonio. Does that kind of feel the same way? They're playing really well. You want them to keep going. I want to see this. And yet, obviously, players deserve to get a little bit of a rest here. I'm sure everybody would like to rest some aches and pains, but there is some serious momentum going. And you would expect that they would beat Chicago tonight. I don't think they'll get out to a 71-29 halftime lead, but they are the superior team, but expect it to be a lot closer, but they should still win the game, right? So this is an opportunity for them to get 3 games above 500 going into the break, and then to come out of the break taking on, some modest teams. They've got chances here, man. And then they've got some tougher games coming up after that. But they have a chance maybe to be 4 or 5 games above 500 before they're taking on the likes of Boston and Denver.
It's a wonderful opportunity for a team that's trying to regain some traction in Detroit. And look, I get with the hardcore fans that have been with them all along. God bless you. And you've got to be ecstatic. But it's sort of that fringe fan, the people that have checked out. Like I read those records on this date the last 3 years. I would say that anybody that isn't a hardcore Piston fan had checked out by February 12th of 2024, 2023, 2022. Like people just stopped paying attention. And I can understand why. But now they had the floor to themselves this week. Football's done. Hockey is in the Four Nations break. Baseball hasn't started playing even spring training games yet. And the Pistons go out and they blow out a Bulls team that pulled the plug, made some trades, and look like they might be in the fail for flag kind of portion of their season, trying to get Cooper Flag next year. But hey, it's great. Something or nothing. What the Pistons are doing, are they on your radar? Have you invested in any way, even if it's just your time? The appointment watching? Did you buy tickets to a game? Are you talking about the Pistons with your friends? Like, is it a topic that comes up with you and your boys sitting around talking? It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback coming in. Nick says, I would pay anywhere between $800 to $1,000 to see Gator on the floor trying to help defend a 50-point lead.
I mean, pay me to do it. I'll got no shame. I'll get out there and we'll lose the lead, but is that what you want?
This guy would pay money to see it. Okay. The two best moves Troy Weaver made as GM was not overthinking it and drafting Cade at number 1 and drafting Asur at number 5. A few years ago, the kid has a chance to be a star. That's from an unnamed texter. Another one here, Asur is a future superstar, and he could just get average. If he could just get average as a shooter, wow.
Well, keep in mind, Asar Thompson had to go through a lot of adversity, health-wise, and now it looks like he's good to go, and he's still so young. You see what his twin brother's doing, and you get excited. And Asar Thompson is a guy who loves to play defense, likes to give that effort, and that's appealing to Pistons fans. You add offense to that, it's great. It's the shot will always be a work in progress when you're younger. Keep working at it and see if you can be viable.
I mean, he's pretty young, right? And yet his brother's ability to score more than he has. I mean, I guess all twins aren't created equal, but I'm finding it to be encouraging.
But he was also able to play. I mean,
yeah, that helps.
Yeah,
that helps
when you're available to grow, and there you go.
So anyway, look, they did what they should do against a Bulls team that has completely pulled the plug on the season. And so we'll see what it leads to. 248-539-9797. Have they gotten on your radar at all? Meanwhile, college basketball last night, Michigan holds serve at home and beats Purdue. Did you have a chance to take in any of that game or the Michigan State game last night?
I did the Michigan State game, most of the second half.
Yeah. Well, let's start there since you saw that. The Spartans, Tom Izzo afterwards, he didn't get super complicated about his analysis of what happened. He was like, look, our interior defense was not great, and we didn't shoot it. Michigan State is a poor shooting three-point team, and when they have a bad night for them, he was right. They got open looks, and he kept saying, we got good shots. They just didn't go in for us.
And then they started passing up on some as well. And look, they didn't get the performances they thought they were going to get. Chase Richardson had a career night on Saturday. Was it Saturday's game? And then not so much last night. It's not all on him. It's a whole team effort why they weren't able to do it. They started turning the ball over in the second half. It just wasn't good. Indiana was up to the task. Michigan State wasn't.
Malik Reneau was a incredibly difficult guard, and then they made enough free throws. I mean, State started, they only had 3 fouls in the second half, so they started fouling with like 2 minutes and 45 seconds left.
That last 2.5 minutes.
You mean that last 45 minutes?
I mean, seriously, yeah. I can't remember a game where it took that long to play that, because the strategy was, foul.
Well, they had both teams. They had to start fouling. Yeah, so you got in this weird place where Michigan State had to foul just to get to 7 fouls because they only had 3 fouls with 2.5 minutes to go. So they start fouling. Then Indiana was constantly protecting a 3-point lead, and so they were fouling before Michigan State could get a 3-point shot off. And, I mean, I was like, okay.
Which also, didn't it seem like Michigan State's strategy was, okay, we know they're going to foul, so we'll just take the foul, rather than trying to get yourself open for a 3-point shot and pass it around a little quicker?
Every time Indiana fouled, it felt like they were fouling too early. You didn't have to foul in the backcourt.
No.
You're trying to burn clock before you make them shoot free throws. So they were fouling probably earlier than Michigan State was expecting it. And then both teams basically were making free throws. It turned to this free throw shooting contest back and forth.
Making them.
Yeah, between whether, it was Fiddler hit a couple, and McKenzie and Baco made everything. And but the bottom line is here, Michigan State's NET ranking dropped 4 spots, and that's one of the key metrics when it comes to the March Madness seedings, which Saturday's the day they release the initial, here's where everybody stands, where you see who the top 16 seeds are in both Michigan and Michigan State. It's obvious why you want to be there, easier path to the Final Four. In Ann Arbor, Michigan, there's a long way to go, but now they're in first place in the Big Ten with 7 games left. And that was a seeding game for Michigan to beat Purdue. Braden Smith from Purdue is the best player I've seen in the Big Ten this year. He is a very, very difficult guard at his size to be able to get in the lane and get his shot off. He's money from three. He hit 2 big threes late. In fact, when that game was on the line, Braden Smith either was making the shot or making the pass that led to the shot. But Michigan was a deeper team last night. That helped. Early in the game, they couldn't get any calls. Late in the game, they got some calls. But if you look at Purdue, they got the Trey Kaufman-Renn kid, who is a very difficult guard in the low block, and Michigan did a pretty poor job early, got better later. And then they've got Lawyer, who can provide some third-level scoring, but they aren't a very deep team. And Michigan's depth paid dividends last night. And so I guess the call here is for Michigan and Michigan State fans. These are two teams battling atop the Big Ten standings, two teams that might show up on the board on Saturday as a top 4 seed. To make a Final Four run, what do you want to see out of your team over the next month leading into March Madness? What do they need to prove? What would make you feel better about being a Final Four team? Because they're in positions to have good seedings, okay? Both of them are in position to have good seeding. The college basketball seasons are remembered for what you do in March. During the regular season, you scratch and claw. You give everything you can to winning the conference. But what is your team lacking? Wolverine and Spartan fans, what would you like to see them shore up before March to make a Final Four run?
Well, for Michigan State, I'd like to see a second real viable shooter emerge. I mean, you got Jaden Akins, and then you never know who the second guy is going to be. I'd like it to be Chase Richardson. They're giving him the minutes now. He played 33 minutes last night. He started on Saturday, so he started 2 games in a row now. He can score. He's capable of it. But is he ready to take this big leap and be that guy to be a reliable scorer? They need someone to emerge because it's so spread out for Michigan State. Nobody has really taken it and run with it to be that guy on a night-in, night-out basis. Akins is the most capable of it, but he needs somebody to be a running partner. I'd like that. It'd be nice if they had, a real inside presence, to a go-to type player that that consistently you throw the ball into the blender there and he's going to turn it into 2 points and maybe a 3-point play with a foul.
What about Frankie Fiddler? Because when he was at Omaha, he was a better 3-point shooter than this. Kind of streaky. It's funny if you look back at his career stats. He went from 43% his first year to 28% his second year to 35.6% his third year. Now he's down to 17%. And, I think that's a guy who in his career has shot it.
I'm sure they expected him to be a much better shooter than what he's shown to be this year. But it's coming to Michigan State from another program has to be difficult because you're asked to do different things. And if you're not up to speed in doing those things, whether it's you're not willing to or you're just not used to it, there's a learning curve there before you get trusted again to do the things that you thought that you were brought in to do. So with him, I think it's been a disappointment with how poor he has shot, because I know I expected this to be a guy that was going to average 12, 14 points a game and be a lights out 3-point shooter when you need to, and he hasn't been. And nobody has been for Michigan State from 3-point land.
For Michigan, I would say the number one thing for this team moving forward is reps together. When you recruit basically an entire team's worth of players out of the portal, when Dusty May took over, the guys that were here last year, there's Numari, Barnett, and there is Will Cheddar. Outside of that, everybody else that's contributing is new. And I'd like to think that's why they lead the Big Ten in turnovers. They average 14.5 turnovers a game, well clear of second-place Michigan State and Penn State, who are at 12.2 turnovers per game. I keep thinking to myself, all right, are they going to – is it just reps together? They haven't played together. It's an entire new team that's led to the turnovers. Like some of the real fundamental things, like I think back to John Beilein was was always preaching, two-handed passes. Don't try and make the one-handed pass. And I feel like Michigan turns it over a lot on the one-handed pass when you get into the minutia of why it happens. But I also think probably the bigger reason it happens is because it's an entirely new roster playing together for the first time. If this team can cut down on turnovers, then a Final Four run seems to be way more probable because they just turn it over at a prodigious rate. 248-539-9797. What does your team need to do, Wolverine Spartan fans, to make a Final Four run? It is Carson Anderson on a Wednesday on 97.1 The Ticket.
Got the winter blues? Need a spark to get you through this? Well, Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield, they can give you the jolt that you need. The deals on the 2024 Chevy Blazer all-wheel drive EVs are incredible. So much so that Sarah Chevrolet bought out every 2024 in the county that they could find. Now you can see and lease an all-wheel drive Blazer EV for just $199 a month with only $999 down, and that's taxes and fees included, my friends. These are shockingly low payments. The 2024 Chevy Blazer EV comes standard with heated seats, heated steering wheel, and all-wheel drive, all help your winter drive go smooth. Bolt into Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield before they're gone, and believe me, at these low payments, these Blazer EVs will be gone soon. Not only does Sarah Chevrolet Southfield have late nights, they're also open on Saturdays for sales and service with loaner vehicles available. Shop online at sarahchevrolet.com or give them a call. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they're generating excitement. Together, let's drive.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Interesting story today. I saw the Lions could save $13 million by cutting these two players. Would you do it? We'll get to that today at 11:05. Meantime, we're talking to some basketball Piston fans. How have they changed their play? How have they changed your behavior patterns, your investment level? Do your friends talk about them? Are you getting tickets? What excites you the most? Look, this team a year ago on this date was 8-44. Now they're over 500 and trending towards home court in the postseason, which is hard to believe. Whether they'll get there or not, well, still got work to do. Michigan and Michigan State fans, big games last night. Wolverines now in first place in the Big Ten. Michigan State still with a very, very strong resume. I would imagine Saturday, and look, it's a disappointment losing at home to Indiana. But, that's the thing about the regular season in basketball. You don't want to suffer too many of those losses, but you can recover from them. And Saturday, when the brackets come out, both these teams could be in the first reveal of what March Madness top 16 seeds look like, coveted spots. What do you need to see from your team to make a Final Four run? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bobby on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bobby.
How's it going? How are you guys today?
We're good, right. Thank you.
So I was at the game last night, big diehard Spartan MSU fan, and going down to Champaign this weekend. But two things I think that need to happen for this team to really grow into what they could be. First is Jaden Akins, that senior guy. He's supposed to be that it factor, and he just hasn't been it. He shot, 19% from three last night? It's just that's not acceptable. And then his dribble drive, it seems like he could get that every single time. If he just comes off the perimeter and just dribble drives, it seems like it goes in every time. And then the second guy is Frankie Fiddler. We picked him up from Omaha to be that three-point shooter, and he's just not being that. I mean, he was one of the best cards in the portal, and he's not being what he could be.
I just looked this up. He had 17 games last year where he had 20 points and more, and a number of 30-point games last year. This year with Michigan State, he hasn't scored more than 18 points in a single game, and that by far is his high total. He also has not knocked down 2 3-point shots in a game this year. Not once has he knocked down 2.
Wow.
That's stunning.
That's not acceptable, but he's supposed to be that guy. We knew that we had that problem, and so we picked him up, and it's just not happening. And so we don't have that Matt McQuaid that can hit that corner three when you're down 8, you're down 10. You can't come back when you have to dunk it with Cohen Carr every time.
It's interesting you say that, and the question is, and you're right about, we already brought Fiddler up. The question is, this late, he's making a jump, right? When you go from Omaha to the Big Ten, Reuben Jones at Michigan went from North Texas to the Big Ten, and both of those guys have seen precipitous drops in their three-point shooting percentage. So I guess you look at that and you go, okay, but can they still, is it too late to think that they can't, return to form, that they've got to get used to the game at this level? The Big Ten basketball is extraordinarily physical, and so, you have to get used to that. Which, is a theory I've heard from a coach is why Big Ten teams get to March and don't win national championships, is because they spend the entire season playing a physical, beat 'em up, ground and pound, we're going to win the rushing game kind of basketball. And then they get to March and the games aren't officiated that way and they have problems. But, making the jump from a lower level to high, Power 4 conference level basketball isn't easy. But is it too late? I don't think it's too late. I don't think it's too late to have the light go on. You're not a freshman, but you're a freshman at this level. It's your first time around at this level.
Yeah, you're also your only time around at this level. So he's going to, if he's going to be that guy, you got to be willing to shoot. And I don't know if it's a confidence thing with him or if it's a lack of confidence thing from Izzo in him, but Fiddler just has not been that guy that I think many people expected him to be. Definitely better than what he is right now. More part of this team, and he just hasn't been.
Michigan and Michigan State fans, what does it take for your team to make a Final Four run? Will writes in, the Spartans' lack of ability to shoot from beyond the three-point line makes me really miss Matt McQuaid. Wow, 2 McQuaid mentions.
I never thought we were going to have one McQuaid mention, let alone 2.
Mike in Columbiaville, I put my $10 free bet from the Eli kick thing on the Pistons money line. That's how much I've checked into them. Well played, Mike. Michigan's biggest problem is turnovers. If they can cut down on those, they can make the Final Four. That's from Mike. Jason in Oak Park. I would like to see, and this is a Michigan State fan, I would like to see somebody hit a dang 3-point shot. What were they? 4 for 22 shooting? That's ridiculous. Needs to improve if they want to make a run.
They're actually 4 for 23. It's even worse. They didn't turn the ball over that much last night. They turned over 11 times, but I think 7 of those were in the second half. It started to look bad when you needed to get stops and then score it yourself to really cut that lead. They weren't able to do it. And then it looked like they had it, and then they turn it over, and then I think it was a 3-point lead turned into a 9-point lead like that. It was brutal to watch, and then, of course, everything just slows down at the end with all the free throws. They just couldn't get the big basket when they needed to.
Michigan must cut down on the turnovers, less than 10, and better free throw shooting. That's from Reggie and Romeo.
As a team, they shoot pretty well from free throws, don't they? 73% or something?
I'd have to look up, how that is relative to everybody else, because a lot of it's middle of the pack in the Big Ten. A lot of their critical ball handlers aren't great free throw shooters. Like last night, Danny Wolf had a chance to put it out of reach, and he missed 2. Earlier in the game, Roddy Gale missed 2 at the line. But Wolf was great at the end of the Indiana game. Like he was money when they needed free throws there. But at the end of games, the right people have to have the ball in their hands to shoot the free throws. 248-539-9797. More feedback. Michigan absolutely must cut down on the turnovers and play much tougher D. That's from Dan in Tennessee. For Michigan State, they have to play better defensively collectively. Secondary help has been awful, and that hurts the scoring since the fast break points have gone down at the same time. Defense leads to transition points.
Well, Indiana shot 48% from the field last night because they had a lot of easy shots. They didn't shoot well from three-point range, only 23%. But when you're shooting 48% from the field, that's telling you a lot of buckets being made right around the rim, and that's a problem. Michigan State did not shoot well last night, 38.2% from the field. And when you're getting no points from Jeremy Fears, when you're getting only 3 points from Xavier Booker, who knocked down 1 3, and that's the only thing he knocked down all day, that's not going well. And Cohen Carr, who's a highlight film, only took 1 shot in the game and only played 11 minutes. This did not look like your typical Michigan State game last night, and I'm not sure why that is.
Frank writes in, Wolverine fan here, definitely protect the ball and a more consistent effort. This team had a lot of lapses. Maybe they should do more substitutions. It's interesting because Sam Walters didn't play last night. I'm pretty sure he didn't play. He didn't play last night, and they got LJ Kaysen, the freshman, back in there who gave him some quality minutes. There's still some maneuvering and trying to figure out the best lineup for them, and there are different lineups for different teams, different matchups, which is what I assume is going on. Andy in a mail truck says Michigan needs to cut down on the turnovers and get tougher on the glass. Do that, and they can make a run. Purdue, I think they had 7 offensive rebounds in the first half. Multiple second chance opportunities, and that was reminiscent of the first game that they played against the Boilermakers. Regarding the Pistons, I live in the Bay Area, writes an unnamed texter. During last night's Piston game, I bought some tickets to the Pistons at the Warriors in a few weeks. I'm definitely paying more attention to the Pistons. Love the way this team is playing. Haven't attended a game in ages, but I definitely plan to. They are a likable group to watch. Josh writes in, I just went out and bought a Cade jersey today, boys. I'm back in with this team.
All right.
James and Linden, I love the Pistons, but I still hate Tom Gores, so it's still no for me, dog.
Wow. Hate?
Here's the thing.
The guy's done, in the last
He's
10 months, let's look at what he's done the last 8-10 months. He bought out Monty Williams out of $65 million or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
He got rid of Troy Weaver, hired Trajan Langdon and J.B. Bickerstaff. They went out and acquired some more players of substance. And now this team is a couple games above 500 and trending in definitely the right direction. They've surpassed the preseason win total. They've more than doubled their win total from a year ago. And the word hate is still thrown around with the owner?
Well, you made the point that is there any doubt that he would gladly pay any luxury tax, pass any apron to win?
I mean, honestly, if this team is up against it and they're tight, I don't know if they're going to be able to, are they going to be able to sign Malik Beasley? I mean, he's going to be a free agent. Are they going to be able, of course they're going to be able to sign him. You don't think Tom Gores is going to spend the money? If there's an owner in Detroit that looks like he's willing to spend money, isn't it Tom Gores?
Yep. Mike at work says, hey guys, I decided to buy a month of FanDuel after the Wings won in overtime last week. I've watched all the Piston games since then. I'm excited to have something to watch after the NFL season.
Yeah, fortunately, the Pistons and Red Wings are both entertaining to watch. Unfortunately, after tonight, they're both going into hiatus for 9 days.
I think Thompson will be Robin. He's still on minutes restrictions, and when he's on the floor, his gravity is noticeable. He's so physically gifted, man. That's from an unnamed texter. 248-539-9797. All right, you want to continue to talk? How have the Pistons caught your attention and changed your behavior patterns? Michigan and Michigan State fans, what's it going to take for your team to make a Final Four run? A suggestion that the Lions cut these two players to save nearly $13 million. Does that make sense? We'll get to that at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Thanks for being with us here on a Wednesday. Huge night of basketball last night in our state. 2 wins and a loss. But we're talking about, the Pistons and their ability to kind of grab your interest and how they have grabbed your interest and what you like about this team. 8-44 a year ago on this date, 28-26 today. Michigan and Michigan State, what would it take to make a Final Four run for two teams that are building strong resumes and could show up on the graphic on Saturday when the top 4 seeds in each region, the top 16, are seeded in the snapshot of time and the what they do now with March Madness. From an unnamed texter, I am celebrating my bachelor party by getting together with the boys for a Tigers and a Pistons game, both on the same day. April in the D is back, baby. Unnamed texter, neither Michigan or Michigan State can get to the Final Four. They are fundamentally flawed teams that will be exposed in March.
I tend to agree with that. I don't think either team's a Final Four team.
No, but it's not impossible. Like, our question is, what needs to happen to make a Final Four run?
The problem is that what we described, what needs to happen consistently night in and night out.
Yeah, but
and to try to string that along,
there's still a month
for
to
2
go.
games every weekend for I know, but it just
I guess if to be able to say that is to be able to say, I've watched every team in college basketball, and these two teams are so flawed that they have no chance of getting past all the other teams in college basketball. Everybody has flaws, with few exceptions. There's 1 or 2 or 3 teams every year that are like Ken Pom top 10 offensive and defensive efficiency ratings, and frequently it's those kinds of teams that actually win the whole thing. But there are outliers all over the place, and I actually think both teams have enough talent. Now, they're going to have to change some things. Do I think Michigan State is going to get Fiddler comfortable to be that three-point shooter? Get somebody going. Or I'm not sure that can happen, but I don't think it's impossible. Will Michigan be able to cut down on the turnover? Sure. But whatever. I am so over this team, and unfortunately, Izzo, guys, has Fears and Fiddler who refuse to shoot the ball, and while Izzo has no plan to break a zone that most 8th graders run, first weekend exit again, time for a new era.
No, Fears, Fiddler, Booker are 3 guys that can clearly give more and need to give more for this team to be successful. And they just haven't. I don't have a whole lot of confidence in it. At the same time, it's like, wake me up in March. They lost last night. Okay, whatever. Were they 19-5? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a good basketball team. Is it a great basketball team? I don't think they are, but, good can still go a couple weeks into the tournament. But can it go, or a couple games into the tournament? Can it get to a couple weeks? I'm not sure. But it just, again, because the tournament is everything, the next few weeks are just kind of excruciating to get through so that we can get to the actual tournament.
All right, so saw a story today on ESPN, and it is done by Jeremy Fowler, who's a pretty decent writer, about what teams need to overhaul, what teams need to tweak, and what teams need some fine-tuning, who's got to rebuild, et cetera, et cetera. And they're basically put into tiers, and they answer the question, what's next? So the major contenders are Kansas City and Philadelphia, the 2 teams that just played for the Super Bowl. The next tier is on the cusp, and that's where Detroit, Buffalo, and Baltimore are. And what they say of the Lions, I find very interesting. The Lions have one of the younger average age of rosters. In fact, if you look at all the teams at the top of the top 2 tiers, the Lions have the 2nd youngest roster. And of all the teams in the top 2 tiers, the Lions have the most cap space. This is a great place to be. So think about that. Kansas City, Philly, Baltimore, Buffalo, and Detroit. The Lions have the 2nd youngest roster and the most cap space. And the cap space thing isn't even close. Detroit has $56.3 million in cap space. Buffalo has 10.9. Baltimore has 11.2. Philadelphia has 7.9. And Kansas City has 18.6.
It's a little fool's gold in the way I look at it, though, because that cap space will disappear in a heartbeat with one player being Aiden Hutchinson. You're going to re-sign him or sign him to an extension, and it's going to significantly alter that. Not only that, you've got other players you're thinking about extending, and the space will be gone before you know it. But the good thing is that you're hanging on to those players. And those are players that are absolutely part of this team's future, and it keeps this window of opportunity open for a long time.
So what caught my attention, however, was when they got into the what's next, and there was talk of locking up Aiden Hutchinson and Kirby Joseph. They write about Detroit has to take calculated risks on premier talent without feeling beholden to addressing depth. They are deep just about everywhere. Detroit could use one more player on the defensive front, though. Perhaps another pass rusher. Then this sentence caught my attention. Detroit can save $12.7 million in cap by releasing DJ Reader and Zadarius Smith.
Here's the thing. I get it. You want to create more cap space, but you know what? It's not going to allow you to sign players that are better than those two. And it's only $13 million?
Yeah.
So I'm saving $13 million by dropping those two players that can play at a really high level? I'm not doing it.
Feels really odd that is even suggested. Look, Zadarius Smith is a player that at his age, I don't expect his production to go up, okay? I mean, some of the things that make me hesitate about breaking the bank on Myles Garrett are certainly applicable to Zadarius Smith as well. But he had 9 sacks last year playing for 2 teams. And if his production goes down, that doesn't mean he's not worth what he's getting paid. And DJ Reader, when he was healthy and playing, they were definitely a better defense. The only reason this could even be in play is if the cap crunch to re-sign people is way worse than we thought. But I would be awfully disappointed if those two... That doesn't feel like enough cap savings to justify it.
No, that's the thing.
Really, I wonder why that suggestion was made.
Well, is that suggestion made because you want to free up more money to take a run at Myles Garrett or one of these other defensive ends that may or may not be available in the trade market? And if that's the case, would you drop both of those players for one? And I think most people would say yes. Would I drop Zadarius Smith and DJ Reader to take on Myles Garrett or Max Crosby or Trey Hendrickson or Micah Parsons, I guess? Would you do that? And I think the answer is yes.
I think I would too if you could. Yeah, in fact, I know I would too if you could get one of those players. And look, there's a lot of ifs with that. We've talked at great length about what's the return that's asked for.
Right.
Will these players play on their current contracts?
Because the other thing you'd be sacrificing when you start doing things like this and looking at it from this angle with the cap space, remember, it's also a first-round pick. So you'd be losing those two players and also the pick at 28, which could be Grant, could be the edge rusher from Marshall, could be a number of players that you kind of covet, and yet you got to give up if you're going to get one of those star players. And, oh, by the way, you're going to have to lose these other players from your roster to clear out the cap space.
248-539-9797. Open lines. You want to keep talking basketball. That's still out there. Lions discussion mixed in as well. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, March is almost here, and college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when you place your first $5 bet and win it. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down the nets. Now, I've talked about the workaround for this. That $5 bet, find a big favorite and just bet them on the money line. They will likely win. You will get a very small return on your $5, but you get the $150 in bonus bets. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Bregman Watch, Day X. So, look, pitchers and catchers report. And, of course, the topic of Alex Bregman comes up, and we'll have a quote from A.J. Hinch regarding Alex Bregman. We all sit here and we wait. Now, a little sleuthing by our guy, Evan, discovered that his wife is 28 months pregnant.
28 weeks.
28 weeks. 28 months. Did I say months? That's a long pregnancy. She's past due.
It's quite a gestation period.
28 weeks pregnant. And that might have, I mean, is he waiting to have the child born? 12 weeks? Puts us like into the season? Could that have something to do with it? I guess it could.
Well, her input is probably quite important to him.
I would think so. It's hard to predict when this thing's going to end. It's funny. I feel like there's been guessing going on for quite some time from baseball insiders and whatnot. Buster Olney came out, well-respected baseball voice, and said he expects a decision to be made this week. A TV reporter in Houston named Jeremy Booth tweeted out the following: hearing Alex Bregman will move towards a short-term deal with opt-outs. As I discussed last week, also hearing it will not be with the Astros.
So this is a guy that's got like 25,000 followers on Twitter, so I'm not. It seems a little bit more reliable than just Joe's blog.
Yep. With all due respect,
but I haven't seen anybody like Buster Olney or the like come out and say anything that he's ready to go with a shorter term deal with opt-outs. I think that seems to be the logical route if the overall money isn't there that his agent said he could get him. And I don't know. I just don't. I don't see it. If this is your last contract, Alex Bregman, then I think he's going to stick to his guns and try to get that 6-year deal. That apparently there are offers for 6 years out there, but it's capped. Is it capped at $160 million? Is it capped? Is the best offer he's got 170, 175, 180? I don't know. Whatever it is, but when you go to a shorter term deal with the opt-outs, I'm just not sure that. If betting on yourself is going to get you that awesome money next year at this time. Because you'd have to put up ridiculous numbers to try to, because now you're another year older into it.
Yeah, look, I'm thinking if he goes short term, we're done.
But we shouldn't be, right?
Well,
because if he goes short term, wouldn't it make even more sense for the Tigers to say, okay, sure, we'll up our offer on a shorter term?
It'd be great for us.
Yeah.
I think it'd be bad for him. I mean, I'd love if he agrees to a short term deal with Detroit, given my concerns about his longevity. I mean, that's jump up and down fantastic. But if you're him, there are certain ballparks that aren't great for you offensively. One is Comerica. The other is Wrigley Field. And
not great for home runs, but could be great for other things.
Yeah, I get it, of course. And you could have a great chance to be the guy, the leader, in Detroit. But if he's going short term, it feels like there's a little bit of egg on the face from not taking Houston's contract.
Right.
And so if he's going short term, it's admitting, all right, I've kind of misplayed this. I got to go out and I'm going to bet on myself, put up a monster year offensively, prove that last year was just that, 2 months at the beginning of the season that cost me, and I'm fine. And where's the place that I most likely put up the best numbers that would take me? And it's not Detroit and it's not Chicago, but
it's Boston.
Yeah. And okay. I mean, but if he agrees to a short term, if he's willing to take a short term deal in Detroit, hallelujah.
Yeah.
But that sounds a little too good to be true. But that would work out well. Here's the quote from A.J. Hinch and from Evan Petzold. I get asked about it on airplanes, in restaurants, walking down the street. I live in Houston during the off season. You can imagine how that's gone. It's obvious he's a very talented player and very impactful player and someone who's close to my heart. This is a guy who I'm really close with. I've largely stayed away from talking about it because he's not here. I've tried not to go into the public relations banter on trying to recruit him here, but he can help any major league team. Time will tell where this is and what he chooses. Special guy. Now, that sounds like a non-recruiting pitch. A non-recruiting recruiting pitch from I'm staying out of it. I want a blanket statement that I don't talk about it. But is this someone who's close to my heart? Special guy. He can help any major league team. I mean, he's saying the things that lead you to believe he wants them.
Is it like coming out and saying, I love pizza. I think pizza's great. Everybody loves pizza. The whole family is satisfied when we get pizza. Can't get enough of it, and really look forward to it. I mean, I can't say what's for dinner tonight, but I do love pizza.
I don't know if it's like that at all, but it's funny.
Right.
That's funny. You put in your show sheet, are we in the throes of Bregman fatigue? I imagine there's a lot of people right now out there listening to this going, yep.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like there's a lot of people in Houston going, yep.
I read some comments that people in Chicago are feeling the same way.
Really?
Yeah. This is what happens when it drags out this long. And when you get little reports or rumors that your team has made an offer and he still hasn't accepted it. That's whether you're a Cub fan, a Tigers fan, an Astros fan, or maybe even a Red Sox fan or a Toronto fan for that matter, because there was a report that came out late last night by one of the other writers that said that I'm hearing all 5 teams are still in it. Like, okay, great. There's so much misinformation out there that tells me that Scott Boras is being active and talking and leaking things. Things have to come to a head. And this is creating more Bregman fatigue.
So, I mean, do you blame... I guess I feel like, to be fair, this is clearly a difficult decision.
Yes.
There truly isn't a hard deadline. The teams that have made offers, if they've given them a hard deadline and they've passed, we don't know about it. They've given a hard deadline and it hasn't passed, we don't know about it. If teams have all said, take your time, then what he is doing is mulling over what seems to be a very difficult life decision, which we all should be afforded the right to do. Now, given sports are different, we feel an ownership of the team. It's an emotional ownership, but we feel an emotional ownership. And you always want guys that want to be here. Said every fan base ever.
Right. This feels like The Bachelorette. Alex Bregman is The Bachelorette. And you're down to like the final 3 bachelors, right? You've invested a little bit. You've put forth your best effort. And now you're just awaiting the decision. Am I getting the rose? Who's getting the rose? Only one of the 3 of us is getting a rose. And the other 2 are SOL. So what's it going to be? And, and it is what it is.
This analogy makes more sense, I think, than your pizza analogy.
No, I want you to go for a third one.
You want me to?
I wanted to see how many you could do in one segment.
Yeah, he's got the pizza. I love pizza. I'm just not saying what's for dinner. You've got the Bachelorette. There's 3 bachelors sitting there waiting to see who's going to get the rose. You're kind of on a roll.
Keep going, man.
And the Bachelorette one applies here.
It's like you go to your friend's house. And they got a dog, and it's a real friendly dog, a real friendly golden retriever. Dog's happy to see you. Comes out, you're petting, you're like, oh, this is who you want to go home with me. Do you want to go home with me? Dog's all excited, and then the owner goes, Stanley, let's go. And the dog takes off and leaves. And we feel like we're the team that's been bidding on that dog, and that the dog just ends up going back home to Houston.
It's a bottomless well of analogies, people.
One more useless than the next.
It's like your wife's 28 months pregnant.
Are you going to give birth to a 42-pound baby?
Can that baby play third base?
Right.
Yeah, should we be recruiting the Bregman child?
What will be the war of this child?
All right, so here's the question. Is this Bregman's fault or is it Boris's fault? Because I think Boris here, it's in some ways, I think he got terrible advice from Boris.
But in the same Vane, they've done this. This is baseball. Year in and year out, there are guys that sign as free agents late in the process.
Yes. However, do you think that in the end, there's a probability here that he's going to wish he just took the Houston offer, financially speaking?
Potentially, I guess, but I don't know what the other offers are. I mean, let's say that Houston upped it to $162 million, and the Tigers come in at $172 million, and he doesn't want either one of them. What he really wants is for Houston to go up to 172.
Yep.
Because he doesn't want to have to uproot his family.
Well, let me get to what I'm getting at here. At 248-539-9797. Have you ever received terrible career advice? Terrible career advice. Did anybody ever tell you something, whether you followed it or not, in retrospect, looking back, terrible career advice? I've got two stories, but I'm wondering if this turns out for Bregman, where he gets just a small, like Boris cost him by telling him to get to the open market. I'll get you this, and he doesn't. Have you ever been on the receiving end of terrible career advice? It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Need a Valentine's Day idea? Looking good and feeling good while working out is as important as the workout itself. What better way to promote a healthy lifestyle while looking good and showing respect for everyone than with Show Some Gear for Valentine's Day? This week, purchase anything and get a stylish, comfortable sports bra for free. Use the code ValentineRespect at checkout. Show Some Athletic Apparel's women's line of leggings, sports bras, limited edition fleece sweaters. It's better than any workout gear out there. And because Show Some loves its customers, don't forget to use the code ValentineRespect at checkout. Go to showsome.com. That's SHOSUM.com. Doug Harsh, Scott the Gator Anderson. If this Boris thing and this whole Bregman deal, turns out that it is not, it's not in his best interest. We were wondering, have you ever gotten terrible career advice? 248-539-9797. Two things that I was told early in my career when I was flirting with the idea of getting into broadcast media. I was told that I could not do radio because I didn't have the pipes for it.
The voice.
The big booming voice, which I think there was an era of radio where that was absolutely a necessity. And I was told you can't do it with that voice. Now, it is what it is. I mean, it's,
Sorry, folks. It's only as sexy as it can be. Doug was bringing sexy back 25 years ago.
Whatever it is, I was told that. No, you can't do radio. Don't have the voice for it. The other one, this may be my favorite, is, do you want to change your name? Yep. Do you want to come up with a different name? Because a lot of people in our industry have fake names.
Change the name.
Yeah, they have fake names. And so I was sitting around with my boys, and this was years ago, and we decided that if I was going to change my name early in the career.
This is fun.
That we were looking for something strong. What would be a strong name? And we decided we didn't need to change Doug, but the last name Karsh had to go. And we landed on Sterling. And so, this is a bunch of 22, 23-year-olds drinking beer. And I'm like, okay, here's what I've been told. So it was going to be Doug Sterling. And then we were like, actually, Sterling as a first name.
Yes, it is.
And then we inverted it.
Sterling Doug?
Sterling Douglas.
Something so powerful, like if it was in bright lights, it would explode. Is that what you're going after, Doug?
Yeah,
I know this is a movie reference. I don't know what movie this is, but what movie is this?
Feel.
Oh, is that? Oh, I've actually seen that.
And I see it up there. Dirk Diggler.
Should have gone with that.
I love it.
Yep.
It's like a slow explosion around it.
Are you rolling on the rehearsal?
Sterling Douglas, huh?
Sterling Douglas. And then there were other variations off Sterling, and then,
You don't need to go any further than Sterling Douglas. You had us right there.
I'll never forget my buddy Sean. How about Sterling Tripod is what he thought my name should be. I'm like, that's
a little...
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
getting back to Dirk Diggler.
Are we still talking broadcast?
Yeah, you sure this is radio?
Or video?
You have an OnlyFans page?
Yeah. I would guess, again, that, this is some career advice, and it turns out probably wasn't great. Let me put it to you like this. I don't think we'd be doing a national show making 10 times as much money if the name were Sterling Douglas.
No.
I don't think it really mattered all that much when it was all said and done.
No. I'm trying to think back. At one point in my career, I was offered to switch stations and do updates. And this was, I was just getting kind of started as a producer and getting a chance to cover some teams and stuff. And to do updates, it feels like it's a big step back from where my career was going. Mm-hmm. And this person was a general manager at the time. Said, no, I think you should. I'm like, okay. I ignored it. Like, that's not going to happen. Things worked out just fine for me. I'm very happy with my decision. And as I look back on that, I think that would have been a horrific choice to make.
Is that right?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, there's jobs that you didn't take that turned out to be great decisions.
Mm-hmm.
I was offered a job by a network that went under shortly thereafter. And I was strongly considering it, but anyway, have you ever gotten terrible
Sterling
career?
Douglas.
Yeah.
God, that's good.
You like that?
Yeah, that is good. My best friend out of college was going to, he was working at MTV and was also trying to get some acting gigs.
Okay.
So he got some headshots taken and thought he needed to change his last name. Last name's Italian. It's very long and kind of it would be butchered by people in pronouncing it. So he decided he was going to keep the first name. First name is Guy. He changed the last name to Hunter. I have a headshot of his and it says on the bottom with Guy Hunter.
Guy Hunter with a headshot.
It is spectacular.
He went with Guy
Hunter. He got, I think, one or two kind of walk on type roles and stuff, and that was pretty much it. But the nickname of Hunter, it stuck with a very small group of friends of his that were out in the East Coast when he was out there for a couple of years. And those guys to this day will still call him Hunter.
Will they?
Yeah, which is hysterical.
That is
and the
pretty
fact
good.
that I have that picture, that headshot, is great because I don't know if there are many of those around. And every once in a while, I'll send him a copy of the picture. Hey, man,
good old Guy Hunter.
Hunter, yes.
I'm an employee of the federal government. This is from an unnamed texter. My dad pushed it hard growing up due to job security. Looking like a swing and a miss right now.
Well, there's some litigation. You may be okay. Did you get a buyout offer?
Don't know. Scott says, bad career advice. I was recruited into switching jobs to a new place that paid more by former coworkers who went there. It turned out to be a dysfunctional mess of cliques and con artists, and I went back to my old job within 2 weeks. That company no longer exists. Well, based upon the way this is working out, look, we don't know what's going to happen with Alex Bregman, but it is possible that Scott Boras gave him terrible career advice. Did you ever get terrible career advice? 248-539-9797. There's some of it, there are really, really good career advice that I've taken to heart and it's worked out. And then there's bad career advice, like go to that network that went under, change my name, can't do radio because of the voice.
You want to think of something else. Is that what they
Yeah,
say?
you might. Well, it was not radio, is what I was told. In fact, I was told print media.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, because the voice didn't matter for print media.
Spelling does.
Spelling does, and that is not a strength. And that was pre-spell check days. So,
were they taking a shot at the way you look too, Doug?
So I don't know.
Back then,
go print media. Maybe that's your route.
Well, the funny thing is that like my first full-time job, my first job in the media was television. I was a shooter, but then ended up being a fill-in sports anchor, which was.
You'd be a good shooter though, man. You're tall.
Yeah, well, I was very useful at the Buick Open in Flint because I could shoot over people.
Gator, didn't you want to go to L.A. too with your friends and be an actor or something like that? Because if you did, Scott Anderson's a very plain, common type name. You probably had other names, I gotta imagine.
Yeah,
you're thinking about maybe.
I didn't get to the point where I started going with fake names.
Mm-hmm. You would have been the best at it. My God, you coming up with fake names?
Yeah. I can't even imagine.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
why I'm asking.
I mean, I had the name that I made up for the over-the-top sports guy, the Shep Matthews. How?
Shep Matthews would have worked.
Lions take down the Vikings 45-20. We got highlights. Let's check it out. So Shep Matthews
Which,
was
by
good.
the way, people tied into Matt Shepard, and it
Yeah,
wasn't
nothing,
in any
not
way
even,
whatsoever.
had nothing to do with any of that. But I still like doing that voice. But Shep Matthews would have been that's a great name, I think.
Well, is it your middle name?
Yeah, Shepard. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like Shepard. Looking back on it, would Shepard Scott have been good?
Shepard Scott's a great name.
Shepard Scott. Now starring Shepard Scott.
Yeah.
This could have been
With a cameo by Sterling Douglas.
Sterling Douglas and Shepard Scott, middays on 97.1 The Ticket. Did you ever get terrible career advice? 248-539-9797. Hey, warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Right now, lease a beautiful new 2025 Chevy Blazer for just $364 a month with no money down. That's a 2-year lease on a Blazer LT front-wheel drive with zero down. Unlock the savings with your GM employee discount and Chevy lease in your household with approved credit. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is your #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. That means they have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, Treks, and electric vehicles, hundreds on the ground to choose from. Stay warm and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. All right, lots on the table today here on the Karsch and Anderson program. We're getting some funny feedback. We've wondered if you've had any point in your career where you had terrible career advice. And look, we don't know how the Alex Bregman thing's going to play out. Maybe Boris is giving him great advice. Maybe it turns out it won't be great advice. But have you ever gotten terrible career advice? what was it? 248-539-9797. We've discussed the basketball last night. The Pistons getting on people's radar is really cool. Winner 132-92 last night in a game in Chicago that wasn't even really that close. Pistons are now a game and a half clear of the play-in round. And we got a tweet late last night from a listener named Reno Tuff, who, and I'm assuming he's in Reno, Nevada because of what he tweeted, just caved and bought the NBA League Pass for the rest of the year. The Pistons have my attention now, Detroit basketball. So if he, out of market, had to get the League Pass to be able to watch him. But, the truth is, there's a lot of people that are like jumping back in on a team that 1 year ago at 8-44, I'm going to guess you weren't as dialed into the Pistons as you are now. Over 500 and going to be over 500 headed to the All-Star break. 2 years ago, they were 15-42. 3 years ago, they were 12-44. We get to this time in the calendar, there's a lot of reason to give up. Not with this group. 248-539-9797. How have the Pistons impacted your sports viewing, your watching? Are they appointment viewing? We had people buying Cade jerseys earlier in the show. A guy got tickets to a game because of the way that they are playing. How have they impacted you? Michigan and Michigan State fans, look, Spartans with a disappointing game last night, but it's the college basketball regular season. They're still trending to have a decent seed. The first look at the March brackets and what the committee is thinking come out on Saturday. They do that snapshot in time. Here are your top 16 seeds. Both Michigan and Michigan State have a chance to be in it. Michigan boosted their resume with a win over Purdue. They moved up one spot in the NET rankings with that win last night. And we've asked the fan bases at 248-539-9797, what needs to happen for your team to make a Final Four run? What do you got to do to make a Final Four run? What would you like to see change? Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. I was recruited to go to a university to work at their radio station. 2 days after class started, the station tried to shut down their sports program, and the GM that recruited me took another job. That's unfortunate. Bad career advice. Recruited by a company that wanted me to build an offering and a team. Made all kinds of growth and commitment promises. When I got there, they wanted me to lay off 200 employees. It was a toxic culture, gone in less than a year.
Wow.
Unnamed texter.
It's a little bait and switch. Hey, why don't you build your own team? Oh, by the way, to do so, you're going to have to cut the force by 200.
Yep.
Save a few guys you want.
Stoney's dad suggested he become a telegraph operator, but he was interested in the new medium of radio.
Go talk to that kid Marconi. See what he's up to. That's me.
You and your buddies, Alexander Graham Bell. Go figure something out.
Hey, Alex.
Another guy, Sarnoff. Sorry, we're getting into radio history class.
Worst career advice was in high school. Use some career finder site. And I remember mine was garbage collector, comedian, and live performer.
Sounds like a great combo. Get a lot of good stories from being a garbage collector that you can tell on stage.
That's what was produced. That's quite a gamut.
Yeah.
I remember my dad took one of, he grew up in the high school probably in the late 50s, early 60s.
Mm-hmm.
They had like these tests that you would take that advised your careers. I think he got FBI agent.
Wow. Do you ever think that maybe he lived a double life that you don't know about?
Right.
Hey, Dad, were you subtly letting me know that you were in the FBI all these years? Went under the cover of being a professor in Michigan. Am I supposed to read into that? I can't talk about it, son.
Yeah.
When can you? When they let me out.
No, I don't think he was hiding anything.
Why was there always a van across the street that was Flowers by Irene?
Yeah, why?
Why?
Like Jack Burns?
Did your dad have unusually great reflexes?
Does he have a secret room in the basement? With a lie detector machine? 248-539-9797. Anyway, did you ever get any terrible career advice? There is news, Gator. We mentioned that the Tigers spoke today, and there is news out of Lakeland. It is that Alex Cobb will not be ready for the regular season. Free agent signing has a setback. Will be about a month. Likely won't be ready for the opening day roster, which means there is a spot on the roster available for another starting pitcher. Thankfully, they do appear to have depth in terms of starting pitching.
Yeah, this is definitely a good thing for the Tigers, that with the depth to absorb that. Mm-hmm. You don't want to start behind, but if it looks like it's going to be a month behind schedule, just breeds more competition, right?
Yep.
And out of that competition, you should get something good out of it. So let's hope that's the case. The early news out of spring training, there's some interesting stuff before the crack of the bat starts to go into the thud of the mitt and all that. But that Jackson Jobe apparently is developing a curveball with a high spin rate that they really like. That's Evan Petzold from the Free Press had a story about that. That's encouraging, for a guy who's competing for a rotation spot and is one of he is their top, in a lot of respects, their top prospect. Excited to see what he can do. A guy who can reach triple digits and all that. We're very excited to hear what he can do, and we'll pay close attention to that over the next month. But they've got options for that other starter spot. So really curious to see how the competition hashes itself out over the next 5 weeks.
Yeah, look, the Cobb signing, I don't think really energized the fan base. And, when you sign a guy at his age and the early return is that he's hurt, this is a 37-year-old starting pitcher who in the last year had 3 starts. Maybe they knew this when they signed him, that it was going to be a minute before they were going to get some use out of him. Part of me feels like this is the next Detroit Tiger Fetter project that becomes trade fodder at the trade deadline. Yep. But if he's pitching well for them, are they in a position where they're going to sell these guys off anymore? It doesn't seem likely. But on the injury front, Javi Baez is expected to be ready for opening day, coming off a surgery on his hip. I feel like almost every Baez topic is simply met with straight hostility. That, he's never, the probability of him living up to the contract is minuscule.
Yeah.
And so it'll always be just looked at as with hostility. The question they have is if they have to pay him anyway, at some point they're going to reach a breaking point where the money left on the contract doesn't dissuade them from cutting him. They're going to have to pay him anyway. So they're trying very hard to squeeze something out of that.
Yeah, can he be average? Can he be a guy who goes out there and hits 250 with occasional power and has an OPS of 725? Can he be that?
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps cut down his strikeout rate, not even just a little, it's like significantly. He can go from striking out, if he's not going to be an everyday guy, can he strike out less than 100 times? If you're not going to play every day, because if you played every day, he'd strike out 150 plus.
Right.
Can he give you that? I don't know what he can give. I have some hope, but it's not a big percentage of it. I have some hope that this surgery he had will allow him to swing the bat the way that he was swinging a few years ago. Now, will it affect his eye at the plate? That I don't know. But will he be able to make contact with the ball at a better rate than what he has with the Tigers? Is this everything is this the thing that really held him back, or is this just another thing? My guess is it's just another thing, and that we're going to be talking about Javi Baez halfway through the season again and saying, when are they going to buy him out? When are they going to buy him out?
Yep.
It's a lot of money still.
Sure is. Hey, just a reminder to download the Odyssey app and listen to 97.1 The Ticket on the app for your chance at the ultimate trip to Vegas. You can win $20,000 plus you and 3 friends will stay at the Circa Resort and Casino Vegas' premium sports viewing destination and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. So make sure you download the Odyssey app and listen to 97.1 The Ticket. Gator?
Doug?
ESPN writer, winners and losers of the offseason. 3 teams are listed as winners. 3 teams are listed as losers. The Tigers made one of those lists. We'll tell you which one at 12:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Happy lunchtime, everybody. Of course, big time snow, 2 storms, separate storms, one coming up later today and into tomorrow, another one over the weekend. Huge snow totals are actually being predicted for areas around Michigan and Metro Detroit. So if you feel like you need to prepare, go for it. I opened the show by saying I feel actually somewhat irresponsible as a provider and a protector of my family that I don't do anything. Like when I hear it's going to snow, I'm like, okay. I'm not hoarding bread and milk. I didn't do what you did and went and got salt.
Like you have no salt at all?
We've got a little bit of ice melt, but I think it's enough to get us through.
Well, if you think you got enough, you got enough. I mean, I didn't go get like 8 bags of salt. I got 1,
Well, it's what you need it for.
Yeah.
What do you need? You need it to, you have a sidewalk you have to clear out and you're responsible for? Is that it?
Yeah, and also the driveway. I mean, I don't want people that come over and slip and fall. Just being responsible, Gator. Doug?
Yep. Gator, you're fortunate you don't, well, in some ways, you're fortunate you don't have sidewalks.
This is correct.
So you don't have a sidewalk to shovel that you're responsible for.
This is correct.
Yep.
So I'm glad I don't.
Kang, do you have a snowblower or are you just straight shovel?
No, man, I'm old school. I'm like John Henry.
Okay. Yeah, me too.
We beat the machine, you and I, Doug.
But you live on a corner lot, correct?
Yeah, but I'm fortunate, though, because the one side doesn't have a sidewalk. So it would, usually the corner lot has the 2 sidewalks, basically.
Yep.
Mine doesn't. The long side does not. So it's just the one in front of my house, not the side.
So here's the question. Are either of your kids going to get involved yet with the shoveling?
No, they just want to play in the snow.
Right. But as the dad, at some point you get to, they're cheap labor.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to get involved. As soon as it's either get a job or help me shovel. Which one do you want to do here?
You got to turn it into a game. So it makes it seem like it's fun to shovel snow.
Can you do more than dad?
Yeah. Right?
Now, or I'm going to punish you if you don't do this. That's the other game.
Oh, wow.
That actually works way more effectively in my household. Threats are a bigger incentive.
Assuming it's going to be a snow day for students on Thursday, tomorrow.
There is a chance, yes.
If it is, what does your youngest do? Because he's not that young, but he's a high school kid. So what does he do with the day off? Does he spend it inside, or does he get excited and, does it possibly go to a sledding hill? What do you do?
No, he sleeps till 11.
Yeah.
And probably plays video games with his friends.
Online.
But when we had like 3 straight snow days last month, and he started getting real cabin fever. He went to the batting cages one day. He went to a place where he works out with another day, and just wanted to get out of the house. Target run. My wife always has somebody in the family making a Target run.
So you've experienced with 3 different children when it comes to snow days. Do they deal with it differently than we did when we were kids and we had a snow day? Because we would love snow days to build a fort, snowball fights, go sledding.
There was a time they grew out of that pretty quickly, and then they all started sleeping till 11.
Do they all gather at someone's house whose parents aren't home or anything like that,
So,
come on, because that's what I would do.
Our house has kind of become the gathering place. So there's same cast of characters that are frequently hanging out at our place.
Open up your fridge, right? Open up your pantry.
Yeah, you want them to feel welcome to at all times.
A little too comfortable?
We invite them to do that. And then every once in a while, it's like, my wife the other day bought 2 giant bags of grapes, okay? Like, and big, beautiful, not cheap grapes. Grapes are not cheap. Brought them home.
It's a beautiful grape.
It's a big, beautiful grape. Brought them home, and they were gone within a day. She's like, that's $23 worth of grapes.
Wow.
Gone.
Wow.
Just like that. But, such as now given both boys are there. My daughter was home. It was over the Christmas break there. Everybody was home. Friends came over, and they just evaporated. But
are you going to? Do you anticipate doing a DoorDash or delivery for tonight or tomorrow night?
Dude, the charges on those things?
I
There's no
understand.
way.
I understand. But I know it's because some people I know feel guilty about doing delivery. Like, hey, I got to order a pizza and have it delivered. They feel guilty about it because the weather is so bad. You don't want somebody to come out and have to deal with that. But it's also the opportunity for you to really tip well.
Yeah.
And make it worth the person's while.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I've never used DoorDash or Uber Eats or any of that.
I have not either.
Never once.
I have a friend who lives by it sometimes.
What I've discovered is how expensive they are when I see that one of my kids on their credit card bill, sometimes we'll see them and be like, what the hell did you spend that on? Oh, I got McDonald's delivered to the house for that much?
Right.
So, yeah, that's something that there's no way I want to pay those costs. But so strong no for me, dog. All right, I mentioned before the break, winners and losers of MLB's offseason. So still some moves to be made from the big spenders who own the headlines this season to teams that sat back and watched. There's some obvious picks among our choices for winners and losers. The winners of the offseason. Number 1, the LA Dodgers. Number 2, the New York Mets. And number 3, that's right, your Detroit Tigers. Listed on ESPN.com as one of 3 teams that are the winners of the offseason. And we'll get to the reasons why in a moment. The losers, the San Diego Padres, the St. Louis Cardinals, and the Atlanta Braves. Here's what they write about Detroit. The Tigers are on an upswing in almost all phases, with prospects from the third-ranked farm system continuing to arrive in the majors on the heels of a well ahead of schedule postseason appearance last season that ended a 9-season playoff dry spell. Detroit played the market well this winter, landing Gleyber Torres and re-signing Jack Flaherty for below pre-offseason expectations while losing no one to a true free agent deal. The Tigers also added Alex Cobb to the rotation and Tommy Kahnle to the bullpen. There are now a number of promising young players, many recently graduated from the farm system, filling most of the other spots on the roster behind the cornerstones of Tarek Skubal and Riley Green. Detroit's rebuild is looking as if it will be a model for others to follow. High praise indeed. Gator, what do you make of this?
I'm a little surprised. I was trying to think which category they fall into, because I know some people would have them in the other category. But I also think it's a little too early to do it just yet, because some names still haven't been moved around. We don't know if they're going to get Bregman. We don't know if St. Louis is going to be able to trade Arenado, and I'm sure that's one of the reasons why they might be on the other list. But I do think the Tigers have improved themselves. That's for sure. I didn't realize have they improved themselves that much over the other teams in the league. Obviously, the Dodgers have done what they've done, which is insane.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I would have thought some other teams might be on that list, but like to hear it. I think it makes sense. Adding Flaherty and Cobb to the rotation makes it a better rotation, and for a team that really relied on a bullpen for the last month and a half of the season, when they went, 29-12 for the final stretch there, they were more than half of those games were bullpen games. So now they've actually bolstered the rotation. That's good. Getting Gleyber Torres to play every day for this team adds to the lineup that desperately needed to have at least one more bat to the lineup. So I kind of like what they've done. And the prospect thing that's still the unknown. Yeah, they have prospects, but they're just prospects.
You know what's cool about this is it's an independent voice outside of Detroit, covers the entire league, saying, hey, your team slow played the offseason. None of the signings in and of themselves, I think, garnered a wow from Detroit fans. But the collective, this article says the collective and what they paid for Torres and for Flaherty and to a lesser extent Cobb and Kahnle is actually a pretty good haul. And it sounds like they're getting a ton of credit for having drafted as well as they did. And oddly, a lot of that credit goes to Al Avila.
Mm-hmm.
But, we're that team now that is starting to get attention. And I guess if you just look at this from the outside, I don't get the sense that a whole ton of Detroiters share the enthusiasm. Like, they're excited, but there was no wow signings.
Well, I think not yet. They're not excited about it yet. I think that once you start to see a couple weeks into spring trading, and the Bregman thing withstanding, it's remembering that they got Kahnle and how good he can be for this team.
Right.
Seeing that once you actually see in spring training games, okay, wait a minute, they actually do have a rotation. and there aren't really holes in that rotation. Okay, that's solid. And we want to see the difference of what that everyday lineup looks like. If Torkelson's out of it, what does it look like that now you've got Colt Keith at first base? Is he taking a big step forward this year offensively? And Gleyber Torres, bringing in a veteran bat that knows how to play, and he's not that old, so you kind of like it.
248-539-9797. Do you share this enthusiasm, Tiger fans? Pitchers and catchers report today. The update on Bregman, there is no update. We continue to wait to see if there is any movement there. Got some basketball if you want to go down that road. We'll revisit the Pistons and the college game later. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch alongside Scott Anderson. Kang's behind a glass. Kenny answering phones. 248-539-9797. A lot of feedback. We were talking about the Bregman lack of a deal at this point, whether or not he got bad advice from Scott Boras. Have you ever had terrible career advice? Also, Pistons, are they changing your behavior pattern? Where are you invested in this team now? Is it just your time? Do you find you're talking about them with your boys a lot? Or has it changed much at all? Look, if you're a hardcore fan, you probably watched them all throughout the tougher times, hoping that this young core would develop, and they're developing nicely. Last night, they got out to a healthy halftime lead.
Is that healthy?
Yeah. Like, what is it, 40 whatever points?
71 to 29.
29.
29. They give 11 points in the second quarter.
The Bulls had 29 at the half. From Brandon.
29.
Brandon in Detroit writes, I haven't watched basketball in probably 3 years because of how bad the Pistons have been and how bad the sport has become with no defense and all the three-point shooting. It used to be my favorite sport, but now that the Pistons are good, I've been to 2 games this year and I've watched every game, and I'm even watching some random teams' games this year. So here's what he said. The part of this text that interests me is how bad the sport has become with no defense and all the three-point shooting. Is that a reflection of the NBA being bad? Is the fact that people have been, that we're overplaying, people weren't paying attention because the Pistons were bad, and underplaying, people aren't paying attention because they don't like the product? But because the NBA is way different than it was 15, 20, 30 years ago. And I'm a little leery of talking about this because every last one of us heard back in my day when we were in our teens, we were kids, and this might be a back in my day kind of discussion. Last time I looked, television ratings were healthy. And last time I looked, this is not an aging fan base that has a problem that we sense like Major League Baseball. So, we can sit here and just dismiss sort of the NBA as a product because our team was bad and Detroiters really didn't care. But is it truly reflective of a problem with the product itself?
Well, the league has evolved. This is what it is now. It's a three-point shooting league, more so than it's ever been. Every year it gets to be more and more and more with the emphasis on it. And, when they went to the three-point line way back in the early 80s, whatever it was, it seems like teams were reluctant to do that, to go there. I just looked at the box score. Remember that game the Pistons and Nuggets played? It was like a triple overtime game, 186 to 184.
Mm-hmm.
In that game, 186 to 184, with players, there were like 4 players in the game scored over 40 points. Combined, they went 2 for 4 from three-point land.
That's hysterical.
I mean, that's what it was. And now, given that's 40-something years ago, 42 years ago.
Yep.
But that's how it was. And now we're getting it evolved to the day where the Pistons went 18 of 41 last night just from three-point land. And that seems, is that abnormal to take 43-point shots in a game? I think it might be on the heavier side, but this is where we're at. If you don't like it, I feel like people that don't like it are probably an older generation of basketball fan.
Mm-hmm.
But it also depends on how your team is. Like when the Pistons weren't very, and they haven't been relevant for a while here, and now they are. Leading up to this point, I know I myself have said I don't like today's basketball game. It's all three-point shooting. Well, it doesn't help that they weren't winning. Now that they're winning,
you like it a little bit better.
I like it a little bit better.
No,
Malik
that's
Beasley
normal.
knocking down 7 3-point shots in a game. You know what? There is something to that when a guy knocks him down. If you're making the shots, it's great because your team's winning and you're happy. If you're not, and you're trying to keep up with the Joneses and you just don't have the horses to do so, then it becomes brutal.
Well, you brought up Malik Beasley. My man just broke the all-time Detroit Pistons record for three-pointers made in a season, and we have not hit the All-Star break yet.
They got 30 games left.
So that tells you where the game has gone. And you guys know I'm a basketball guy. I'm an NBA guy. I don't like the game as much as I used to. I don't. So I understand if you want to say the older crowd or whatever, like why, the game has changed too much for them and they don't like it. I get where they're coming from. I don't hate the game, but I don't like where it's gone. I think the NBA is getting their target demo, but I think they also have to realize they're losing other demos, and maybe they want, Adam Silver has been trying to do things. There's the in-season tournament. The All-Star game is changing.
The NBA Cup, King.
Yeah,
the
sorry,
NBA Cup.
My bad, Adam. But there's the All-Star game is always changing. There's talk about load management, things like this. So I think they know they're not perfect, and they got to change some things. My advice, very simple, get rid of the nerds. The nerds have made this a three-point shooting league. They're saying efficiency, that's the way to go. So now everyone has to shoot threes, and there's no post-up game. There's no mid-range game. I like that part, and it has gone away completely almost.
So what is the solution? Is the solution to
get rid of the nerds?
Well,
no, go ahead.
Was the solution to get rid of move the 3-point arc back even further? Make it tougher to hit threes?
I don't think so. I think it's like football. What happened this past year? What did everyone start talking about all of a sudden?
The run game?
The running backs are back, right? We got to get rid. Hey, running backs, now they're back. It's not about just quarterbacks and receivers anymore. You can draft one in the first round. You won't be yelled at anymore, right?
Too high safety.
All that stuff. So I think I'm hoping the league evolves to kind of go back. I think leagues in general do this, right? They kind of go back to
cyclical.
Where the roots maybe were at some point. Not all the way back, but maybe the post-up game becomes a thing again if you get a dominant post player.
Well, I was going to say what needs to happen is that you need to have a team that is willing to invest in taking shots inside of 15 feet because all of a sudden they're making those shots at a greater than 60% clip. And it's more advantageous for them to take more of those shots than to shoot 35% from beyond the arc because they're scoring more if they're shooting closer in.
What's interesting, though, is that the 3-point line and the three-pointer, which used to, I think, engender excitement amongst the fans, people are now complaining about it. People now don't like it. It's too much.
Because it's kind of boring. Like before, it was like strategy, hey, you're down by 7. How do you, we're going to have to hit a 3. And now it's, this is just our offense. We run it to get somebody open for a 3-point shot all the time.
Well, for people parachuting back in on the NBA because the Pistons are good, I wonder how many of them are just disappointed in the product in general.
Well, that's kind of how I brought up like last week as well, as when the Pistons do it, they crash the party, right, guys? Yep. Maybe they can change this a little bit, at least for our sake, locally. Play defense, bring back the mid-range a little bit. I mean, you definitely need a three-pointer. Look what Malik Beasley's done this year. Cade's in the three-point shootout. Yeah. So you need that. I'm not saying ignore it, but Asar plays defense. Ron Holland plays defense. Beef Stew plays defense.
But if we sit here and say we like the game better back in the day, the Tayshaun block took place at, what did we say the score was? 66 to 64?
In the fourth. Right.
It's a fourth quarter game when Tayshaun blocked that shot. Neither team had reached 70.
The Pistons had 79 at half yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? And what's made a difference with the Pistons? We can say too much three-point shooting. What's made a difference with the Pistons is Malik Beasley's joined the team. And now that we are benefiting from having a great three-point shooter, the team's winning more. It's opened things up for Cade and others. And so the thing that people complain about is also the thing that kind of excites them at the same time. I don't know. Maybe this is going to happen 20 years from now and 20 years after that people are going to just say, back in my day, it was always better. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Pistons, another win last night, guaranteed to be above 500 at the All-Star break. And now a game and a half clear of the play-in. Can they make a run at home court? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, want to have a healthier New Year? Start by giving your family the best water available just by contacting CGC Water. This month, save $500 on a Kinetico Premier Softener and get a free Kinex Salt Monitor with purchase. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing can also take care of all your plumbing needs. Save 10% off on any water heater from CGC Water. Your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Call 855-339-4242. So the NBA, according to Statista, has the largest group of fans between the age of 18 and 29 years old. Out of sports fans, they have the largest group of fans in that age range, 18 to 29. They have the smallest group, 65 and older.
Makes sense.
It is appealing to a younger fan base. Major League Baseball has the largest group, 65 and older. And Major League Baseball talks about its problems. All leagues have things they're trying to address. But with the Pistons getting better, I feel like, and we've seen some of this come in, still some complaining about the NBA product. 248-539-9797. Will, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Will.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing, Will?
Will. Hey, just a quick comment on the NBA, and you're talking about the 3-point. I don't think a lot of people have issues with the 3-pointer in the game. I think the problem is, at least for me, is when I'm watching the game, and I'm kind of old school, like, you know, some of you guys, I don't really watch anymore because I don't like the new pace of the game. But I think it's the amount of 3-pointers they're taking and just the inconsistency when you're watching a game and you're seeing teams go back and forth, just, you know, yakking up threes, rebound, go down, another missed three, come back, another missed three. I think that's the part of the game where I can't stand, and it's kind of boring for me to watch. I love it when teams are hitting threes, and, you know, a guy comes down and hits 2-3 threes in a row, and the place is going crazy. We love that, but it's just the inconsistency and the amount of threes that they're taking in the game, which kind of turns me away.
So you'd like it better if they were just better 3-point shooters. If in fact would you be in favor of moving the arc in to increase the percentage of made 3-point shots?
Well, I don't know if that's. I mean, obviously we have good shooters. I mean, you have some of the best shooters in the game now, but it's the people who are not good 3-point shooters, who think they're Steph Curry, who think they're you know all the Reggie Millers, and, you know, they go out there and just are yakking up threes and are just, you know, so inconsistent. You know, it's like you should, you know, just like you said, you should have big guys down in the post. You have your shooters on the wings. You have your guards that can drive. I mean, know your role and play the game like it should be played. You have everyone on the floor now thinks they're a 3-point shooter, and they're not. And that trickles down.
I guess that goes
to
back to the coaches. I mean, if they're allowing people who can't shoot the shot to shoot the shot, should we discuss it? Do people yak up threes, or do they jack up threes?
Well, you jack them up.
Okay.
Although the way that it's being, they're just vomiting 3-point shots all over the place in the league these days. I can see that too.
Do you think that's how he was using it?
Are
they yakking him up? Does one yak up a three, or does one jack up a three?
You probably jack them up, yes.
Let's go to Philip in Detroit. You're next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, how's it going, Doug, Gator, okay?
Philip!
Okay, great. So I like the NBA where it is today because I'm not so much with all the threes, but I just like it where it evolves the big man. He's not limited to one. He's not relegated to one form of playing in the post all the time, where it doesn't clog the lane, where it gives the guard the ability to be able to penetrate and get down the lane. It also adds a bigger dimension in the pick and roll game, where it's not always just a pick and roll. You can get a pick and pop or whatnot. But I do like a big man that also does have an inside game as well, though. You know, it's a give and take of the whole thing.
I was about to say, because basically, Philip, you're describing a unicorn. You want a big man that has an inside game, back to the basket, but also steps outside and hits the three, which is pretty much like the perfect player.
Well, not necessarily. He doesn't necessarily have to hit the three. He can have a mid-roll game as well. Okay. But, you know what I'm saying? I don't necessarily need him to shoot threes, but I do need him to develop some form of an outside shot where he's not relegated just to being in the post. Like, Shaq had no real outside game. But,
none.
Hakeem was to a degree, like you said, a unicorn. He could put the ball.
He was
an
artiste, man. That guy was an artist of low post play.
But could Shaq play in today's game?
I mean, I'd like to think yes.
I mean, you got a guy who's going to average 28 points a game, and not one of them comes from beyond 15 feet. Do I care? I care about the 28, right?
Yeah, I think But Shaq was like, you're just not going to get the Antoine Cars of the world playing anymore, which is more typical of what the big men were. Antoine Carr's probably a bad example.
No, but like Karl Malone.
Reference a guy from 40 years ago.
Was Karl Malone a 3-point shooter?
No, not necessarily.
No, but you'll take the 29 points a game he gave you.
Yeah.
It's just the game has just evolved that you've got shooters, but it doesn't mean that guys from previous eras couldn't play in today's game. I think you'd welcome a player like that because it does. I think maybe what King was getting at is with the NBA being cyclical, things always kind of come back, and maybe defense right now is what's working for the Pistons. It harkens back to the day. Maybe we're so concentrated on seeing these 3-point shooters that maybe we'll see the emergence of the mid-range game and the short game, because if guys are scoring points, that's really what you care about. As long as you're putting in at a really high rate in the field goal percentage, you don't care where it goes in, just that it is going in.
Well, that's what I go back to. Like I was joking with saying get the nerds out of the game, but what I'm saying is that the analytics and the stats, the efficiency guys, they're telling the coaches, right, and the players and the upper management, this is where you win. The math says if you do this a lot more, you have a higher percentage to win the game. And so they're saying, yeah, shoot more threes because it's just worth more your time and effort, than going inside and not scoring. A mid-range shot is a bad shot. Or anything close to the 3-point line that's not a three is not a good shot. So this has gone with all sports, though, right? It's not just basketball. Look at baseball. They're telling you, hey, this is the way you have to do things. And that's where, what happened to just the purity of sports is what I'm saying. And I think we've gone too far analytically.
248-539-9797.
King's shaking his fist at clouds.
It kind of is.
I know it, man. I don't like to hear
it. I like it.
Yeah, but I still watch. I want the game to do well because I enjoy the game. I used to enjoy it more, though,
Oh, I know.
Marvin is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Marvin.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Marvin.
Yeah, what's going on? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I just had a crazy thought while we were talking about this. What if, for instance, they limited the amount of shots of threes worth threes? Say you get 15 attempts at threes, and after that, all your shots in the paint are worth 3. You think that would make a big difference?
Well, I mean, just switching it up so all of a sudden now a shot in the paint is worth 3. That would
Would it make a big difference? Yes, it would make a massive difference.
I don't know if it's a good difference. I mean, I thought you were going to say just the first part, where if you limit it to, hey, you can only take 15 3-point shots per half, something like that, or in a game.
But if you encourage more points in the paint, then you get the entire game. Not everybody's just jacking up threes. You start playing old basketball where you start feeding those big guys, and they're worth more.
Dude, it's hysterical, radical change. But if they gave away 3 points, if you took a shot in the paint,
I got 3 points for a dunk.
Yeah,
only after you've
expired the 15
3-point shots. Yes.
I mean, it's super convoluted. But you talk about a game changer in terms of the way a game would be played. And the way you would D like crazy to keep people from getting into the lane.
The game, I don't think we need to complicate it.
No, this is super complicating, and this is going way too far, and I love it.
Yeah, but it's also it's turning to MTV Rock and Jock too, when you start making up rules like that.
That is also correct.
And I don't think you need to do that.
No, I don't want to do that, and that's really radical. But I think he's onto something as far as if you change the math. You know what I mean? Those analytic guys have to change the way they think. The formula changes. And I think that's what he's trying to do, because right now, everything tells you 3-pointers better than 2-pointers. And so get everyone that can shoot, and you'll have a better chance of winning. He's trying to change the math back to the way we used to watch basketball.
Well, that's like rewarding the old school big is what that is.
Yeah, so everyone's played pickup basketball at one point or another, right? Whether it's 3-on-3, 4-on-4, whatever. And did you always go by 1s and 2s?
Yep.
Because it was easy math. But if you think about it, just shoot 2s. It's worth double the points of 1. That's why it's right now the NBA is 3 and 2, because 2 and 1 would be insane. If the 3-point line was worth 4, no one would shoot a 2-point net. We'd watch an NBA game where there'd be 1 2-pointer taken.
All logo shots.
Yeah, exactly.
248-539-9797. People parachuting back in on the NBA because the Pistons are actually worth the watch. Do you like what you're seeing? It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, a couple years ago now, I had to get new garage doors, and I knew who to call. I called Precision Garage Door right away because they'd helped me out before, and I remember the great customer service. It's exactly what I got. They were amazing. John, Jeff, and the whole crew, they were spectacular. They came out, picked the perfect doors, gave me a bunch of different options, and I got them installed, and I was so happy, and I am still happy. And right now, in fact, you can get free door opener when you buy any new garage door. That's a $499 value, but the sale is going to end on March 31st. Call 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com. Schedule that appointment for a free consultation. Ask about the opener, and if you mention 97.1 The Ticket, you're going to get your service fee waived. Don't wait. Call Precision Garage Door today. They're awesome. They're available weekends and no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty, and all calls are answered 24/7. Again, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or go to precisiondoormi.com.
It's always good to have a 50-point lead. Carson Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. People are parachuting back in on the NBA because the Pistons are good, not necessarily liking what they're seeing as far as the brand of what the brand of basketball the NBA now is playing. And the thing is, number support that a younger generation likes this sport. We always hear about Major League Baseball trying to get the younger generation. Out of all our pro sports leagues, the NBA seems to do the best. So does that mean there's really a problem? That's the audience that grows up with you. That's the audience that probably 20 years from now is going to be saying, back in my day, it was so much better. But things change, things evolve. I don't know that what we're having is any different discussion than conversations that anybody that's over the age of like 25 heard their uncles and fathers debate about sports and how it was better back when they were young. And maybe it's just because when you're young, you look at it completely differently. Maybe the games haven't changed that much at all. It's so much more important to you when you're 18. They're all seen as heroes and superhuman, and you get to be older and you don't look at the athletes the same way, and the games don't mean as much.
Well,
so then you just, what do? You bitch about the game.
The old up and under move just doesn't hold up to
that's Carson's signature, man.
To a 25-point shot.
Let me tell you something. I was playing one-on-one against my 17-year-old the other. It still works.
Still works, baby.
Backed it down, pump fake,
yep.
step through, laid it up with the left.
Yeah.
And in.
You got 1 point for that, and then he hit a 3, and he's up 2-1 on you.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true. That's 100% true. And I lost.
The
what
drops,
you just said is exactly what happened.
Exactly.
The drop step does not hold up against a
literally,
30-foot shot.
I get the ball, and I dribble, and I start backing down.
You bust your ass, man.
I take like 13 dribbles getting into position.
Yep.
I'm on the low block. I make a pump fake. He flies by. I lay it up and in.
Solid.
Yep.
Nice.
He gets the ball back, and it's like check, and he just grabs it and shoots, and it's 2-1. He didn't take one dribble.
And he's not breathing heavy, and you're sweating over there. You're dying. You're calling timeout.
Yeah.
Regroup.
Water break.
That is 100% exactly what happened.
And that's the league.
And that's the league.
And I get it. Like, I definitely admit.
And I lost.
I admit. Old man yelling at clouds a little bit here. And they're clearly hitting their demo, though, Doug. You mentioned the numbers earlier, because look at the commercial. It's shoes. It's pop, Mountain Dew. It's video games, right? It's stuff that appeals to that audience. So they're hitting their advertising dollars. But... but for everyone else, is it helping?
I can't believe you guys brought it up, because we literally played on Saturday.
Yeah, that's the game.
And I worked so hard for a point. Check. Pulled the trigger. I'm losing 2-1. I get the ball back. What do I do? Start backing him down again.
Final score, 12-6.
Yeah, you know what? and Doug's not going to learn the lesson. The lesson is work on your 3-point shot.
I always needed to work on my 3. Let's go to Justin. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Justin.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
What's up?
So, with the game right now, I'm not thinking it's more of the shooting 3-pointers that's making it unbearable to watch. For me personally, I think it's the resistance. A lot of players aren't playing good enough defense at this point. They're just able to jack up 3-pointers at will. Only way I see combating that is possibly bringing back hand checks or taking out the zone, only because when watching this game over and over again, it seems like it's non-competitive. I've seen so many 20-point comebacks this year watching this. So, what's your take on that?
Maybe bringing back the zone isn't a bad idea.
Well, look, you could change the rules to favor the defense. I don't know if the data would tell you that the most healthy thing for the NBA is to bring the scoring down, but it would certainly change the way the game is played.
That doesn't necessarily bring the scoring down, because it was still high scoring in the 80s when there was hand checking as well, and they weren't jacking up threes all damn day.
Is that going to change that, though? Are people going to – how does that keep people from jacking up threes all damn day, as you put it?
You can get up on a guy.
It's not actually going to stop it with the way today's player plays. I'm only just comparing it to eras when the defense was when the rules actually favored defenses. They were still high scoring. Okay. I'm not comparing it back to like 2003 when the Pistons and the Spurs were dominating the league with 70-point games.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where the whole change came into play, because I guess the NBA viewer found it kind of boring to watch an 80 to 60 game,
And you're right. I mean, here's the truth. Back when the Pistons, the going-to-work Pistons, were competing for NBA titles, people were bitching about the NBA. And we heard it all.
Oh, yeah.
We were the problem, remember?
Yeah. They changed the rules.
248-539-9797. Now it's gone the other way, and you can still find bitching about the NBA. Maybe we just accept it for what it is in this era of time is probably the best advice. But Joe is on a cell, and he's next. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
We're good.
Good. So the best solution I've heard to kind of change this is basically remove the corner three. So you'd have the three-point arc stop at the free throw line break. And now defenses would have a smaller area to have to cover for the three, and you could strategize to say, we're not going to allow this opponent to shoot threes tonight. And that would sort of force offenses to reincorporate post play and mid-range play. What do you guys think of that?
That's interesting.
I've heard this talked about. It's the closest three on the court. You could just have an arc that
So instead
ends
of having
at the
a horseshoe,
sideline.
you're just having an arc.
Have an arc that goes sideline to sideline, and the corner three is gone. It's an intriguing idea that I wouldn't mind seeing in the G League or seeing in Summer League to see how it plays. But yeah, you know what? I mean, I guess one of the inherent messages, because I'm trying to get away from us just being old guy yelling about the way the league used to be. Is it fair to say that we would prefer a variety to a league that is leaned so heavily on the three? Because there's nothing special about a 15-foot jump shot. That doesn't exactly get the juices flowing either.
Don't tell that to Rip Hamilton.
Right, I got it. And Rip was the best at that. But in this NBA, I mean, the ball would still go in for Rip from 15 feet, but would he be devalued?
Probably would. And this is why I say unless you start developing that game, because everybody's worried about the three-point shot. But if players start knocking those 15-foot shots or 12-foot shots, if they start knocking them down with a ridiculous success rate, then you're going to have to account for that more so than accounting for a three-point shot.
It would stand to reason if somebody spends all their time perfecting the shot from 23 feet that they could be even better from 15. Right?
There's a place in the game for mid-range guys. Like DeMar DeRozan just had 42 points. He's not a three-point shooter. He went 15 of 22. 4 or 6 from 3, though. He's not a high-volume three-point shooter. He never has been, never will be. He gets all his points in the lane, mid-range, or he takes it to the hoop. You have to mix these. I mean, to win that way, though, you have to mix in guys that on the team that can shoot three, of course. You know, they also have Zach LaVine now, who shoots a lot of threes as well. So Rip could survive because if you make baskets, you make baskets. But it's just a different type of game now. And then Rip would, though, his range would have to improve, though. You know, like he could shoot that corner three pretty easily, but I think he had a tougher time at top of the key. Things, you know, the game, every sport evolves a little bit, and you got to change a little bit. My thing is, I feel like it's really gone drastically kind of one way. But the caller bringing up hand checking, that'd be interesting if you're allowed to hand check. The league wants the lane open, though. They want you to be able to drive and dunk, and you don't want to clog up the lane. They have zones allowed, but just not the full zone like college allows.
Yeah, and the lane is bigger. Could they go to a college lane and obviously allow you to post up closer to the basket to increase the probability of making that shot without running the risk of 3 seconds? Is that a simple solution? Is just go back to the college lane?
I think there's some interesting solutions, whether it's the zone defense or just making the three-point shot an arc. Mm-hmm. I think those are interesting ways to do it. But part of me also is like, find a way to be better. You know, it's find a way to combat it, defend it better.
Yeah.
Because everything evolves. It's like when baseball got rid of the shift. I look, does it slow the game down and all that? Yeah, it does. But at the same time, I was like, if they found a way to defend you, then you have to adapt as a hitter.
I know you were always in favor of that. Just bunt the damn ball or go the other way with it. But they didn't want power hitters not swinging for the fences.
No, and I get that. But this is what happens when you start playing towards the offense. At some point, it's going to go too far, and people are going to say, wait a minute, what are we doing here?
Let's go to Andre in Southfield. You're next. Hi, Andre.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
So for me, I'm 46, so watched a few generations of basketball. I think the business model, you got to do the marketing and business model along with the rules and whatnot, because I think if you start with the rules and those of us that have seen the NBA where it's grown to since LeBron, where they cater to 2 to 3 guys on a team, has kind of created this, 3-4 guys standing around waiting to catch and shoot 3-pointers rather than, and that's really marketing, not really a style of play. You know what I mean? So now instead of playing like it was in the 80s and 90s where you had 5 guys and you'd end up guys with unique skill sets playing to their strengths, you got everybody trying to play the same style where high pick and roll, guys in the corner, as opposed to saying, let's take 5 basketball players, which is what we're forced to do when we go to the Olympics, and play real basketball where everybody can dribble, pass, shoot. Now you can change the style. You can feature more real competition rather than marketing players where everybody's chasing being that LeBron/Luka/James Harden, where they earn the big check, the big marketing deals, as opposed to pure basketball. You know what I mean? And I don't want to be
that's a society. I feel like we're getting into the real deep end of the pool about, superstars, celebrity, what's in it for me. I think it's hard to market team, even though there's nothing greater than when a group of people come together for a common goal and beautiful for spacious skies. Waxing poetic over here. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $349 a month with no money down. This is a zero down deal, and it can be yours with a GM employee discount and current lease in your household. Don't forget Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, your number 1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. Huge inventory of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, Trax, and EVs. Hundreds on the ground to choose from. Sarah Chevrolet, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Stay warm and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. I'm not particularly sure we solved anything there the last half hour.
No? You don't think so?
I'm not even sure it's broken. I think it's circle of life stuff. You get older, you romanticize how it used to be, and you think it was better. And, was it really better? Was it different? Yes. Was it better? I don't know. People bitched about all the defense played with the going to work Pistons. Everybody hated the bad boys. Not everybody, but most people outside of Detroit didn't like their style of play either. So now we got people parachuting in on the NBA because the Pistons are not terrible. A year ago today, they were 8-44. Now they're 28-26. Battling for home court in the postseason, game and a half clear of the play-in tournament. And we bring up, the NBA and the likability of the watchability of the game, and phone lines are packed with people wanting to change the game. And look, it's probably nothing that gets addressed. But I will say this. Baseball did something that purists really didn't want to see. They eliminated the shift. Maybe the purists didn't mind that. What the purist hated was the pitch clock. And I'm sorry. Am I wrong in saying that the pitch clock era, the change has been hailed as one of the greatest changes the game has ever seen?
I love it. I love it. Get people in the batter's box. Get the pitcher ready to pitch.
Quit effing around.
Let's go. Yeah. I think it's great.
They took the game with the most downtime and basically cut in to the downtime. And it's not like the games have gone and they shaved an hour off the game times, but it's a much more watchable game. And all you need to do, it is shocking what we used to tolerate if you watch an old game on MLB Network. Like, dude, throw the ball.
Well,
step in the batter's box.
There was a difference with games that were played in the 70s that went by like a blink of an eye. And then at some point in the 80s and 90s, everything got bogged down. Batters were taking forever. Pitchers took forever, shaking off signs. Give me another baseball. I don't like this one. How about that one? And you'd have a minute and a half between pitches.
Mm-hmm.
And now we've got it down to whatever it is, 18 seconds. I think it's a great change for baseball.
So a radical change that was, I don't think we've ever taken a call with anybody saying, hey, I used to be a baseball fan, but the pitch clock, I can't watch anymore.
I want to say we had a very small, maybe one or two. I remember somebody calling in over the summer, and they didn't like how the rules have changed the game.
Mm-hmm.
They thought it was too much in the other direction. But they were obviously a purist and didn't like that. So, I mean, to each their own. You're not gonna bat 1,000.
No, you mean get everybody to
that's right
to like a rule
not
change.
Everybody's gonna like what you do.
I'm gonna guess that the NBA probably doesn't feel like they have a problem. I'm gonna make that guess.
No, but I think Adam Silver and the NBA and David Stern before him, I think they've been very open and to changing things to make it better. And I think this weekend is going to be another opportunity. We're going to look at the All-Star game and say, okay, we're going to have to change things here because this game is unwatchable. How do we make it watchable? How do we get people back? We got to do more than just the dunk contest because they tweak that all the time. They're constantly looking for the right mix to get it right and get it watchable. And they do the same thing with their product.
All right, news from college football. It appears that the Ohio State Buckeyes have added a rocket scientist to their staff. Looks like Matt Patricia will become their defensive coordinator.
Okay.
So, we'll see how this works out.
Well, Matt Patricia was a horrific head coach for the Detroit Lions.
Yep.
Was terrible at it. But was hailed as a pretty good football mind, just maybe not the right motivator of individuals when he had the head coaching job. So going to the college game and working for Ryan Day and his staff there, and now being a member of that staff, I mean, I wouldn't bet against him being successful. He's going to have great talent to work with. It's a situation where it's like when he was in New England. There's no question who's the leader of that team. It's Ryan Day. So like when he was in New England, there's no question. It was Bill Belichick. You go to work and you're working for somebody and for that staff. So, and he's going to the defending national champions. Is there a better gig in the country for a defensive coordinator than going to the defending national champions?
It's a good question. It depends how you measure the gig. If you come back and you don't win the national championship, people will, maybe think it's you. But look, this is an easy punchline. Let's be clear on that because of his lack of success here in Detroit. But yeah, he made a name for himself as a defensive coordinator. It's interesting. After he left Detroit, I don't believe any NFL team hired him as a DC after that. In fact, I'm not even sure he got a position. He was just like a senior analyst kind of deal. And so, I often talked about, in the league, it feels like if you're a great coordinator, fails a head coach, there's always that spot for you as a coordinator again. Do you have his resume in front of you?
I do.
Did he ever become a defense coordinator after the Lions?
He became the senior football advisor and offensive line coach. Remember, he went to the offensive side with the Patriots in 2022. Then 2023 was with the Eagles as a senior defensive assistant.
Why do you think he never got? I don't know, but why do you think he never got a shot as a defensive coordinator again in the NFL?
Well,
Didn't he take over for the Eagles defensive play calling last year?
He was senior defensive assistant is what it's listed at.
I know. I think at some point, like late in the year, they actually let him call the defense because it got so bad over there.
For Fangio?
No, Fangio just came this year, didn't he?
Okay, you're talking about 2 years ago.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, last year, not this past season.
2023 season. Again, yeah, he was a defensive assistant there. Why wouldn't he have been? Because after he left Philadelphia to come to Detroit, New England to come to Detroit, that at that point in time, that was a Super Bowl? That was a Nick Foles Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
So, or was he? Yeah. So it was him and Jim Schwartz for Philadelphia, right? And both of those guys had these great defenses, and they both gave up tremendous yardage totals and point totals.
Yeah.
So did that kind of blow up what they thought that he was? And then his head coach of the Lions, does that ruin his reputation on the defensive side? Because
it could.
He goes to New England and then goes to the offensive side. So does that explain why? I mean, if New England gave up on him as defensive coordinator.
Yeah, it could.
But the opportunity may not have been there either. Maybe Belichick wanted them as part of his staff, but I don't have a spot for you on the defensive side. How about you work over here? Because he's a rocket scientist, Doug.
He is, literally. Look, I don't know if there is
pencil him in as your offensive coach.
It's a strong statement to say during his time as Lions head coach, he became one of the least likable guys. It got really weird with Patricia and uncomfortable. He hasn't coached in college for years, but neither did Wink Martindale, and he kind of figured it out. And near the end of the year, had Michigan playing great defense.
And he did take over as the defensive play caller, Kane, but it was only for a couple of games.
So it was like an interim?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, it was way at the end on December, according to Wikipedia, on December 17th that Nick Sirianni announced Patricia would replace Sean Desai as the defensive play caller.
There you go. Well, he's now in the B1G with Ohio State as defensive coordinator. All right, Twin Peaks fans, it's hump day, and you know what that means. Bourbon and Brews is back at Twin Peaks this week. Is Sweethearts Week. So your favorite Twin Peaks girls, they are swapping out the black and they're wrapped in red. Get ready between 5 and 7 for sampling opportunities of those high-end bourbons and whiskeys and some of their famous craft cocktails. Enjoy them with the beer of the month, Sam Adams Cherry Wheat. What's better than the beautiful Twin Peaks girls and awesome drinks? How about pairing that with some scratch-made food? As far as restaurants go, their food can compete with just about anyone. Hand-cut New York strips, house-smoked ribs and brisket, and the best wings in the state. Have you had their wings? They are hand-cut and battered to order with the boneless. They got the smoked wings. They got the naked wings. They got the breaded wings. They're enough to tackle any appetite. Biggest ones you've seen. And you know what pairs well with wings? All your favorite sports action. Twin Peaks should be your destination for sports all season long. They deliver the best game day atmosphere apart from actually being at a game. Game audio, 50-plus TVs, and the best food and drink in the state. Ask your Twin Peaks girls for awesome drink specials during every game. Twin Peaks eats drinks, scenic views. Big night for basketball last night. Pistons with a monster win. Well, by monster, I mean they were up 50 against the Bulls. And it feels like people are investing more time, investing their free time, investing their energy, investing their listening to and watching Something or Nothing what the Pistons are doing. Where does it rank for you? Michigan State. Look, Izzo was not happy after the game, kept it very simple after they dropped that home game to Indiana. He's not happy with the interior defense, and he wasn't mad about the offense. He thought the shot selection was fine. Simply open look shots did not go in. And this is basically an example of a team that struggles to hit threes as it is, having a bad night even for them. Michigan State went 4 of 23 from 3. And as far as the interior defense, no answer for Malik Reneau. Boy, was he a tough guard. And Indiana gets that win. Michigan State's NET ranking dropped 4 spots. You know, given some of the bracketology projections, you do want one of those top 4 seeds. And, you know, because it's all about what's the path in March. It's unpredictable because there are upsets and you never know how your path may open up or your path may be the most difficult to get to the Final Four. But right now it's trying to win your conference and jockeying for position in March. This is a loss that Michigan State can recover from. But it was on a night where he was potentially going to break the Big Ten record for coaches' wins in a market, a number I'm not sure is ever going to get matched. The way things change so quickly, the way there's not patience like there used to be. Is any coach going to even coach in the Big Ten long enough to make a run at this record? Who knows? But there were a lot of dignitaries there for a celebration, and now their next game's on the road, right? Are they at Illinois next?
I believe they're at Illinois.
Yep. Which Michigan State and Illinois played, I would say just in terms of sheer quality of game, I thought the first game they played in East Lansing was one of the best games overall that I have seen this year. Yeah, Saturday night, Izzo go for the record again. But that didn't help in the Big Ten race when Michigan beat Purdue. So Purdue was in first place. They go down to the Wolverines, and there's a long way to go. There's still 7 games left for Michigan. But as they play the seeding game and they try to get one of those top 4 seeds, they moved up 1 spot in the NET rankings. But they proved to be deeper than Purdue, and I think that's really what the difference was. And there were some key calls and missed box outs by Purdue late in that game that really cost them. But a deep Michigan team that got nothing out of Russian Loy-Vaught in the first half, but in the second half, and he and Dusty May got into it on the bench at one point, and whatever it seemed to have worked, as Vlad Golden was a much bigger factor in the second half. But I thought Michigan's depth showed. But the question we asked to people at 248-539-9797 is, what do you want to see out of your team, Spartan fans, Wolverine fans, to prove that they can make a Final Four run? What do you want to see?
Well, Michigan State, you want to see more consistency from the three-point line. You want to see somebody emerge alongside Jaden Akins and be a real scoring threat every time they touch the basketball. And they haven't had that. And is that going to be Jace Richardson? You hope it can be. He certainly was on Saturday. It was huge in the game against was Oregon. But last night, not really there. They had 2 guys on the team take more than, I think, 5 shots in the game. That was it. They're not getting consistent scoring from without throughout the team. Yet they were winning at a great pace. But now Michigan State losing 3 of their last 4 games. You're like, well, what's happening here? And even the game they won, they were trailing at halftime significantly.
Yeah, they gave up 50 in the first half.
So they're not playing good basketball right now. They're not playing well offensively. They're not shooting all that well. And, defensively, they're leaking a little bit here. You'd like to see guys like Booker step up and be the player that you think he is. Same thing with Fears. It's all throughout, but they need to have somebody be a guy that's going to be, a partner with Jaden Akins and score at least 15 a game.
When Michigan State was on that massive winning streak, we talked about that, and we do this all the time. When you're on the win streak, you feel like you're never going to lose again. And when you're on a losing streak, and it's 3 of 4 here, you feel like you're never going to win again. Out of everything that's happened in the losing streak, probably last night was the most disturbing because Indiana's got a dead man walking at coach, and they have their limitations. They're good, but I didn't think they were going to the Breslin Center and beat Michigan State good. But now they've lost 3 of 4, and they're in one of those stretches where you can't find a win, it seems.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not going to make excuses for it. Michigan State didn't show up enough to win that game, but Indiana did have something to play for because it's Indiana's legend, Bob Knight, whose record Tom Izzo was going to surpass. And to do it against an Indiana team would be kind of ironic if they were able to do that.
You think the players cared about that?
I bet you it was brought up. I mean, if you're Woodson and you're trying to fire this team up, are you not going to mention that?
Yeah, I don't know.
You have to mention that. You're trying to find anything.
I would think that the players probably don't have a lot of connection to Bob Knight anymore. But hey, look, whatever works, I guess, is a card you would play. As far as what Michigan needs to do to make a Final Four run, I don't know if it's just a constellation of players that are always going to turn the ball over, or if when you recruit an entire new roster and basically have an entire new team, that there are growing pains that are resulted in turning the ball over. They are far clear of the next closest team in the Big Ten as the team most likely to turn the ball over. It feels like if you could cut back on those, a deep run would absolutely be in store. Maybe these are just obvious answers for Michigan State. Find some three-point shooting for Michigan, stop turning it over. But if there's anything else, 248-539-9797, you let us know what it is your team needs to make a Final Four run. Speaking of 4, professional transition, the Four Nations hockey tournament starts tonight. Format. Oh, you asked. The format is...
What's the format, Doug?
These 4 teams will play round robin, and then the 2 teams that finish first in said round robin will play for the Four Nations championship. Woohoo! I don't want to belittle this.
That's worth taking 2 weeks off.
I would tell you I would much rather watch the Red Wings play than watch this. However, I'll sample it and maybe discover that the brand of hockey is so great and that the players care enough that it's worth watching, and I may enjoy it tonight. Who's playing tonight?
It's
Sweden and Canada. Sweden and Canada. Team USA plays Finland tomorrow night. They play Canada Saturday night, play Sweden on Monday night. I mean, maybe I'll talk some crap to my Canadian relatives.
Yeah?
Yeah, you want to help me fire a text to them and see if I can get a response before the end of the show? Seriously.
Start talking crap. Use Lucas Raymond.
Goosh. Let's get Mo on here. Let's get the Big Mountie on here.
The Big Mountie?
Yep.
Nice.
We'll get new guy. My cousin Mikey. My Canadian relative. See if we can get them all fired up.
I'll watch tonight because I love hockey, but also we just had all basketball last night. The Pistons will play tonight, so I'll be going back and forth with that, I guess, because I really enjoy watching the Pistons play this year. And yeah, I'll watch for. I'm Swedish, so I'll root for Sweden in this one. Like Lucas Raymond a lot. Get to see him play. That's fun. But I think the tournament is ridiculous to do it in the middle of the season instead in lieu of the All-Star. I think this is dumb. I wish that this would be a after-season tournament or a preseason tournament like the Canada Cup was. That makes sense. The World Championships, that kind of thing I get into. But to stop things for 2 weeks in the middle of the hockey season to represent only 4 nations seems too convoluted to me.
Kenny, you're the station hockey dork.
Like, where's he going with this?
Yeah, no, you're a big time hockey guy. How do you feel about it?
I don't think it needed to be 2 weeks, first of all. I think that's a little gratuitous because could you imagine they could do like a matinee game and then a night game? You could do multiple games. You can get this over with in a week.
Yeah.
That could have been possible, I think. But I actually think you'll be pleasantly surprised by the quality of hockey.
I hope so.
Because this is not like an all-star game. I feel like when players attach themselves to the nationalities and like it's the Olympics or whatever it is, they really, really give a crap.
Yep.
The try factor will be much higher than any other all-star game that we've seen in like decades.
And yet I ask you, would you rather be watching the Red Wings play Columbus tonight?
I would rather be watching the Red Wings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Gator, help me craft a crap-talking message to my cousins and see if we can get a response. What I put together is boring. You guys ready to lose to Team USA Saturday night? And that's pathetic. That's not good trash talk.
Look at you.
Yeah. What can we come up with? Will you help me get an inflammatory text going and see if I can invoke a response?
Yeah, you want to do something about the 51st state? Want to do that?
We win the game, we get your country.
Yeah. Stakes are high for this
Do
one.
I want to do that?
Yeah. I mean,
no, I don't.
it's a tariff on players coming back into this country.
They're not finding this funny at all, just
No,
so you know.
I don't find it funny
I think
either,
that's a bridge
actually,
too far.
Gordie Howe bridge too far?
97.1 the ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797.
You just showed me a picture of a winter lodge.
Yeah.
It looks great. Looks very picturesque.
It is the lodge at the top of Big Mountain in Whitefish, Montana, with what they call snow ghosts. It's all the pine trees that get covered so much with snow that you don't see any green, and they're just white, and they call them snow ghosts, and it's my happy place, Scott the Gator Anderson.
I mean, part of me wishes that I really just enjoyed winter enough where I could just sit outside a giant bonfire with, a winter jacket on and winter boots on, and I'm warm enough where I'm not feeling cold, and I'm having just a nice hot chocolate or some kind of beverage that I'm enjoying, because I do love the bonfire. I love a bonfire.
So I know you like to walk. Do you do any walking when the snow hits the ground? Do you get outside at all?
Not really. No, and I should.
Because when you're walking outside in the winter and there's snow coming down and somebody has a real fire going,
it's great.
And you're walking past the house, it is to the winter what the barbecue is to the summer. When you walk past somebody's house and you're going for that summer walk and somebody's got the grill going and you're like, oh, that smells so good. And when somebody's got a fire going and you walk past, it's just the greatest smell. And yeah, look, I mean, as a winter sport enthusiast, and it's basically downhill skiing. I love to downhill ski, although I'll do other stuff. Skating outdoors is just elite. If you can get into an outdoor hockey game, there's nothing quite as good. Our league used to have one outdoor rink, and you get to play 2-3 games a year out there, and you'd get outside, and it's like 4 degrees, and it's so cold, but you start playing hockey, you heat up quickly. And, with the snow coming our way tonight and tomorrow and then Saturday, we got snowfall totals, Gator.
Yeah.
It's projected by the Free Press. East Tawas, are you ready for 8 inches, East Tawas? Hastings. You ready for 5 inches, Hastings?
How about Alpena?
Alpena. You ready for 7 inches, Alpena?
How about Brighton?
Brighton didn't make the list for some reason.
I just shoot it down every time.
I know, it's like random. I give the Free Press credit because I find this to be fascinating. Different cities around the state of Michigan.
What do you think their reasoning was to pick the cities they picked?
No idea. Because they
just randomly chose like 40 cities?
About, yeah, that's what it looks like.
Muskegon on the list?
Muskegon is on the list.
What are they getting?
Prepare for 4 inches, Muskegon.
Wow, no lake effect.
Apparently. Or little lake effect.
Yeah, very little.
Yep.
Saginaw?
Sagnasty. 10 inches.
Damn.
For Saginaw.
So, yeah, the, what is it, Saginaw, Bay City, and Midland? Those are the big 3 cities out there?
Yeah.
The Tri-Cities?
Midland's getting 9 inches. Bay City, according to this, they get the full 10.
It's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
An extra inch makes a difference.
Yes, they say.
A lot of coverage.
Mm-hmm. So there you go. Buckle up. All right, feedback.
I don't have a sled.
If you did, would you really go sledding?
Probably not.
No. Kang, you have to go sledding. You're the parent of small kids.
I mean, I don't have to.
But you're going to.
Kang hates winter.
I hate winter, man.
I feel like this is a missed opportunity.
But isn't it cute to dress up the girls and get them ready to go outside?
I'm not going to lie. I brought up to, I think you guys last week or so, like, it's crossing my mind to get the girl into snowboarding possibly.
Yep.
So she's really young. Get that. They still call it bunny hills, Doug? Is that what it's called?
They don't. They technically will give it a
beginner hill.
Yeah, they don't even call it that. They'll give it some Funland.
Funland?
What's wrong with Bunny? Is Bunny Hill's not funny?
They got rid of Bunny Hill. At Nubs Knob, it's Big Time, I think is the name of the Bunny Hill. They call it Big Time.
I would expect that to be a little more difficult.
Why did they change it to a Boyne Highlands? Because they just reconfigured their whole beginner area and they put a high-speed chair in there, heated with the bubble. Boyne Highlands ski map. Do people care? Are we taking this too far? Yes, Kang. I think you should get your daughters into.
We could
outdoor winter sports.
The big time hill together.
You could.
Yeah, you should take your kids sledding, though.
He doesn't sound like he's about to.
No, it really doesn't sound like that.
Nope.
Is there a golf course near you?
Yeah, there is.
So there could be some hills and a golf course that kids enjoy.
I just tell them, girls, it's not that cool. It looks cool. It's not that cool.
Even your mom doesn't like it.
Here's the funny thing about it is when you've sent pictures when you dress your daughters up in their outdoor winter outfits, they couldn't be cuter.
Right. Even I say that.
Yep.
I did say that.
And he doesn't even like kids.
That's right. That's true, Doug.
That's not true.
Gator hates kids.
That's not true.
But do you wish at all that you liked the winter?
Yes.
Okay, so you're damning your children to disliking it as much as you do by not introducing them to outdoor winter things.
The door is cracked open.
Okay.
All right. So I haven't shut it up completely on them yet. For me, it's a lost cause.
And you're a good athlete. Like I've always thought you'd be great on a snowboard.
Maybe is there a senior league?
Never ever.
Never too late to luge, Kang.
That's right. Start the luge career.
Skeleton,
Oh, there's that picture of you guys in the office we used to have.
And look how happy my face.
On the 2-man luge.
Yeah, 2-man luge. Sterling and Shep. You all right, Doug?
Sterling Douglas.
Yeah.
Would have been a great name. All right, feedback coming in on the NBA.
We'd be a shoo-in for silver.
Because we have a lot of people here that are parachuting in on the NBA and watching it for the first time in a couple of years because the Pistons are good. And I get those hardcore fans out there. And you don't see it through this prism, but you got to remember that when you bring in the fringe fans that have, I've been a Piston fan since January, like that fan, it really creates buzz and excitement in the town. But some people we got talking about the league now, and here's some of the feedback we've gotten. The way to fix the game is to make 2-pointers worth 3 points and 3-pointers worth 4. It takes the current analytics out of the game. So it devalues the actual 3-point shot. It places more value on shot inside the arc from a proportional standpoint. The shot inside the arc being worth 3/4 of what the shot outside the arc is. This is never going to happen. But you're right. It would change the way the game is played. Unnamed texter, how about no 3-pointers allowed until the fourth quarter? I don't see that being. Again, some of these ideas they would work, but it would be radical as hell.
Yeah, it would be radical. Limited to the second and fourth quarter.
I don't know that the game's in need of radical change. The subtleties like getting rid of the corner 3.
All right, is the game as popular as it's ever been?
I go back to saying this, are they hitting their target demo, right? And Doug, you had the numbers earlier that says like they have the largest number of what?
Of fans the aged 19 to 29.
Yeah. And so
of any of the major sports leagues.
The question is, well, I guess my question would be, do they start losing fans at 30? And is that a concern for them? Or do they just only care about that 20-something-year-old fan?
I don't know.
Yeah.
More feedback coming in here regarding issues that people would like to see corrected in the NBA. Basketball sucks now. There's no strategy, and players never learn the actual game. That's from Dan. Mike in Sterling Heights. I grew up with the bad boys. I don't mind the threes. It's the lack of defense that bothers me. Well, yeah, I mean, there's the mail it in on that end of the court that does happen, but so, I feel like there has never been a successful Detroit basketball team that wasn't overly committed to defense.
Right, or just unconventional. They went out and did things differently.
We are typically not invited. We don't have the proper credentials to be let into the restricted area, and yet we find our way in nonetheless.
Yeah.
248-539-9797, 97.1, the ticket. Hey, Detroit, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that's where True Green comes in. They're the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass green and looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, TruGreen backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits and make it right. Don't wait. Head to TruGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you think driving a snowplow would be fun?
I think it would be satisfying to a point.
Yeah.
I
like there are jobs that I don't think when you don't have them that look exciting to me.
To handle big equipment.
Yeah, to be one of those guys that in one of those MDOT trucks driving around the state, plowing highways.
That
moving
I
snow.
want nothing to do with that.
Don't you?
On the highway? No.
Oh, the surface
Nobody
roads.
respects the people, and I absolutely not. Would
Yeah,
I want to
highway can be a little bit scary,
Yeah.
but yeah, I can see what you mean.
running a plow through the neighborhoods?
Yeah.
That can be, although people are yelling at you too because you're going down the street and next thing you know it's mucked up the end of the driveway.
Well, yeah, when you get blocked in.
Yeah.
The snow dam that gets left in its wake. And then you're out there and you spend 30 minutes clearing the driveway and another hour and a half just digging out.
Which is the worst,
Yep. But I actually think driving one of those things would be fun.
And you like the winter, Doug. We get it. You don't have to keep emphasizing how much you love winter and
Okay,
snow.
but what about being a long-haul trucker? Do you think that looks like fun?
No.
Have your 18-wheeler and drive across the country?
No. They have like the worst lifestyles of like anybody. They eat poorly. They're not exercising. They're just sitting in a truck driving.
Addicted to caffeine.
They don't talk to anybody.
You're limited to the number of hours you can drive a day, right? So you could pull over and go for a hike.
Right.
Yes. I often think of truckers as hikers as well.
Well, they don't. It sounds like they don't choose to do it, but I think you can mix in a workout.
Mm.
You don't think there's any truckers that are in any kind of good shape?
There have to be because I saw the movie Over the Top.
That's it.
Yeah, and the main character in that movie, he was in pretty good shape.
Solid evidence indeed.
I just do for the truck.
Okay. So, I don't know. It's funny how quickly you can become a hot commodity in the National Football League. The Kellen Moore hire in New Orleans.
Right.
It's getting pretty good reviews, isn't it?
Yeah. Particularly if you win a Super Bowl and you're the offensive coordinator, yeah.
Yep. Do you know how many votes Kellen Moore got for Assistant Coach of the Year?
I do not, but it's funny because you think back at it. Of course, he should have gotten some, but obviously Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn got a bunch of them. Defensive coordinator for Flores for Minnesota got a bunch. How many did he get?
0.
Really?
And that doesn't mean it was a bad hire, right?
Right.
By any stretch of the imagination. But he got no votes for NFL Assistant Coach of the Year. And it's pretty highly praised hire. It's just kind of funny to me.
It is. No, that is funny.
Yep. Because you just don't, I sound like a good hire to me. Seemed like a guy who was doing a great job. And yet during the regular season, the bulk of the time that these guys worked, whatever he did didn't garner him one single vote for NFL Assistant Coach of the Year.
That's it. No, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Because you would have thought it's not like Philadelphia snuck up on people being a good team and having an offense that is a well-oiled machine, running the football. You did have a 2,000-yard rusher. That doesn't happen every year in the NFL. You had an incredible success rate in converting on fourth downs.
By my count, there were 17 coaches that got votes, and Kellen Moore didn't get one. Nary a fifth-place vote. But gets the Saints head coaching job, considered a very good hire. And maybe it will be. Just kind of funny. News today out of Lakeland, Florida. Alex Cobb will be set back about a month in his recovery from injury. He likely won't be ready for opening day, which means, Gator, a fifth starter spot at least is open right out of the gate. Is this new life for Casey Mize? Is this new life for Matt Manning? New life for Kyler Montero?
It is, actually, for all those guys. It gives them an opportunity to showcase your wares in the spring and show that you belong. Because there's already a spot for that fifth spot in the rotation. But now you're going to have two spots open, at least for the first month of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Put your best foot forward. Do what you can do.
I mean, I guess I probably shouldn't pin in Jackson Jobe as a starter, but we're pretty much in agreement that it's Skubal, Flaherty, Reese Olson. Jobe is probable. Maybe not for sure, but I think Jobe is probable. And then you get to Alex Cobb's spot here, and some guys that we were wondering if they were even, maybe trade fodder. Ty Madden get a crack here?
I think they're all going to get a look, and then if they don't make it, how many of those guys end up going to the bullpen?
Were you a little surprised that Max Clark wasn't invited to big league camp?
A little bit. And I guess what it tells me or McGonigal, the same thing. Is that just telling me that those guys are going to start at high A ball? That you're not going to give those guys an automatic jump up to double A ball because they played part of a season at high A ball, most of the season at low A ball. I guess I'm a little bit surprised with that, but I'm okay. You can only have so many guys you invited there. There are other players that have, like Tyron Lorenzo is going to be there, like that.
Briseño's going to be there, right?
No.
No, okay.
No. How You Lee gets an opportunity.
That was a Philly trade for Michael Lorenzen?
Yeah, I believe that's right.
Okay. They brought him in, middle infielder. So I don't know if I've ever seen a more well-crafted quote about, I don't do anything. I have nothing to do with this. Don't keep asking me about it, but I'm going to recruit this player anyway, than what was said by A.J. Hinch today about Alex Bregman. I think this is perfectly worded, according to Evan Petzold, when asked about Alex Bregman and maybe ending up in Detroit, and we're on Bregman Watch Day X, and we still don't have any news. I get asked about it on airplanes and restaurants, walking down the street. I live in Houston during the offseason, so you can imagine how that's gone. It's obviously he's a very talented player, very impactful player, and someone who's close to my heart. This is a guy who I'm really close with. I've largely stayed away from talking about it because he's not here. I've tried not to go into the public relations banter on trying to recruit him here, but he can help any major league team. Time will tell where that is and what he chooses. Special guy. So I don't know anything, people. Quit asking me. But if you're listening, Alex, special guy.
Well, you'd really be a great addition to this team.
You'd help any team. Big fan. Big fan.
Really big fan.
Mm-hmm.
Keep waiting for refreshing Twitter to see if there's any news, and there still isn't.
Nope.
I'd have to believe this thing gets done by Friday, wherever he goes. But I'm getting to the fatigue as well. I know there's tons of Bregman fatigue, and for whatever team he decides to play for and sign with, that fan base is still going to have some fatigue to work through. But I think it disappears after like a week.
Especially if he gets off to a good start,
Yeah.
which unfortunately is not his modus operandi.
No, it's not. But spring training, first game for the Tigers is the 22nd, so we're looking at 10 days for the first spring training game. But I imagine that once you get into the throes of spring training, the daily reports, how does somebody look and all that whatever fan base gets to say that, Alex Bregman plays for us, they'll be fine with it, even if they're a little feisty and spicy right now with the fact that he hasn't signed with anybody yet.
Rico, you were at the game last night?
I was.
Yeah.
Real quick, I think for the Bregman thing, I think whoever the fan base that gets him, buyer's remorse.
Could be.
It took so long. You probably overpaid for him, and if he doesn't come out and look like an all-star, you're like, what was this for? Go ahead, Doug. Yes, I was at the game last night.
It's funny. I watch a game, and I was at the Michigan-Purdue game, went home, watched the State game, and I was watching Izzo's post-game press conference, and he was in one of those moods where he wasn't like agreeing with anyone's premise. And your question was like, hey, you're probably going to see a lot of no, we're not.
He just cut me off.
He was like, Rico, I'm not answering this question. We're not gonna see a bunch of zone.
I was like, if you're Michigan, if you're anybody, like, yeah, you run the zone until you hit shots.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give Mike Woodson credit. He didn't outcoach himself. Michigan State, if you don't hit threes, we ain't coming out this zone.
So, it's maybe the obvious answer. We asked the fan bases of both teams, and we got basically expected responses. What does your team need to do to make a Final Four run? And for Michigan, it's stop turning it over, and for State, it's hit some threes. And Fiddler might be the guy. It's just you make the jump from Omaha to Michigan State.
Yeah, you're shooting 17% from the three-point line right now, and when you come into the game, you shouldn't be jacking a 40-point three. I mean, a 40-foot three. Yeah, it's like maybe just hit a layup or something first.
I looked at his game log from this year and also from last year. And last year, I think, what did I say? Like 17 games where he scored 20 or more points, including a handful of 30 or more point games. This year, His high total is 18, and I think he's had 5 or 6 games where he's been in double digits. He has no games this year where he's knocked down 2 threes. None.
No. And last night kind of showed me exactly where he's at. I think the Big Ten is just the lights are too bright for him. It was early in the first half. I mean, it was late in the first half. They're in the zone. He breaks it. He gets right to the basket, stops, and then throws it out for somebody to kick a 3. And Fears just kind of drops his head like, no, that was the shot for you. What are you doing?
It can happen. I feel like the light's starting to go on for Reuben Jones, who went from North Texas to Michigan.
Yeah.
And it's, he's worked his way into the starting lineup, and he was a big factor down the stretch yesterday. But so the light can go on later in the year, but will it?
We'll see. I know Michigan hates Vegas because whatever the line is, it's always a meaningless shot at the end of the game, and they don't cover.
So
they were 2.5-point favorites.
Yeah, and Danny Wolf misses 2 free throws for people who had the 2.5, and he just needed to make 1. And then the Indiana game was unbelievable. Michigan was laying 3.5, I think it was.
They were up
or
6.
4.5.
Game's
and the
over.
kid hits a 70-foot. Unreal. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch spoke to the media today as pitchers and catchers officially reported. He shared a few smiles when asked about re-signing Jack Flaherty. Matt Vierling, who's expected to get a lot of reps at third base this season, said the following when asked about Alex Bregman, quote, "We'd love to have him and everything like that. He's an incredible player. He would help our team win. I'm preparing to play third base, and then if we get him, I'll obviously change," end quote. New starting pitcher Alex Cobb has right hip inflammation that popped up as he was readying his arm for spring training. He will not be ready for opening day, but Javier Baez is expected to be good to go. According to Pete Thamel, Matt Patricia is finalizing a deal to become the next defensive coordinator of Ohio State. The Pistons play the Bulls tonight in Chicago. It's their last game before the All-Star break. Last night they beat Chicago 132-92. Tonight the line just 4.5 in favor of Detroit. Pregame at 7:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, as easy as it would be to do receipts with Rico regarding Michigan State's flaccid approach to three-point shooting, I'm not going to do that.
Mike.
No.
No. I would be disappointed if you didn't know, because you have said it all year long. This team can't shoot threes. And Mike Woodson said, hey, guys, we're going to let you shoot all the threes you want. You're 4 for 23. Go ahead.
Oof. No, we are starting somewhere different. We have what I think, and Rico, it's a great find by Rico. We have the Lions just continuing their path to being wholly unlikable. And the talk and the hubris, and in my mind, the delusion. And we're going to get to it at 3, because one of your players may as well be Jim Costa talking. I just, again, enough. Go to work. We're going to get to it at 3. I want to start with something, though, good news, bad news. And I don't know about you, Rico. I like getting the bad news out of the way. So let me give you the spring training good news, bad news report, and then a question.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Michigan State had a party last night, all dressed up, nowhere to go, and the party didn't happen.
No, I kind of smirked at that. I'm sorry. Here's the bad news. The bad news is starting pitcher Estelle Getty has hip inflammation and won't make opening day.
Cobb, you mean?
Rue McClanahan has hip inflammation. So Alex Cobb, noted old guy who basically was retired, but you went, but wait, here's $15 million. He got a hip problem. He won't be ready for opening day. Now, bad news, right? You don't want to start the year with an okay, you really enjoyed that, huh? Fun fact, by the way, the Golden Girls are still on TV all the time.
I know.
I was scrolling around I was trying to do the Rico Beard College Hoops program last night. And I'm like, the Golden Girl still in syndication. Mm-hmm. So there's your bad news. Now I want to offer you good news, right? Listen, if you're commuting a little later today, it's going to be a blizzard. We're going to do the best we can to entertain you. 2 hands on the wheel, please. Let me give you some good news. Javi Baez is cleared for opening day. But this comes with a question. A, if he is here on opening day is one of the questions. It's twofold, Rico. I want to know, do the people, and I'm starting with you, obviously, do the people believe Javi Baez will break camp with this team and be on this roster on opening day? Yes or no? And how will it make you feel about this team? And let's be very clear. If it doesn't bother you in the least, you don't have anything to be ashamed of. I'm not going to, yell and scream, but I'm also not making fun of people who go, the sight of this man makes me like my team less. But I'm fascinated. Now, Scott Harris, famously now, a couple months ago, gave himself every out. Ifs and buts and maybes and checkpoints and bibbity-bobbity-boo. Well, we're here now. Spring training has started. Javi's cleared for opening day. He's here. So, Rico, I start with you. This is like a game show. Do you believe Javi will be here opening day? And if so, your reaction to that?
Yeah, I do. I do think he will make the roster on opening day. I think he will be here on opening day. I think he will be a part of the lineup. I think they will try to put him out there at shortstop and start him on opening day. Why? That's just what they do. It would frustrate the hell out of me because you saw what happens. And by you, I mean the Tigers organization saw what happened when he left to go get himself worked on. Look, I'm not saying Trey Sweeney's the answer, but to me, I felt better because I could deal with, okay play coming from a younger player than that coming from Javi. Because the expectations, he's not going to reach them. So that's when my frustration kicks in is, no, I don't want to see him back out there. I just want them to move on. I want them to Allen Iverson him. Just pay him his money and tell him he doesn't have to show up to the ballpark.
Does that come complete with living at MGM?
Yes, wherever. Wherever you want to go. Just not at Comerica Park.
Okay, so Rico's made his statement clear. I'm a little murkier. And hear me, no one hates Javi the way I do. I mean, it's a bloodlust. I cannot stand him. I hated him every stop of his career. I damn near got sick on the air when you signed him. However, is it wrong of me, Rico, or perhaps a sign of emotional maturity? I'm just going to let it play out, and if the team's winning, I'm just going to have to live with it. But yet, if they lose, then and only then will it kick in and bother me. Does that make any sense?
It does, and it is emotional maturity on your part. It's saying, yeah, let's see, maybe they can somehow win without him. Or you know what? Or maybe he contributes to the team and actually helps them to win. I guess
it wouldn't take much, would it?
No,
Think about that. It really wouldn't take much for you just not to kill this team.
No, you're right. But I reached that point where I don't think it's going to happen, and I'm just ready to move on and let Sweeney do it.
Well, here's your problem with Sweeney. See, this is still the issue. Sweeney's a left-handed shortstop. He's not going to play against lefties. You need a platoon there, and they just don't have the organizational wherewithal right now. Now, if this was June of 2026, the McGonigal conversation happens. And I say June because of service time manipulation.
Right.
But I'd love to hear from Kenny, David, the people. Guys, all jokes aside about Cobb, that's not good news, right? Like, you don't want to start the year down a pitcher. And look, I don't like a lot of their options. Cobb, Maeda, Mize, these people don't exist in my world.
No.
Just go out there and don't kill us.
40-year-old pitcher, hip, not a good combination.
It's just a bad way to start when we all joked around about signing a 37-year-old who's basically missed 2 full seasons and thought he was on the couch. But I want the Baez thing. Guys, is he going to be here opening day? And if so, your reaction, because he's been cleared. He did it. He rehabbed. He did it. He cleared all of Scott's checkpoints. 248-539-9797. And if you think I'm out of my mind for somehow just saying, look, if they win, I'll live with it, versus the sight of this man makes me want to projectile vomit. Guys, I'm just trying to find a way through it. I don't understand keeping him around, but in the same sense, what did I just say? They need a right-handed bat who can platoon at short. They do. And again, it's day. I mean, Rico, what day is this of Bregman Watch?
Seems like day 100. Because, we wanted him, David wanted him as a Christmas present. So it's been a while.
You know the problem? I'm like a little kid. The present I wanted for Christmas, I don't want no more. I don't even know if I want the
Mike,
I don't know what's up or down.
No, here's the thing. I think wherever team he goes to, there's a better chance of buyer's remorse than feeling like you actually won something.
Maybe. I don't know. You just better pray he doesn't turn into Anthony Rendon, but we'll leave that alone. David, your thoughts. Kenny, your thoughts. The Baez factor. He's cleared. Is he here? And if he is, your reaction.
Yeah, he's here. He's here.
Hot bread.
Sadly, he's here, and my reaction would be, well, I expected it. I didn't expect anything to change. I didn't expect him to buy him out. I didn't expect him to come training camp or come spring training to say, well, we're going in a different direction. I didn't really expect that with the team. So this is exactly what I expected. I'm not happy about it. I'm angry about it, but I don't feel I have any energy to be angry. It is what it is.
See, Rico, he just hit on something here. Maybe I've been broken. Like, I don't have the ability to chair drop myself. Literally and figuratively. I don't have the touch screen.
Let me help you.
Thank you. My spine thanks you. I guess the team has been so stubborn about it and so obtuse about it. I don't have the energy to get up here and start yelling and screaming about it. I'm kind of like David. I've just accepted it. And if he starts killing the team and the team gets out to a bad start, then and only then will I be able to reinvigorate the anger.
Okay.
I've accepted it. He's here.
But see, here's why I don't want it to happen. Because I don't think you're going to have the Christmas miracle that happened at the end of the season where you got red hot and the Twins just got ice cold because you fell in such a deep hole. It took everything, a perfect storm to happen for you to make the playoffs. How about we just don't start the year off with a foot in the grave? How about we just start the year off winning?
I like that.
Okay? That's why I would be frustrated. Let's just win. Even if you're playing 500 baseball, you're setting yourself for a chance that, okay, a good 10-game streak and boom, you're leading in the division. Rather than it seems like you start the year off and you're already 7 games, out below 500.
People, let's get to it. We got a jam-packed show today, and no matter how your day ends, and hopefully it's not in the snow driving home, we got you. The Javi issue to start, we got to get to this Lions thing. You got a Lions player doing some more talking, which is basically what they do best, and I'm kind of done with it. Like, you know what? Humble up, go to work. We'll see you next year. Don't need it, but we're still doing it. And at 4, I got to mix it in. Pistons versus the League. Pistons, good story. League, unwatchable poop. I don't know what to do anymore. Last night was a personal affront to professionalism. Not by the Pistons, but by the league they exist in. We're going to talk about that. Oh, by the way, State just missed another 3. We got a whole lot to do today. 97.1.
Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that supports any fitness journey. It is the home of the judgment-free zone where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. Feel your strongest and your best self with the best in-class equipment for a full body workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching. Planet Fitness has it all, including brand new plate-loaded machines like the hack squat and supine benches. This also includes free weights, upper and lower body strength machines, treadmills, Stairmasters, you name it. Planet Fitness has the exercise that you're looking for. And there's convenient hours that'll fit your schedule and your routine. So that means you got time. Planet Fitness is here for you. $15 a month. That's it. And if you need a little assistance, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus specifically on you. Head over to any one of the 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area to get started, or you can go online, or you can just use the free Planet Fitness app to get started and sign up. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
All right, let's get to the people. The Javi question. Look, it was good news, bad news. I mean, the bad news, Alex Cobb, a.k.a. Estelle Getty, bad hip. Not going to start the season. Not going to be ready for opening day. You've got some pitching depth. The Javi thing, I mean, yes, I called it good news just because it makes good radio. He's cleared for opening day. While you've been in a football slumber or maybe enjoying Rico's college basketball dance party, oh no, Javi's still here. Hi, it's me again. And he is cleared for opening day. So we've asked the question, is he going to debut with this team? And how does it make you feel about your ball club? And while I agree with everything Rico's saying, I think I've yelled about it so much over the years. I think I've been so right about it all along. I don't give a damn about patting myself on the back. I didn't want to be right. It's one of the worst signings in the history of the sport. I'm done. I can't make them change. I can't get them to just buy this guy out. So I'm in, Rico, what are your stages of grief? Acceptance is like the third one, right?
Fifth.
I'm in the final stage of grief. Acceptance.
You just accept.
I have accepted this. So that's what we're rapping about with you, the people. David, a few ticket texts, and then we'll get to the callers. Go ahead, buddy.
Baez will be on this team for at least a couple of months. They want to see how he looks after the injury, after getting surgery or whatever, but that's what it will be. Ryan in Ypsilanti. Someone says Harvey Baez will not be on the team on opening day, and if he is, we are going to start slow once again. I'm sorry, I thought he was saying something else. I needed to edit there, so we're good.
Yeah, but here's what I would tell. Rico, I don't know if you agree or disagree with this. If you start out slow and Javi Baez is the reason, then the rest of your team's no good. Javi can't be the reason you win and lose. That means the margins are too thin. Like last year, you were not a good baseball team for 120 games. Losing games 2-1, and Javi gets thrown out because he's in space off second base in Cleveland, or he goes 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position and you lose a game 3-2, you go, well, yes, we're losing because of Javi, but we're not that good anyways. If you think this team is good, they can't be losing because of Javi. Javi will just be a wart on an elephant's ass, and you live with it.
See, I don't know, because when you look at the team, Mike, they got better once he was not there.
I know.
Same
I know,
team.
but how much of the last 45 games am I supposed to consider being real versus a Disney movie? You know what I mean? That's you're right. They did get better, but Rico, they
almost immediately better.
Addition by subtraction. Rico wins. David, go ahead, and then I'll go to the callers. Rico won, me none.
That's okay. I could hit a 3-2.
Honestly, Rico versus Bob Fiddler. I'm taking Rico in the shooting contest.
Someone says, yes, Javi will be on the opening day roster. Number 2, I will be furious. Then he says, 2A, nice job signing Methuselah.
Yeah, I'm leaving it alone. I don't want to be right on stuff like that, but if I made a top 10 of free agent pitchers, I would have picked up the phone. Cobb wouldn't have been on it. And that list doesn't include guys like Corbin Burns. I'm talking, shout out Jim Costa, value signings. $15 million to Cobb was not on my bingo board, fellas. To the people. Let's go to Drew, 97.1. Drew, what's going on, pal?
Hey, guys. My thing with Javi is it depends on a lot what happens with Bregman. If we get Bregman, I'm fine with Javi because then I still think that we improve. If we don't get Bregman, I need Javi out of there because then I still think we improve because then we get rid of his negative WAR.
Well, you've called in about Bregman, so let me ask you a question, Drew. Yesterday, we dedicated a lot of the show to it, and we had good conversation with people. Rico and I are like-minded. I can't work past 5 years with this guy. I want to know where you're at. Are you in the at all costs sign him, or are you like us where you go, look, you got to put a line in the sand? This is bad news.
No, I'm definitely lying in the sand. I think he's a good improvement for 2 to 3 years, and then you just kind of eat the cost after that. We cannot have him for 6 or 7 years. But I still think if we get him, we improve for at least a couple years. And
well, that's the thing that kills me too, Drew.
If
I have to get texted another one of these, and it's stupid because it doesn't factor in defense. Well, Vierling's numbers are close to. Okay, one guy's a Gold Glove third baseman. The other guy just stands there. Like, just stop. It's immediate improvement. I agree with you completely, Drew. But yeah, this contract, the saga, I'm almost to a point I'd rather the team start the year and then get in the trade market, weaponize some of the prospects, and go get your guy.
Can't argue with that.
No, and we'll say, I mean, Drew, the guy's got to decide. I mean, for Christ's sakes.
Yeah.
Baseball's insane, Drew. Like, have a deadline. That's it. It should never get to this point. It's absolutely ridiculous. Appreciate the call. We'll go over to Connor, 97.1. Connor, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I got a comment and then a question for you, Mike.
Yes, sir.
So, first of all, I mean, I accept the fact that Javi Baez is going to be here, but if he's batting higher than 7 in our lineup, I will be physically ill. Like, I don't even really want to talk about Baez. But
okay.
My question is, how bad was Gleyber Torres at shortstop for the Yankees? Now, obviously, he wasn't good because he moved, but correct me if I'm wrong, he came up as a shortstop, and obviously he's a right-handed bat. In a situation, could we put him back at short? Cool Keith hits all right against lefties. We could put him back at second. I mean, obviously it's still up in the air with Torkelson. Like, if we can even have him at first,
But
if he's even going to make
Connor,
the team.
let me say this, okay? I love the creativity. I'm not breaking your balls about that. But what you have just offered, Metro Detroit and the newly minted 1901 Society, is 2 M-Dot barrels at short and second. And I'll even give you the blinking light reflectors if you like. I'll throw those in for free. You can't, Connor. You cannot have a middle infield of Gleyber at short and Cole Keith at second. I mean, forget about it. You may as well have 2 guys in wheelchairs.
Does he just have a noodle arm? Like, does he not have the range? Like, what is it?
It's really both. He can't move. He's just, listen. Look, Connor. The Yankees didn't want him playing second base when they traded for Jazz Chisholm. They wanted him to move to third, and Gleyber said, "Go bleep yourself." And the Yankees went, "Well, then great. You're not playing for us anymore." Now this offseason, Connor, he turned down more money from the Nationals, and I believe more years, because the Nationals were only interested in him as a third baseman. So it's just, Connor, he's a 1-year Band-Aid. You hope he comes in. You hope he plays well. Did I like the signing? No. I think Gleyber goes from having Juan Soto protecting him in the order to, I don't know, pick a Tiger.
Riley Green.
Yeah, sure. And again, then if I say what's really on my mind, people are going to think I don't like Riley, yet I do. It's not the way I would run things. It's not the way I would do things. I'm not going to be dishonest, Rico, and be like, well, they got worse. No, that's not fair. They got incrementally better. But that's a snooze to me. And I'm not mad at Connor getting creative, but like we talked about this yesterday. Remember we had the guy call in about Alonso, and I'm like, right, but Keith's at first base for a reason. He cannot play second. And before you say, well, Keith came up as a third baseman, his arm will fall out of socket. He can't do it. So they're kind of stuck. That's the problem.
But yes, I would be very upset. I would be very frustrated. Not upset. I would be very frustrated.
Okay, so let me ask this question. I'll get more of the people. I have just received a missive from a very passionate Tiger fan who works at this station. And there's no foul language in it. I want to read to you the quote, and I want you to tell me if this text encapsulates what the entire market is feeling. Fair?
Fair.
All right, we're going to do that next. And 3 o'clock, we've got Lions. They're talking again. Why are you talking? You didn't win a playoff game. We'll get to it. Valentine's Day right around the corner. You know the drill. Hungry Howie's. They do the heart-shaped pizza stuff. Now, if you're like Kenny, you're not much of a Valentine's Day guy. He actually buys himself a heart-shaped pizza. And he sits there alone and eats it and plays video games. And that's his Valentine to himself. So whether it's for you or another, they've got you covered. You get real cheese. You don't get that from a lot of places. You get in-house made dough. You also don't get that from a lot of places. $8.99 each on the heart-shaped pizza. Only available the 13th and 14th. So get it done. Whether it's a sad Valentine's Day like Kenny and a PlayStation controller, or maybe you're a Lord of Romance, whatever it is, get it done and get it with Hungry Howie's. All right, so before I get to the people, I want to read this to you. And before you turn away and shudder when I tell you who it is, just this is measured, okay? I think it's decently measured for this guy. I received a text from Jeff Rieger. He's a P1 of the show. He's listening. Quote, the Tigers were 24-10 once they kicked Javi to the 60-day IL. That's factual. If he's on the team this season, there's zero reason for people to care about this team. Close quote. Is that really what the audience feels, Rico?
Yeah.
Like, have I gone to acceptance phase and I shouldn't?
Yeah, you've gone to acceptance phase, Mike, because I think you did all the yelling and screaming that you could and nothing happened. So now, you know what? Whatever. If you want to bring him back, do what you want to do. You're not listening to me. But yes, when all of a sudden you're seeing memes out there of Sister Jean striking out Javi, you've reached rock bottom.
When you showed me that last year, bar none, one of the funniest things I saw all year. I admit it. I know that was unbelievable. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Kevin, 97.1. Kevin, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Mike? Thanks for the topic. Thanks for letting me be part of the show.
Oh, please.
I think what we're seeing here is a strategy to just try to do some damage control on the losses. I think that they're using the surgery and they're going to strategically place him in situations that they think he can be. I mean, he might just crap his pants and there's no helping. But maybe if they could put him in situations where it doesn't look that bad anymore, maybe they could just save a couple $1,000,000 at the end of the day. And this is just a strictly, a bottom line kind of strategy to have this one last ditch effort to get out of it.
I don't think you're totally crazy. I don't. And realistically, look, it's been so bad. It's been so egregious, Kevin. You're right. That even moderate improvement, like if Javi's just bad, but within shouting distance of below average, they can justify it. Because the alternative is lighting the money on fire. I mean, I'm with you. I would never run my ball club this way. But we know what they're doing. That's how you end up with Maeda. It's how you end up with Alex Cobb. It's how you end up with Gleyber Torres. They are waiting for the kids. Mm-hmm. And part of this is, how do we patchwork this until McGonigal season, All-Star break 26 or whatever it's going to be. I don't have to like it, but I think that's what they're doing, Kev.
Yeah, no, I tend to have to agree with you there. And it's like, I just try to tread the line of, where am I going to be at, in my state of mind? Because I'm a baseball guy. I got seats and I'm down at the park. I live here. This is the team that I have to watch.
Sure.
And I think that they're trying something. So I can't go into this. I'm not going to care. And if he's out there, then forget about it. It's like, well, damn. Then now I don't have baseball. Then you know what I mean. Now what?
Exactly.
You know what I mean. I'm a true.
Stay with me for this. So stay with me for this. Here, what if there's a? This is how sick this is, by the way. Rico, Kevin, both, and all of Detroit. Hear me when I'm saying this. Everybody, stick with me. So if you take, out of his 3 seasons in Detroit, if you took the middle ground, meaning not his first year here, where he was, I'll be polite, he was below average, but it wasn't vomit-inducing. Mm-hmm. Then you started to throw up in 2023. By 24, you averted your eyes. He had an OPS plus of 91 his first year here. Then 63, then last year the lowest OPS plus and the lowest OPS in the history of the sport, 46. What if he just repeated 2023? Would that be enough for you to be a .7 WAR player?
Yeah, you know what, Kevin, I can't speak for you. The bar is so low that, yes, that would be enough for me. And it's not that I'm not going to watch the Tigers. It's just the frustration, Kevin. That's where I'm at. It was like me watching the basketball game last night. Am I going to keep watching State? Yes. Yeah. Was I frustrated that they couldn't hit a three-pointer? Absolutely.
We'll take that.
Yeah,
Kev, would you sign up for that?
Sign up for what, Mike?
The middle ground.
Yeah, no, Yeah, no, I would sign up for the middle ground. I still think it's a means to an end. I don't think they're going to be like, all right, now we can keep this guy around. I still think it's a way to ship him out and just try to recuperate some money and move forward, and Scott Harris gets to be the hero. He is a smart baseball guy. I don't think he gets enough credit. He is smart, but I mean, you can be too smart. Yeah, I guess at the same time, I don't think.
Yeah,
they're
listen,
cross the line that they,
you can both things can be true that he's a smart baseball man, but I do not like the way they're going about things. Which, if they're being totally honest with everyone, it's that wait for the kids. Last year was a happy accident. Last year was Kenny Cott. He blacked out. Somehow he dropped the best pickup line he ever had, and he scored. Happy accident. You don't remember a lot of it, but it's a happy accident.
Right, they weren't if he tried.
Right, they weren't. Right, or he had a good hair night, but he can't replicate it. That's last year. Because otherwise, this was going to be a long build. And I think every decision they've made, again, the argument I got into with people last year was like, look, Wyatt Langford should have been the pick. Well, if we took him, we don't get McGonigal. I don't care, because I'm not sitting here waiting for 2026 or 27 when I can put a guy in my lineup now. A guy who was good enough for the World Series champs to be batting cleanup for a lot of the year. And again, I'm not telling you he's Babe Ruth, but I have a different approach to it. All the while, you're sitting here and you don't know when Max Clark comes up or when McGonigal comes up, and you sure as hell don't know if they're any good. So look, the reason I say it, I'll land the plane. I'm sorry, Rico. It's just, yes, Scott Harris is smart. He can be both smart, and yet we have a right as a fan base or baseball people to not necessarily agree with every move he makes. I don't like the kicking the can down the road, to use Rico's phrase. And you're right with Javi. It does. It feels like, well, what if we could steal $4 million in value? It's just like,
look
really?
how low the bar is. We're just, okay, can you just do this? And then I'll be okay with it.
I'm so glad you said that, because that is the ultimate acceptance phase, Mike. I cannot accept the middle ground for Javi. I get it. And I said I'm not going to yell, but that's not what I'm going to take. No.
What? Oh, hey, Pontiff, what do you want from me?
I don't know.
What am I supposed to tell you?
I don't know.
Do you think I'm happy? Listen, here's the role I'm playing. I'm the doctor, and I have to walk in and tell Nona in front of her family she's got 2 weeks to live. What do you want from me? This is not my design.
Well,
this
we
doesn't
at least
pump me up.
We can't get 17 days out of it?
Well, maybe we'll steal a little value. Maybe she can make raviolis one more time. I don't know. I don't know what you people want from me.
No, but
David,
it just
Go
feels
ahead.
no. It just feels as if it's just not even acceptance phase. It's just throwing your hands up in the air like whatever phase. All right, sure, whatever. I don't care anymore.
I've kind of reached that place. David on the ticket text, please, and then we'll get some football.
I unfortunately fully expect Javi to play on opening day, and instead of throwing chairs in my anger, it'll be throwing cars instead.
Oh, dear.
Okay.
Oh, dear.
Ryan says, I personally hope Harvey is still here. Root for Radio. We already get Patricia and his moo-moo going to Ohio State. I want Root for Radio BOGO.
I love how our anguish and general hypertension is what people are rooting for. Fantastic.
Screw Javi, worst player in baseball. He will be starting opening day. Typical Tigers. Jeff from Pinckney. Another person says, I believe Baez will be on the opening day roster, but he will have a really short leash. If he can't find his bat in 3 weeks, he's done.
That's not a bad take. It's not, because then at that point you can go to your bosses and say, hey, you wanted me to give it a try. Well, here it is. Can't help you. 1901 Society's not very happy.
Yeah, but see, now it kind of feels like the Wings at the beginning of the year. You knew you needed to fire the coach. Why are we giving him the added runway? Why not just do it now?
Because this is what people do in this town. This is what these owners do.
No, I'm just saying, I'd rather not waste the 3 weeks, and maybe that you may need those games to get into the playoffs, but sure, why not? And once again, we've reached a point where whatever.
John in Canton says, Javi needs to be cut. Addition by subtraction. And surprise, surprise, Alex Cobb is already hurt.
Whoever would have thought it?
Mike Rico, unfortunately, I do see Baez making this roster come opening day. We need Sweeney, though, to push Baez off the roster if that's what it's going to take. Just play so well that Hinch and Harris realize it's impossible to platoon Baez.
Listen, if there's – can I just use a round number without, being, held up here because it's not totally accurate?
Go ahead.
All right. So just say there's 700 plate appearances for the season at shortstop. Just a round number. Look, Baez is never going to play against righties. Ever. So basically, you can go through long droughts where you don't face a lefty. And if you do, maybe he's just the guy who gives Sweeney a break. I mean, in the end, would you say 75% of the at-bats go to Sweeney? It's sink or swim?
Yeah.
Because, again, I think the problem is people think he's something special.
I don't. But I could tolerate a lot with him because he's young and because he still has time to develop. He has time to get better. I think Javi is on the decline. We've seen the best part of him. And it's only going to get worse.
The games that will kill this city are when Torque and Javi are both in the lineup. That's really going to cause some indigestion for people. All right, let's get to the football, and we've got a Lions story to talk. Are you okay? I know. That's tough.
I'm saying with Glaber at second.
Ooh. Oh, boy. All right, March is almost here. College basketball is, I can't say about to reach its most exciting stretch. There is none. People wait for March. Right now, new customers, FanDuel, get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. Rico, question, can you bet under 3-point field goals for Michigan State? Is that a legitimate bet?
You know what? We need to make it happen. If not.
Okay, let me know. That number should be set at roughly 2.5 for their next game. $150 on everything from conference tourneys to props and anything in between. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. David, you went right into the archives for the Outcasts. Good for you. Kenny will have to Google who they are. Music, please. It's time for some football. Yes, David.
I wanted to take a shot at this because Adam Schefter put out a 5-team most interesting team list for the offseason, meaning, looming decisions, big decisions, things like that. And I came up with my own list. Now, none of his teams are on my list. I can give you his list if you want.
Yeah, can we juxtapose these to see which of you is more of a bird brain?
Sure, I'll give you his list right now, 5-1.
Okay.
He says the New York Jets are an interesting team this offseason because of everything they have to do. Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams, new coach.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that. I mean, because I do think because it's New York and it's Aaron Glenn really having to clean house and start all over again. But I don't know if New York's ready to let him have a fresh start. Like, they want to win now.
Number 4 on his list will be the New England Patriots. I think this is because they have a lot of cap space. T. Higgins is out there, young quarterback, new coach.
I'm going to agree with it because I think as the offseason goes along, the buzz with the Josh McDaniels and then my guy, right? I wasn't a slappy for Jaden Daniels or Caleb. I was a slappy for Drake May. I think that's a very exciting combination. And Drake May was better than people realize. And you're right, a lot of money there. Feels like it's back on the tracks with a real coach. I agree on New England.
Number 3 on his list, the New Orleans Saints. Because a quarterback decision and new head coach. Okay.
Rico, you take this one. No. I don't give a rat's ass.
Right. I think everybody's interest in New Orleans ended on Sunday.
Correct. With the Super Bowl being
I co-signed with the senator from Louisiana.
Number 2 on his list, the Cleveland Browns, and we all know why.
Yep. Myles Garrett. But it's also more than that. It's the quarterback position, the top 5 draft pick, cap hell. It's the trade. It's all of it. Yes, it's radio gold. So, yes, they should be the top 5, yes.
And his number 1 most interesting team this offseason will be the Cincinnati Bengals. A lot of free agent decisions, a lot of contract decisions.
Okay. Rico, do you feel strong about this one?
No, that's ranked right up there with New Orleans. Like, okay. I mean, Cincinnati has Joe Burrow.
And Burrow said it all. I'll adjust my deal. I want my teammates with me. They'll end up keeping most of the guys. Maybe one gets out the door, and that's it. But let's hear David's list, Rico. The big black list.
Yeah, so I have different reasons for it. It's not necessarily because of looming decisions, but it's just intriguing to me for these teams. Number 1 on my list, it's not a particular order. It's just teams here. Miami Dolphins. You have Tua, Mike McDaniel on his last leg where they're not listening to him in the locker room.
Tyreek.
I think the key thing is the Tyreek Hill situation because he expressed wanting out, and now he's rescinding that idea. But the minute something doesn't go right this offseason, will he be all in?
He literally apologized. Here's the thing about Miami. It kind of reminds me, I don't care anymore. Like I used to, and then I just got to the point where you're just dysfunctional. So
wait. So are the Dolphins the Javi Baez of the NFL for Rico?
And you just stole what I was about to say, Mike. Yes.
I
was about to say it's like Javi. After a while, it's like, you know what? You are what you are, and I don't expect anything more out of you. Can you make the playoffs? I guess that's it.
Man, I could have given you a good joke there, but too early to get in trouble. Let's keep it moving.
So these next 2 teams, I'm going to lump them together because I think they can go in opposite directions because of their offseason. One, Carolina Panthers. I think they can take a huge step this offseason. They saw how Bryce Young played at the end of the year. He looked okay. Now you add weapons around him, and maybe you take a step forward. Juxtapose that with the Indianapolis Colts. Questions about Shane Steichen and questions about Anthony Richardson. You don't know what you have in him still. They can go the opposite direction.
Rico, take lead on this. I want to see where your head is at with this. I have a strong opinion on one of these situations.
I do think that if if the Panthers can get Bryce Young, that guy to really help him out and bail him out, and whether it's you go the T. Higgins route, whether you get somebody in there because he improved at the end of the year. I will admit that, because I was starting to think he was going to be a bust. As far as the Colts go, Anthony Richardson, to me, lost the credibility when he tapped out of a game. Because if I'm on that team, I'm never going to forget that. Like, are you okay? You hurt? Nah, I was just tired, bro. I'm sorry, what? Okay. So, yeah, I tend to agree with David's. Yes, I do think that the Panthers have some upside where the Colts, you just kind of look like a poor man's Miami Dolphins.
All right, Colts, it's simple. Defense got to get better. Lou Anarumo has to do it. That defense was morbid. Yes, everything Rico said about Richardson is true. I can't fix that. It's Carolina I have the opinion on. When are we going to start identifying Dave Canales as one of the great quarterback coaches in this league? Guy absolutely turned Baker around in Tampa. He goes to Carolina where nobody believes Bryce Young's going to get turned around. And by the end of the year, here's Bryce throwing a game-winning touchdown against Philly. I can't help that Thanksgiving dropped the ball. The bottom line, dude, Dave Canales is a witch. Thanksgiving. Xavier Legette, by the way, dropped the pass. So, yes, to me, they are on the up. Like, I want to buy stock in the Panthers.
My next team on this list, and this is
the New York Giants.
Nope. This is simply based on the division they play in. I know you're going to be like, what? It's the Los Angeles Chargers. Here's why I say the division they play in. Because, yes, KC is currently king, but there's a lot of question marks with KC. Their offensive line, is Kelsey retiring? If he does, do they look the same without him? And Los Angeles fixed their cap issues. Now they have money to go spend and make themselves better. That team's intriguing.
Put this on the board. I don't care. Chargers are winning the West next year. I don't even know what their offseason looks like. Chargers are winning the West.
Oh, wow.
You said it. I was leaning that way, but you said it.
Harbaugh's real, man. I don't have to like Harbaugh to know he can turn things around. I think, again, like they're going to fix this running game situation, right? And maybe you see DK Metcalf out wide. They have the players. They have the cap. It'll be year 2 of Harbaugh getting his guys in there. Rico, I'm bullish on it. I am.
No,
I
you
don't
are.
have to like him at all. I just think he's a good NFL coach.
No, that's bold. I'm not a big fan of him, but yes, he can coach. But I can't discount until I see the body is cold for Kansas City. Then I'll say
that's fair. That's fair.
And then the final team on my list is simply because of what we talked about yesterday, and it sounded intriguing, and I'm rooting for radio. The Minnesota Vikings. Get Stafford, man, and that just makes it all the much better.
Hold on. All right, now I agree with what you're saying. I think the fascinating situation will be J.J. McCarthy. Do they go with him? Do they trade him? Does a free agent quarterback go there? But wait a second. On this Stafford thing.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
No, because this is a different team. Go ahead. Because I think I was
going to say something or nothing. The Giants just hired Stafford's brother-in-law. Come on. Come on.
Until I see Kelly standing in Times Square, then I'll say, you know what? You got a chance, Mike.
All right.
Until she's getting a slice of Sbarro.
They can afford 2 houses. She doesn't have to move. She can visit on the weekends.
And they got kids they got to schlep around. And
I don't care about the kids. I'm trying to win games. I'm sorry. Yes to Minnesota. Interesting for sure. They have all the weapons. It's the best spot for a quarterback on the open market in the entire league, if you really think about it.
My list better than his list.
I like your list.
I like your list, David, but I can't believe you buried the lead. Interesting team. Chicago Bears. The Chicago Bears, because of all the hype from last year, Caleb Williams, and now you get the coaching prodigy, the Mr. Offensive Guru. Can he do what Canales did in Carolina? Because if he goes to Chicago and does what he did here in Detroit, he's truly a genius.
This is why the league works, though, fellas. Think about this. We could keep naming teams. I think Washington's incredibly interesting with cap space, need to add to the defense. This is why the NFL's offseason is more popular than, say, NBA's in-season. Everyone's got a chance. The rules are tailored for it. Parity is the name of the game. Yes, I'm in on all of this.
No, you're right, because unlike the other sports, there's only a handful of teams probably don't have a shot. 25 teams have a shot to winning it all.
That's fair. That's a good number. I'm with you on it.
That is in football today.
All right, Northville, everybody knows the drill. They sell more Trex decking than anyone in the state. And, well, that's because they got the best prices. And because everything's in stock all the time. So right now, you can get Trex decking as low as $1.59 a foot. Buy your Trex decking, railing, lighting. We're the deck pros, and do-it-yourselfers do it. Go to Northville Lumber. Get on their spring schedule. Oh, it's snowing today. Why would I do it? Because if you don't get on their schedule, you're not going to get your deck built. And then who's the smart guy now? Go get on the schedule and lock in before the price increases. See all Trex products on display. Take samples home. Call Northville Lumber now or go to northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. It's wicked awesome. 37-year-old Tigers starting pitcher Alex Cobb will not be ready for opening day. He suffered a hip injury during his ramp-up for spring training. He did receive an injection for it last Friday. Spencer Torkelson spoke with the media today about the signing of Gleyber Torres and Colt Keith moving to first base. Quote, "It's not like I was expecting it, but I'm also not naive to this business. I haven't shown that I can play consistently. There are people who have decisions to make, important decisions, and I haven't given them a real solid belief to trust me up to this point, and that's just what it is," end quote. The Tigers have dealt pitcher Mason Englert to the Rays for minor league arm Drew Summers. Summers pitched for High A Bowling Green last season, logging a 4 ERA. Englert DFA'd last week as a corresponding move for Jack Flaherty. The Pistons take on the Bulls for the second straight night in Chicago. Tip at 8, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lonzo Ball is doubtful to play with an illness. He missed yesterday's game as well. According to multiple reporters, ex-Lions coach Matt Patricia has been named the new DC of Ohio State. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Good to have you with us as Snowmageddon commences tonight. So we're going to do this, and Rico, unfortunately, in America in 2025, you have to offer a lot of disclaimers. So let me just say this. No one has advocated for the player I'm about to critique. No one has advocated for the team, like the team I'm going to critique. This does not mean I don't like them or don't like this player, but when stupid things happen or I start to see a behavioral pattern, I think it's okay to talk about it. So if the tiny brains in the back can't handle it, go to Kids Bop. But the Detroit Lions and their players and some of you in the fan base are becoming very unlikable. Now, part of that happens when you begin winning. Well, the rest of the league doesn't like you, except most of the league has kissed your ass. Your coach is a celebrity. Every player wants to play for him. Your team, everybody's rooting for us because, well, we've never won anything. But here's where it's gotten weird. Locally, there is just a behavioral pattern here, and I'm not comfortable with it. And it has become a little bit whiny, a little bit delusional. And yes, it ties into the discotheque. Yes, it ties into, I can't watch the Super Bowl. It's too painful. But we would have rolled the Chiefs. If we were healthy, ... It's like, no, that's the NFL. This is what you sign up for. And when you don't win a playoff game and you get hit with a Brinks truck by a rookie quarterback at home, nobody wants to hear it, especially when another reason you've become unlikable is that you chastised and vilified anyone who merely gave the Commanders a chance. So the latest installment of this, and I'm telling you, I believe every bit of this, and I know David will agree with me because at the peak of his organization, they do it a certain way. The peak of my organization, they did it a certain way. Stop the talk. So now everyone's got a podcast. Amon-Ra St. Brown, who I love, had a pod. I don't love what he said. And I can't play the audio because the audio's really not good. No. And it's not playable, guys, so I got to read it to you, okay?
Yeah, he mumbles a lot. Yeah.
It's just 3 sentences. You basically, do you want to see the Lions play the Eagles in the first game? You could see what could have happened in the NFC Championship with a healthy defense and how that bleep operates. Amon-Ra, you got beat by the Commanders. And second of all, whether your defense is healthy or not, you don't have a right to talk like that. Because the Eagles just won the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. They dismantled the Commanders, the team that beat you, and they dismantled the Chiefs. Mm-hmm. Okay? You can think it. You can say it in your own house. Hell, you can talk in the locker room. You know what we don't need? We don't need it to be broadcast. You know what we don't need? Alex Anzalone saying, I'm not watching the Super Bowl. We're watching Beauty and the Beast. What? You know what? Here's the deal. Humble up. Because as good as the Lions were, you know what it turned out? They weren't the best team in the league. And they weren't close. And injuries aside, think about it. Look at your schedule. Look at who you played. Who did you really beat? Think about it now. Soulless Ginger twice. Jordan Love missing his groin. Who'd you play? Who was this gauntlet of a schedule? And when you go into the playoffs and you don't win a game, I don't want to hear anything. Much less, hey, well, man, if this and if that, and we want the team that just won the Super Bowl and we'll show you what's up. You know what? Do me a favor. This is what I said the other day, Rico, and I meant every word of it. No more social media, no more podcasts, no more talk. Just the work. Mm-hmm. Go back into the lab. It's just the work. And I want players to believe they can beat Philly, but this has got to stop because the problem is the fans eat it up.
Yeah. Mike, the funny thing about the whole podcast was his brothers were kind of like, yes, the NFL, everybody gets hurt. No. We had all of these injuries. They're like, who? And so he goes and starts naming all of them, and he can't even remember them. And it's like, everybody gets hurt. Everybody has injuries. At the end of the year, no team has all of their original 53 men on the roster playing for them. But you're right. It's the rallying cry. The NFL needs to see this game. This is the game that was supposed to happen. This is what the people want. It's like, or you could have just won the game and given the people what they want. So, no. But he's like, yeah, they have to put us on that first game because this is what's needed.
Look, bottom line in all of it is this. I want to know where you're at as a Lions fan, okay? Because I can't figure out which it is. Is it that you would have smoked the Chiefs even though you couldn't have beat the Eagles? Or is it now that, well, you'll just beat everyone because things weren't fair? Look, the injuries are what they are. They hurt you. You know, you didn't hear Philly cry when they lost Nakobe Dean in the playoffs or when they lost Jurgens and Dickerson in the NFC title game and they basically had Rico starting at center. It happens. Things happen. Yeah. You weren't the best team in the league because you know why? The best team in the league doesn't get orbital rammed by a rookie quarterback at home.
You know what, buddy? Right there. Because here's what happens. Here's what's going to happen. Let's just say you get to play the Eagles. You get Amon-Ra and the Lions fans get their wish in week one. You play the Eagles. It'll be another year where you're a day late and a dollar short. Meaning, when you had an opportunity to beat the 49ers, you didn't. Oh, but wait till next year. We'll win that game and do what? Okay, that counts as one. You don't get anything other than that. Oh, okay, well, now we're going to play the Eagles. Okay, and you win that game and you get a victory. That's it.
My problem,
there's no trophy. There's no banners.
Rico, honestly, it's all of it. It's the ski masks. It's the villain sweatshirt. It's the we're going to rub it in your face trick play stuff. Oh, Cowboys and Dan Skipper, we eligible now, bitch. And it's like, guys, no team in the league has talked more and won exactly nothing than you. Yeah. Like you haven't even gotten to the Super Bowl, much less won it. This year, you showed your ass in the playoffs. Enough. I want to know where fans are at with it because I think we're in the midst of a little bit of like a conversion with this team. The what if stuff has to stop. The whole, oh man, if we just would have given Gibbs the ball more thing, stop. You just stop.
Buddy, they are going to ride the whole, well, if we had a healthy defense, we would have won the Super Bowl. No, I don't think so. But
no, I'm just tired of it. And frankly, here's the thing. It's one thing for fans to be delusional, but I think when players start to act this way, look, I would like to see Dan Campbell kind of rein this thing in. He's a damn good coach, and they're a damn good team. But they're getting a little bit, let me borrow a phrase from the midday show. May I?
Yeah.
Lions are getting a little bit chesty for my liking. Just a little bit over their skis. Mm-hmm. Now, if you want to start talking the way they talk, you better be the Chiefs. You want to talk the way they talk, act the way they act, you better be the Patriots back in the day. Rings, plural. You have so many rings, you start saying you have rangs.
Right.
Like, come on, man. And that's RANGZ.
Right.
Rangs.
You need that, not a cake of you standing on top of your head at a bakery.
Yeah, and look, Rico, again, I'm not expecting it, nor do I care if this is a popular opinion, but it's a conversation I think we should have. Because what I'm not going to do all offseason is this. You lost. End. Nobody cares about the prologue. Nobody cares of what was fair and unfair. We talked it. We lived it. We talked after Aleem and Carlton Davis went down. Like, you got to stop. And the players have got to stop. The fans most certainly have got to stop. This should be a reality check. This league is hard. It's unforgiving. It's brutal. Fair is not a word that is used.
Well,
stop playing pretend like ifs and buts and candy and nuts. It's gotten beyond annoying. It's gotten infuriating.
I'm with you. And it was this is what the people deserve. They needed to see this game. It's like, or you could have just beat the Commanders and we would have saw the game.
Yeah, let me help you. Nobody cares that you lost. America does not care. The earth still spins. The sun still rises. Quote, you would have seen what could have happened in the NFC Championship with a healthy D and how that bleep operates. Yeah, well, guess what? When you let Jaden Daniels come into your house and sex you up, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing is because we were talking pre-show, and I think that's going to be the opening night game is the Eagles and the Commanders.
And
because
it won't
right now,
validate anything. It won't change anything.
No, it will. But
what?
I'll say this, and then we'll move on. Okay. But I think it will because I think, let's just say Lions play the Eagles and beat them. It'll be the same thing as when they played the Chiefs week 1 and won. See, we could be Super Bowl champions. Because to a lot of people, you expected to get a ring after that game.
Every year's a new story, but whatever. But I'd like to know from fans. And again, I'm not asking for fan-on-fan warfare or fan-on-team warfare. Is it time for the Lions to kind of close ranks, circle the wagons, go into the lab, be about your business? Less talk, more walk. 248-539-9797. All right, if your furnace ain't running right in this cold, you're going to have some problems. Get it fixed now. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years. And they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, take $50 off that next day. Service call. Ask about their winter bundle-up discount at mastercraftheating.com. We'll get to the people in a second. It's just a reminder. No one has advocated for Amon-Ra more than me. Hell, I got into a damn street fight with Rico. I said he's top 5 receiver in the league for last season. I love the guy, but I don't have to love everything he does. And this is not an Amon-Ra thing solo. This is kind of just like the straw that broke the camel's back in my world, where it has just been so much talk, so much sizzle from the Lions. You know what? Enough. Nobody cares, man. No one's crying for us. When you don't win a playoff game, you don't get to talk. And this team all along the way, you know what? You're running up the score. You're running your trick plays. Hey, J-Mo says, hold my D. And you're like, okay, fine, guys. You better win it all. You're going to play this way. And then for that team to do the crying about the injuries, it's one thing for fans to do it. It's another thing for the team to do it. And when Amon-Ra does this whole, well, if our D was healthy, you would have seen. Would have seen what? The Eagles just dusted the dynasty. They murdered the Kansas City Chiefs. Murder. Like, I don't need to hear it. So I want, and again, this is about the team. This is about fans. This is not just like an Amon-Ra thing. It's just, it was Amon-Ra's pod. I don't know a way around that. He's still my favorite player on the team. I just, less of this, please. Do you think it's time for Dan Campbell to rein the players in and for fans to cool it? That's the question. Yeah. We're having that conversation. Rico, did I forget anything, brother?
No. You did because I almost feel, as you say, to take something from the midday show, I almost feel like we need a moratorium on, well, we were injured, and that's why we lost.
From the same fan base that told you the injuries didn't matter. And you were a hater if you didn't pick them to win by 50. Pick a lane, guys. Can't be driving all over the road like that. Let's go to Jay. He's batting leadoff in the 3 o'clock hour. Jay, what's going on, pal?
Hey, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on.
Hey.
So anytime somebody starts with, well, if we had or if they had or we could have or we should have, then you lost me. You didn't. Something wasn't supposed to happen if it didn't happen. It's reality, and it's pragmatism. We had a great season last year, but we didn't get it done, and there were a lot of reasons. But to keep going back and beating that dead horse, it's like, come on. You don't need to blow it out of proportion on either end. We weren't garbage just because we didn't get through the playoffs, and we also aren't the greatest team on the planet that got robbed due to injury. It's right down the middle. It's here's what happened. We move on. It's that simple.
And you know, Jay, let me add something.
Yeah.
1 second, because I don't want to lose the point you just made. It's one thing if you had played the Eagles and lost and say, damn, I wish we had our full complement of players. That's one thing.
Absolutely.
You weren't even in the game. Go ahead with the rest of your call. I'm sorry about that.
No. That's all right. I think what I've heard is customers all day long talk to me about this. And I think it's just as bad on both ends. You got everybody, falling on this whole victim thing because we had so many injuries, which we did. I'm not disputing that, but get over it and move on. But then on the other end, you've got a lot of other people saying, the season didn't mean a thing. We were total garbage because we didn't get through the playoffs. I'm more down the middle. I think that, we didn't win a playoff game, but it sure did a heck of a lot for the city of Detroit. And so that means something, in my opinion. But again, then there's the flip side of the coin. No, we weren't the victims. We weren't supposed to be in the Super Bowl. We weren't supposed to make it past the second round of the playoffs. Why? Because we didn't. It's reality.
Yeah.
Like you said, the world still spins and the sun still rises. You can't change that. I don't have a DeLorean with a flux capacitor. I can't go anywhere and fix it.
The gigawatts.
Oh, Jesus. No, but Jay, I'm with you. And it's such a weird space where, and yeah, candidly, fans don't know how to behave because they've never been here before. I would just like to see the players and the fans cut the invincibility routine only to then dovetail out and play the victim. I mean, it is something to behold here.
No, and you know what? Here's the thing. I'm going to go one step further. Fans are fans. I need the players to stop.
Well, you know what I said to you. Look, I referenced it early on. The Pittsburgh Steelers in their prime, the Giants in their prime, there's a business-like attitude to it. You don't hear this level of talk. You don't. The Patriots didn't talk this way. They were the greatest dynasty in the history of the sport. They just didn't do it. There's a Patriot way. I don't think the Chiefs talk this way. Now, if you want to sell me that Kelsey does because he's more interested in being a celebrity, cool. The point I'm making is the takeovers, villain, ski masks, gestures, trick play spite stores, all the stuff this team does. Guys, cool it. Let's be about the business. You want to go on that revenge tour? You want to believe in your heart if everybody was healthy, you would have got it done? Good, you should. No one needs to hear it.
No, I'm with
you.
Go
to Christian.
I was about to say, and
Sorry.
at some point, you have to just forget about, we were injured. So was everybody.
Go to Christian, 97.1. What's up, Christian?
How you guys doing?
Hey, Christian.
Good.
So the more I listen to, the comments made by some of the players and what seems like 60 to 75% of the fan base, they've got a little bit of like Michigan football going on. Remember the year where they lost to TCU, where it's like, well, if we beat TCU and if Ohio State beat Georgia, then we already beat Ohio State, so therefore we're the national champion. It's like, okay, but none of those things happened, so that's essentially useless. So I don't know. It's tough for me not to draw a parallel to that. There's a lot of coulda, shoulda, woulda going on.
That's because they are Michigan fans, Christian.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of overlap, I'm sure. So that makes sense.
Yeah, it's kind of a learned behavior. But no, it's crazy because you see smart people start acting dumb. I mean, even now you're sitting here. If you didn't even make the NFC title game, why the hell am I listening to your opinion on you would have rolled up the Super Bowl champions? That's insane behavior.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's insane.
And it's the same deal. Michigan, you can even go back, before they won the Natty, it's years of losing to Ohio State and years of all the talk. And same thing with the Lions. They've never won a Super Bowl. They haven't earned the right to say, well, we should have done this. Well, you've never showed in your history that you've been able to do that.
Right. And
that's all I got.
No, Christian, I know, and it's a great point. And I mean, I start to look at it and it's like, man, you blew the NFC title game last year. You thought they'd be a little more business-like this year, but we put up with it because they went 15-2, and candidly, with a schedule that ended up being way easier than we previously thought. Right. I mean, and it's not their fault, but it had the feeling they were kind of front runners. Okay, and then stuff got hard, and what happened? And yet, I still got to hear you talk.
That's it right there. Because when you were winning, it was all fun and games. Look at the trick plays, and we got to, hook and lateral to Sewell, and we're going to do all of this stuff. We're running up to score. We're the best, grit. And then you got injured, and now you want people to feel sorry for you because you had injuries.
Even though they're the team who are still busy shoving firecrackers in people's mouths up by 40. Mm-hmm. You can't have it both ways. I would look, I love their toughness. I love the fact they love playing for this city. They love playing for Dan Campbell. I love the hard-nosed approach. Emulate that. Because the other side of it, Rico, it's very Hollywood. And I don't think that represents this city, and I don't think they're good enough to behave that way. I don't. Just be about the business, man. And once you put that ring on your finger and we have that parade, you pretty much get licensed to do what you want to do. You don't get to do it now. Not fans, not players.
That, my friend, I totally agree with. Because I just have a feeling that a lot of people feel, well, if we beat the Eagles, then that we can give us their rings and their trophy.
You know what? You should shop where Za'Darius Smith shops. You can make fake rings for yourself.
Know what? There you go. You're on. I like that, Mike. I like that.
I give up.
We'll get
All
more,
right.
We'll
Be
get
curious.
more of your calls next. 97.1. Actually, yes, let's be curious. If you want that career in radio, TV, graphic design artist, as Mike said, you just need to be curious and visit the website ltu.edu/specs. What are you going to see when you get there? Well, you're going to see about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU, right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. That means from day one in the lab, you're going to learn what it takes to make it in your new field. You said you wanted to make the switch. Hey, classes are enrolling for this upcoming semester. Make sure you get your name on there. But in order to do that, you got to go to the website and sign up. And oh, yeah, by the way, with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
All right, Kenny's back from the bathroom, which means we can talk to him. Odyssey.com rewind, you missed anything. Amon-Ra's comments on his podcast are kind of, it's a bit of a metaphor for what the Lions seemingly have become. Very chatty, very arrogant, yet with a kind of woe is me attitude. I don't know what to make of it. I've just had enough. Just play. But Kenny, you're a Lions super fan, and you do, candidly, you talk to as many fans as we do. You screen the calls. What is your take on our topic here? Like, and it's fine if you're like, guys, you're the fun police. Go ahead and just say the damn thing. But where do you stand on all this?
No, I think I side more with you guys, especially considering, all right, they're being awfully chatty for a team who hasn't won anything yet. And when I start to get concerned is if this continues, what's the message coming from the top down? Because at a point, it's players being immature. It's players doing what players do in any league. This happens. You're seeing podcasts pop up for every sport, even for players' wives, which I still find bizarre. But if the message from the top down, from the coach and from the GM is you're allowed to do this, we're going to let you do this, and you can be as chatty as you want. You can send the fans the wrong messages. That to me is the bigger issue. Is the message coming from the coaching staff and the top down?
Yeah, and that's why I said organizationally, just rein it in. This needs to be go into that lab, and we'll talk to you in the summer. I don't need it. You didn't even get to play Philly. No one cares about your hypothetical Madden matchups. And Amon-Ra's too good of a player to say stuff like this. Oh, well, you would have seen what would have happened. No, well, you know what? You could have beat a rookie quarterback, and it would have happened.
It's funny because I wonder if Aaron Glenn was really not about this, because the second he got to the Jets, he basically said, yeah, Aaron Rodgers, you either you do your podcast or you play for the Jets. You got to
double. You know what? Double bell ring for you, because A, that's a great point, and B, you discovered this topic, so you know what? Powerball Rico time. But no, you're right. Campbell walked in like he was. I don't know, like I'm going to kill everybody. We're not about this mess. And yet, God, I didn't think about it like that. Really good point. All right, let's get to the people. Go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, bud? How you doing?
Good. How are you? Hey, thanks for taking the call. I think it comes from the top. I sent you guys a text that said that Campbell posted just before the Commanders game in between the break. Those fans who have kept the faith, you deserve this. To the doubters, stay off our train. It's too late for you now. I'm 60 years old. I've been a fan of this team forever. Who is he to come and kick people off the fan bus?
That's a good point. Yeah, and there was that meme moment where he told Kevin O'Connell, see you in 2 weeks. Yeah, you will, in Cabo.
Yeah. But no, Jeff, you're right. I do remember that. It was all about, basically, this is for our loyal fans. You've earned this. Everybody else, nah, it's too late.
Jeff, are you with Rico and I that they're just you'd like to see organizationally kind of calm it down?
Yeah, do something before you talk. It's great to sell wolf tickets, but it's like you better produce something. I said all early along they're playing a soft schedule. They ran in an AFC South with some banged up people. They were playing a very weak schedule. The entire NFC East played a weak schedule. We saw that based upon their playoff performance. So they got to do more before they can start kicking people off the fan bus or telling fans how we're supposed to act.
Yeah. No, Jeff, it's a good point. Again, it's adding another log to the fire. And look, I'm sure there's other things I have forgotten or haven't brought up, or same with Rico. It's been this cavalcade of the players and fans started to believe they couldn't lose. I remember, Rico, case in point, I remember doing I think it was a podcast with Cookies, and it might have been the first Packer game. And I'm like, listen, tough assignment. This is a game Green Bay is supposed to win. Weather's supposed to be bad. Probably just going to take the 2.5, take the Packers. You would have think I collectively called everyone's mother a whore. You're not a real fan. It's like, oh, okay, we're doing this? I'm sorry, what are you, the 1984 Niners? Guys, calm down. You're not going 17-0. Like, so you have that approach from fans. Players, it wasn't good enough to just win. You had coaching. Like, Ben Johnson was a big part of this, too. There's an arrogance there. Hey, we're up 40. Let's be up 50. We're going to have Penei Sewell throwing touchdown passes. Like, this is stuff that's like a little bit out of bounds, and it doesn't matter when you're winning, and it doesn't matter if you win at all. But when you fall short, you don't get to dovetail back and go, well, notfair.com. And it just stop. Play.
No,
it's the same thing with guys like J-Mo, with Kirby. Kirby's a hell of a safety, but too much talk. Brian Branch, guy's basically a mortal lock for multiple suspensions this season. Dial it back. J-Mo, love your development. No, the defense doesn't need to hold your boo-boo. Stop. No, we're not going to impregnate the end zone. Stop.
Yeah, and I'm not saying you have to be Barry Sanders when you score a touchdown, just turn the ball
Absolutely
and give it
not.
to the ref. But
do something fun. You don't need to do graphic crap. Yeah. Come on, you're better than that. Yeah. You're better than that. Go to Ben, 97.1. Benny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I kind of operate on that. Let my actions speak louder than my words. We went out and we screwed the pooch, and we need to rein it in, get back to basics. And as far as us playing Philly next year, how do we know that they're going to be the same team that they're not were in the Super Bowl? They're going to be different.
Yeah,
right.
Listen, next year's game doesn't mean anything. I'll tell you what next year's game means. It means you're 1-0. But it has nothing to do with righting or wrong. That's all just that's fan talk. That's not real.
Right. A real quick question for you guys.
Yeah.
With the whole defensive end talk with Garrett and Parsons, and if I'm thinking correctly, none of that can actually happen until the new year, correct? Like March 12th?
Yeah, no, nothing will happen today. That's just conversations about what should the focus of the offseason be. Is this an all-in type move? Yeah. And again, there might be something with Myles Garrett where it doesn't happen until June 1st based on the cap situation and how it alters his contract. But look, there's 4 players right now that look like they could be gettable. Trey Hendrickson's one. Micah Parsons is one. Max Crosby's one. I'd love to re-engage on Max Crosby and Myles Garrett.
And another really quick question, and if I'm thinking, if all 4 of those end up being available, does that drop the King's ransom that's going to be wanted for those guys, or is it still going to stay fairly high?
I think they're all different. And
thanks, guys, for taking the call.
Yeah, no, please, no problem. I think they're all different. Rico, I think you agree with me. It's like Garrett's not going to get what people think he's going to get. The most expensive of the group could be Micah Parsons, age 25. Max Crosby will be expensive because his deal is a sweetheart deal. Hendrickson might not be. Yeah. So I think they're all different.
But if all of them hit the market at the same time, I do think that they would affect each other, because now you're shopping and now you're saying, okay, what are the we have to have these, and what are the ones that we can, we can live without that.
So is there a guy on that list of 4 that isn't a have to have in your mind?
No, they're all a have to have, but they're all a little bit different. So it's like, okay, what do you really need? Do you want to go with youth? Now you're looking at Micah Parsons. Do you want to go with, hey, this guy is going to come in here and Myles Garrett, he's going to be that guy. Do you want to go with a guy like he'll fit your culture because he's from here? You go get Max. So there's different levels to this. I do think that if they all came out at the same time and they were all available, you could you may not have to overpay, because it's like, okay, well, I'll only go to this far because I'll just offer this guy my money instead of you. If you
all
don't
right,
want
Rico's
that.
saying it's deal days. I like it. We'll get with more of the people, get the ticket text as well. We got a football today to get to at 4 as we approach Snowmageddon now. We'll see if this actually happens. But winter can be brutal on the roof of your home, and Victor's Home Solutions has got you covered. Not just because it's a snowstorm, but, yeah, if there's uneven snow melt on your roof, make no mistake, you have a problem. Let Victor's get out there and give you a 21-point roof inspection. Then they'll show you the results, and then they get to work. They're open 52 weeks a year, no matter the weather, even Snowmageddon. They can be at your home within 24 hours. 21-point video inspection. And then, if it is time for a new roof, Victor's offers an industry-best 50-year leak-free guarantee. That means if anything goes wrong, they fix it for free. So make sure your roof is ready for another brutal Detroit storm and winter. Go with Victor's, 734-773-1100, or you can make an appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, let's get to the people. David, I'm going to wait on the ticket text if that's okay with you. I want to finish out the calls on this. It's been a good topic. It's been a good discussion. And look, if you like the talk and that's your bit, you're welcome to it. But I think it's pretty clear through the way this topic has gone, at least the masses who listen to this show feel like they can actually speak freely without getting screamed at by Disco Guy and Tecumseh Tom. Like, it's okay to say, you know what, less arrogance. It's okay to say, you know what, less talk, more walk. And it stems, look, the latest thing was the Amon Ra comments on the podcast, but it's really been a couple dozen things here where it's, guys, enough. Year's over. You lost. Stop it. Let's go to Richard, 97.1. What's up, Rich? How you doing, bud?
Hey, I'm doing fine. I'm right with you. And as much as I enjoyed this season, which was the most joyful season in my 50-plus years of watching them, I kept having this feeling that there was an arrogance behind everything they were doing. There's a difference between confidence and arrogance. And like the Dallas game, which was a lot of fun until the horrible injury, Why are they insisting of trying to get another touchdown to a lineman when they're up by 30, 40 points? Like, I wonder if some of that was Ben Johnson driven
100%.
and Campbell not reeling him in. And I'm wondering if maybe part of that arrogance will disappear with Ben Johnson along with the innovation. But little things were happening all year. And the other thing was pissing me off all year is seeing Dan Campbell with Sam every 5 minutes during every broadcast locally. And I think it starts with him. I think maybe he needs to reel it in. This was supposed to be a going-to-work team, and in the beginning they were a going-to-work team, but they were riding like a pickup truck. And by the end, they were going to work in like a Jaguar or something. And that's not really who they are. And so,
no, you know what? I'm with you. Maybe the loss of coordinators will kind of recenter this thing. I thought Rico made a very interesting point here about Aaron Glenn. Richard, Rico and Richard. Maybe this conversation, do you enter Aiden's comments under the same guise?
Yes,
I
do.
You're asked about playing with Myles Garrett, and your answer is, we already got a bunch of guys, and that's unlikely.
Yeah,
and I'm like, what?
It's arriving, thinking you've arrived before you actually got there, which is what I think happened to them in part, besides the injuries, with the game against Washington. I think they were reading their fan mail. I think they were listening to too much Mark Ryan, because Friday night before the NFC game against Philadelphia, they were he was talking about how it's ludicrous to think that they were going to lose and that the Lions were going to house Philadelphia or house Washington, and it didn't happen, obviously. And if they were healthy, I mean, I will say maybe they would have won, maybe they would have beaten Philadelphia. But my father used to always say, it's a Yiddish term, he used to say that if my bubby had whiskers, she'd be my Zadie. And
I like that. I like that.
And it just
I'm learning something here, Richard. I dig it.
We don't live in the world of if. I'm a worker in the world of law, and I tell my clients all the time, we deal with the facts as they are, not as we wish they would be. And it's the same thing with the Lions. We wish it was different, but it doesn't help. You live with what you got, not what you wish you had.
Richard, and the sad reality is everything you're saying was so true.
What about the booby and the Zia and the whole bit? I mean,
no.
I
mean,
he's just right. I learned something new.
You know how they were. You know what? I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. Let's just go. Let's move forward.
No, just we're here till 6. Just say it, but just be nice.
Yes, Mark Ryan, Jeff Rieger.
No.
And,
you know what? I'm stopping you now.
Okay.
No.
Leave it alone.
No, I said I didn't want you. We're here to 6. No.
You know what?
But
Doug
they
always
were
tells
very
me, treat everyone with respect.
No.
I'm
they
not
were
doing this.
They were very pro-Lions that week.
Okay. That's
so there you go. That's respectful.
My mama always said, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So that's that. I'm just going to go to Sean. This is personal restraint. Sean, how are you?
Oh, my gosh, it's great to talk to you guys. I don't get to talk to you very often. It's been the last time I talked to you guys was 1-6 day in Campbell.
Oh,
so
Jesus, Sean. Where the hell did you go?
I work during your shift. I listen every day. I just can't get away. We're preparing for Death Storm up here, so I got a couple minutes. But
okay.
I appreciate everything you guys do on the side. 5-Star Zone, Boomer and Valeni. Cash a ticket. Valeni, I blame you personally for the Cookie Monster. I'm sorry, but he's kind of your responsibility. He's a pain in my ass.
Don't put that evil on me. Come on now. I do the best I can. He's stubborn.
I've never placed a bet in my life that I listen to every show, so I don't know.
Well, we thank you for it. What do you make of this?
Okay. This is my problem with the whole thing. I don't care how the players play. I've been mad about the same thing. I had the same thought you had coming out of the Buffalo game. I sent out the mass text to all the brothers who had all the plans for the Lions Super Bowl party. I said, that's it. There's no Super Bowl. McNeil's gone. Davis is gone. We can't win this. It's too much. We can't do it. So I had already decided that we're not going to the Super Bowl. We ain't beating Philly. But we should have beat that Washington team regardless. It was simple arrogance, and I don't care about the players. It was the play calling. Dan Campbell let Ben Johnson run a completely arrogant game plan for the Tennessee Titans in a divisional round playoff game. It was ridiculous. We didn't plan for our opponent. We said we're going to do whatever we want to do, and it's going to be good enough, and we're going to get by this team. And that's ridiculous. And if Dan Campbell the first real problem I've had with Dan. He's the one I'm mad at. And the person whose responsibility it is to reel him in is Brad Holmes. You better get him to figure out that you can't let your players think arrogant, can't let your coaches coach arrogant, and you better reel it in. And I expect that this coming season.
Yeah, I think you're right. No, Sean, I think it's a good point. And look, he's a hell of a good coach. Believe it. Don't get lost in the criticism about how wonderful this turnaround has been. But there's a difference between confidence and whatever the Lions are. And Rico, I said exactly, you said exactly what he just said. That was an arrogant game plan against the Commanders when they went into that game. They treated it like it was Eastern Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't respect your opponent. Now look at this. You're in a dogfight, and you don't know how to counterpunch. You never planned on getting punched in the face. So I'm going to be fascinated what this offseason brings. New coordinators. You're going to get some roster turnover. You do wonder if this team will eventually humble it up and be ready to go to work because, man, I can't blame fans. They take their cues from their players and social media and stuff, but it's like, sweet Jesus, if this year didn't teach you anything, then you're just never going to learn. You're incorrigible. I can't help you.
Yeah, but I do think that you're probably going to see at least another year where it's going to be, at least this offseason, if we had a healthy team, everything would have been all different. Yeah. So a lot of people are still stuck in remember we did the stages of grief? They're still in that bargaining stage. If we would have had everybody healthy, we would have won. They haven't hit acceptance yet.
You want to get a little football today in next?
Absolutely, Mike.
Be curious. We'll do football today next, and then I gotta bring up the Pistons on something. And it has nothing negative about them. But there's a reason I can't be excited, and I need to know if I'm letting something affect me that I shouldn't. We'll talk about that. Not very nice, Dean. All right, 97.1.
Sponsored by Applied Innovation, the Bulls may be without guard Lonzo Ball for the second consecutive game against the Pistons with an illness. He's listed as doubtful. Here if he gives it a go tonight, right here on 97.1 The Ticket, tip at 8. Jackson Jobe adding a couple pitches to his arsenal heading into the season where he could make the opening day roster for the Tigers. His personal pitching coach, Alex Marney, talked about some of his adjustments with us. According to Tigers manager A.J. Hinch, starting pitcher Alex Cobb will not be ready for opening day as he's dealing with a right hip injury. The injury report says that Javier Baez is completing full hitting and defensive drills. A.J. Hinch expects him to be in Lakeland soon. Country artist Zach Bryan is set to perform the first ever concert at Michigan Stadium on Saturday, September 27th, with special guest John Mayer. It'll come during Michigan's bye week. According to CNBC, ESPN personality Stephen A. Smith says he wouldn't mind being in office a la running to be the president of the U.S. Smith says he would not want to campaign like a normal politician, however. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David, let's get back into the world of football, shall we? Music, please.
All right, gentlemen, it is free agency time. We've kind of been talking about this for the past couple of days. So I want to break this down in two different ways. One, I'm going to give you where some free agents are predicted to go. And then on the back half of the list, where should these guys go? Who would be a good fit for them? Or are they just overrated? You ready?
Oh, boy, so many choices for slander. Let's do it.
All right, let's just start off at the top. Number one free agent as of right now, it's T. Higgins. And right now, it's projected the L.A. Chargers.
I love it. I'm in. It's where he belongs. Justin Herbert and him, McConkey in the slot. They'll draft Colston Loveland. Yeah, I love it. 100%.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Outside of the Patriots, but they just have so much money, you're going to hear his name there. But the Chargers, they can immediately make an immediate impact there.
If that happens, then I believe what you guys said, and maybe the Chargers take over as top team in the AFC West.
Plus, think about this too, Rico. He's been so overshadowed by Chase. Higgins is so good, and because he's not Jamar Chase, that's his biggest crime. He's a stud.
And Mike, you'll get this reference, and I just hope he doesn't turn out to be an Alvin Harper.
Oh, God. Shout out Tampa Bay Buccaneers. All right, next. Kenny, you'll have to Google that one.
Let's go with offensive guard Trey Smith. It is from the Chiefs, projected Chicago Bears.
Well, they have the money. They have the need. They also had the worst free agent guard signing maybe ever. Name escapes me. They had to cut the guy. They ended up paying him like $3 million per start. He was totally awful. Name escapes me. I apologize, guys. But yeah, I mean, yes, the problem is guards are getting paid about $20 million a year now. Mm-hmm. Do you really want to allocate tackle money at the guard position? Is that where it's projected to be his best fit?
Yeah. Chicago Bears, yeah, because you got to protect your investment. That is Caleb Williams. And you got to get that running game going. Next up, Chris Godwin from the Bucs.
Hospital.
Jags.
Oh, yeah. Yikes. Oh, God. Now, is his ACL sold separately? You have to sign him to a separate deal from his knee ligaments. He's always hurt. Hey, if it's a value signing, fine. But I'm not giving him a ton of guaranteed money because the only thing I can guarantee is his leg's going to be on backwards by week 6. He always gets hurt. He's a damn good player, but I'd pass on that one.
Not for the Jags. I mean, I would pass because of his injury history, but why would the Jags? No,
because they're the Jaguars. They don't even have a general manager.
Because I think the Jags could do better. I mean, there's a lot of receivers out there. and this is what you ended up with.
Look, you already have a star, too, in Brian Thomas, right? Like, you know you nailed the draft. You know you've got your guy. Do you really want to tie up money in Chris Godwin at this stage of his career? No, I'm out on that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Honestly, I would go.
That's someone the Giants would sign.
I mean, to go along with the receiver that he just drafted, like I would do, anybody. Like
Rico selects human.
No, I'm drawing a blank with the Chiefs. Hopkins. I go get him.
What do you got? An affinity for washed up receivers? Okay.
No. I'm saying because you have a young number one, maybe he can come in there, be a number two, and teach him. Okay, here's how you can have a long career in the league.
Okay, yeah, you can have him.
All right,
go ahead.
DJ Reed, cornerback of the Jets, to your Detroit Lions.
Oh, boy, I got mixed feelings on DJ Reed. Walking pass interference, that's one. I don't know, man. He'd cost an awful lot of money for a guy who I'm not really sure how good is he. And, again, Rico, look, here's my bias to you and David. I don't want to spend that kind of money on a corner because it's going to take me out of the defensive line market. But I'd be a pass on Reed. I've watched too much Jets football, and he is like Trey Waynes when he first got in the league. He is handsy.
Yeah, that worries me right there. First of all, because they don't have a defensive line right now, so you're gonna trust him to be back. I don't like
Aiden
DJ
told
Reed.
me they just got too many dudes.
Okay, yeah, I don't trust DJ Reed at all.
Well, you know what? It's almost like the Lions made a trade because Carlton Davis, cornerback, to the New York Jets.
Jesus, Carlton, just stay here, man. What are you doing? I'm speaking as Carlton's agent and confidant. Carlton, the money ain't worth it. Man, if you go to the Jets, your family likes you less if you play for the Jets.
He gets to play for his defensive coordinator.
Yeah, okay, fine, but you're not going to win a thing.
Yeah, that's definitely you mentioned it, Rico. That's one of those Aaron Glenn is trying to bring a guy over that knows his defense, knows his language, knows what he wants to run. And I trust you as a veteran. Come over here, get paid a little bit, and help me out.
Can you be a pseudo coach in the secondary while I work on everybody else?
And you know what? Actually, I should turn the opinion around because by the time Carlton inevitably gets hurt in December and misses the rest of the year, the Jets will be out of it. So it's really a win-win for everybody.
Okay. Sam Darnold, Las Vegas Raiders.
I mean, look, sure. Why not? If you had said Tennessee, I would have protested. The Vegas thing is a thing. You've got Bowers there. You've got Jacoby Myers. You've got some pieces. Do you really want to? You want to go with Sam Darnold as your bridge? Bridge to what? They got to take a quarterback and play him, don't they? Why can't Darnold go to Seattle? Isn't Seattle a fit for him? West Coast guy. It's a smaller media market. Half the people are busy hugging trees. Come on. Isn't Seattle where Darnold belongs? That's where gingers go to die.
I would say, honestly, if I was him, I would just try to get a 1-year deal and stay with Minnesota.
Yeah, it just doesn't sound like that's going to be an option.
No.
He pulled a James Houston the last 2 weeks of the season. White pants, big problem.
Russell Wilson.
No.
Pittsburgh Steelers.
No.
Oh, God.
No.
Okay. I'll let David take this one.
No. Why?
David, you can't keep saying no. We need reasons.
You have to throw him to Tennessee. How about that? I don't want him back in Pittsburgh. No. He can't throw it down the field. He can't run. He can't do anything.
I wouldn't be surprised in the least if he ended up in New York with the Jets or Giants. It's two hopeless franchises. It's an opportunity to start, even if, the Giants took a QB. He'd be cheap. He'd be 1 year. I don't know. I'm not handing Russell Wilson a ton of money.
What would it be? New York pizza. Let's ride.
Let's ride.
No.
Okay, then. David says no again. Next.
All right. And now we have some guys. Where do you think that they should go, or is this just, you know what, not even touching this? Let's start off with the two Philly defensive linemen and Milton Williams and Josh Sweat.
Be careful. I think the problem is both these gentlemen were surrounded by elite talent, which can make you look good when you may not be that good.
Both are 28.
Yeah, I'd be very careful. I wouldn't sign either. That's where I'd be at. I just wouldn't do it because how about this? If I have a really good defensive line, and let's say I've already got 4, 5, 6 players, I want to make a quality expenditure and I want to add them to the room, and I know I've got something similar to what Philadelphia had, maybe. But the team whose D-line is mediocre or bad, no. 2 words, Alvin Harper. I'm with you on that one. I would stay away from both.
How about Ernest Jones, linebacker? He's 25.
From the Rams? No, I'm good on him.
Well, he ended up in Seattle. He got traded.
Oh, yeah, he did. He did. No, I'm good. I'm good.
I think it's tough signing, off-ball linebackers in free agency. You end up overspending, and it's just not a position you want to allocate big dollars to. I think that's something you definitely draft. Or you could be dumb like the Giants and sign Bobby Okereke and pay him $8 billion like he's Harry Carson. No, I'm not signing off-ball linebackers.
All right. Hassan Reddick, 30 years old.
No, thank you. Malcontent. I'm out. Okay. Just a hard stop. No. Brondo has electrolytes.
Khalil Mack, 34.
All in. Pay him whatever he wants 1 year. You want to win a Super Bowl? I'm after him. If I'm a team that's not a Super Bowl contender, I don't pick up the phone. I think Khalil has to be snap managed, right? Got to have elite players around. Khalil, I'm bringing you here for one thing. Go get the quarterback. It's like the old Bill Cowher when he's in Greg Lloyd's face. Go get the quarterback.
Yeah, he
yes,
can't
if you're good.
Your complete answer, but he has to be an addition to.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
Any treads, you feel like any tread on the tire with Calais Campbell?
Yes. Had a great year last year. Respected in every locker room. A Walter Payton Man of the Year. Culture guy. Hell yeah. I love Calais.
Damn near 40.
Honestly, I think he made a deal with Satan. It's somewhere in the paperwork. He had a really good year, Rico, if you look at it. Not just like highlights, but like data, analytics.
Yeah.
No, he could still play. And the best part, it's a 1-year deal. Yeah, so hell, the Lions should sign Calais Campbell.
And last one, my guy, Nick Bolton, 25.
Dude just kills people. Regards, R.L. Beard. Rico, here's the deal. Understand, I love the player, but what did I just get done saying? The money it will take to sign Nick Bolton, you cannot pay that to an off-the-ball linebacker. You can't. I just wouldn't do it, but he's a hell of a good football player.
Yeah, but what does he look like without Chris Jones in front of him? That's the question that every other team has to answer.
Well, David,
you put Aiden Hutchinson in front of him. And
No, we already got enough dudes here.
On the D-line. He said D-line.
We don't need that. We're all set.
At your
highly unlikely.
At your free agent
Aiden.
blitz, 97-1.
All right, people, listen, hopefully you're on your way home a little early as Snowmageddon's going to begin tonight. Stop by wherever great beers are sold. Pick up some Old Nation. Hunker down. We're getting like 3 snowstorms the next 5 days. Old Nation, a full lineup of high-quality beers. They've got it all. So stop by, sit by the fire, and, well, just don't go outside. Mother Nature is telling you we're going to be homebodies. So it's Old Nation. Highest quality ingredients, award-winning, and it's the last truly independent local brewery in the state of Michigan. Brewed in Williamston, best in class. And yes, soon enough, the M43 and the B43s and the summer varieties, those will be in fashion, but you can still sip on those in the dead of winter. Who makes the rules? You do. It's Old Nation Brewing Company, 21 and up, and they remind you to please drink responsibly.
All right, David. Before we get to Pistons talk, any ticket text?
Yeah, a lot of people are saying no thank you on DJ Reed. I'll pass on that one.
Yeah.
Won't do that at all.
Can I, Rico, you've been fabulous. And I before we do anything in the ticket text, guys, I got to do something. I have to. I'm very annoyed by something I've just read. May I?
Yeah.
Okay. Spencer Torkelson. There has always been an air about this, whispers about coachability, not wanting to change his swing. And look, this is a guy fighting for his professional life. Do we all agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the Detroit News today, I want to read you these comments. And it makes my head explode. Quote, mechanics are mechanics, and there's things to clean up. But what got me here is the ability to hit. The natural God-given ability to hit. That's what I'm going to lean on. That's what I've tried to lean on this offseason. The Tigers have a brand new climate-controlled batting cage with all the bells and whistles. He could have his swing mechanics analyzed both biomechanically and metrically and get all of the data points. He wants none of that. He doesn't even want to watch video. Quote, that's not me. That's not the way I roll. I'm old school in the fact, that felt good. The ball flight looked good. That must have worked. Holy hell. Are you effing kidding me? Son, your whole life is on the line here. And I don't know if you're aware of it, but unless you're taking hitting advice from Ty Cobb and Hank Greenberg, the game has kind of evolved, and your way doesn't work. You're on your way to being one of the biggest number one overall busts in history.
Yeah.
What on earth from the Det News?
Your way got you a one-way ticket to Toledo. That's what your way did. So
holy hell!
Hope you like Tony Pacos.
Underrated. That is. Look, no one's rooting against Spencer Torkelson. It doesn't behoove us to do so on a team that is woefully short on power, and to be more specific, woefully short on right-handed power. Fellas, my God-given ability. I don't need your newfangled toys. Oh boy. I'll tell you this. The Tigers, Scott Harris, the very intelligent people he has brought over, the analytics department, I'm telling you, you say something like this, I'm sure there's some mahogany-covered office where a stapler just got thrown against the wall. Like, you've got to be kidding me. Son, you're basically telling the team you don't believe in modern baseball, you don't believe what they're trying to teach, and, well, that ain't how I roll. You know who I'll accept that comment from? No one. But literally, it would have to be like Barry Bonds. You know what? That's not how I roll. I'm probably not in a position to tell Barry Bonds to do it, a swing. But, like, if Aaron Judge is going through it, I don't want to hear about that. You do lean into the tech. Mm-hmm. You do lean into the facilities. You have to evolve, adapt or die. That upsets me way more than the Javi thing we did earlier. Just to show you where I'm at.
See, Mike,
if you tell me you're doing everything in your power to save your career, I'm a human being. I'll naturally root for you. When you say stuff like this, I'm with Rico. Enjoy the sausage in Toledo. Goodbye.
Yeah, you just said it. And for years, this organization, and Al Avila was trying to improve that kind of department, that analytics department, trying to. And now the Tigers have invested in that. They have this, what the article says, climate control batting cage with the bells and whistles, and you can see the swing mechanics and analyze it and everything you need so that you can get better. And yet, he's not doing it. Not even that. Why is watching video a problem?
That's
watching
not how I
video
roll, dog.
is simple. You look at what you're doing and you fix things from it.
Right.
Period. That's a That's away from the analytics. That's just a simple watching a video. Oh, you know what? My bat is a little bit. That's simple.
David, you just described every sport coach sitting down with the player. Hey, son, let's look at this, okay? You need to work on this. Here's your swing. You need to work football. Okay, you're breaking out of your cut too soon. Okay, this is what you need to do. A quarterback, looking at your throwing motion. Because sometimes when you see what you're doing wrong, you're like, oh, okay, I know exactly what I was thinking at the time. I know, and it helps you. But Tork gets to say that if he's regularly hitting 40 home runs and he's going through a slump, and you're like, you know what? He'll fix it. You were in Toledo last year. Okay.
Right. Like if you got 6 All-Star games to your credit.
Yes.
I'm with you. Like if Ronald Acuna said it, maybe, but I still have a feeling you'd be pissed.
Yeah.
You can't say what he just said. Oh, my mercy.
He sounds like a player from the 70s that doesn't want to, this technology. But you're not Pete Rose. You're not Ichiro Suzuki. You're just none of that.
David, you know what, David? Boy. That to me, maybe he should be playing for the Lions.
Whoa, boy. Det News has got the complete article, but I just read you the quotes. I gave you what you need to have. David Ticketex. Holy Jesus.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Someone says Tork is Johnny Manziel. 0 film.
It's so bizarre. It's such a weird thing to say. Even if this is what you're really doing, don't tell the world. Lie. I don't care. Just don't. If you say this, you're basically telling the team, yeah, I'm not here for what you're doing. Mm-hmm. And I got God-given ability, and F you. That's, oh boy.
Someone says this is a disaster waiting to happen. Give me a guy with J.D. Martinez's mentality over Spencer Torkelson every day. This is a joke.
Look, candidly, I mean, J.D. did something that's very rare in baseball history. He took his swing and dropped an atom bomb on it. I think he was 25 when he did it, and he remade his swing completely. And you were the benefactor of it. Now, I'm not smart enough to tell you whether Tork has to completely redo or what, but when you're not doing anything in 2025 baseball but, a good prayer, good water, and a good bat, okay, well, this ain't the natural, and you're not Roy Hobbs. Like, that's insane behavior. Mm-hmm. I'm half expecting Tork to go to the plate with a bat that says lightning on it. I mean, I can't believe this, guys.
It is unbelievable. It is.
I'm flabbergasted. It's unbelievable. I'm pretty sure Tork just rose above Javi in my power rankings of disdain.
I'm hoping he was misquoted.
Whoa, Kimosabi. Buddy, it's kind of hard to misquote 5 paragraphs.
Well,
Oh, and then you have a text like this. I think you guys are taking Tork's comments out of context.
All right, hold on.
How?
Hold on for the people in the back. I'll read it to you. What's out of context? Mechanics are mechanics, and there's definitely things to clean up. But what got me here is my ability to hit. The natural, God-given ability to hit. That's what I'm going to lean on. That's what I've leaned on all offseason. Then the paper writes, these aren't his quotes, they have a brand new blobbity blue, climate controlled, and, bells and whistles, and you can get all the readouts and the data. He wants none of that. He doesn't even want to watch video. Quote, that's not me. That's not the way I roll. I'm old school. What's misquoted? That's not exactly like cutting and dicing. That's paragraphs of... Oof. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to derail things, but I saw those quotes, and I'm just like, yep, that's not good.
I'm laughing because I was watching that 30 for 30 on Reggie Jackson, and I guess he spoke out against some teammates with the Yankees. And Thurman Munson, he walked into the clubhouse and was like, Reggie was like, I was misquoted for 5 pages.
Yeah. And Thurman was the captain. That was my father's favorite player.
Right. He was like, okay, I guess you got me there.
Yeah, you were misquoted for 176 pages? What?
Oh,
Be
man.
curious.
All right.
I'm curious to see what. Oh man, I wish it could be like a reality show where we got to watch Scott Harris read these quotes for the first time.
Get Spencer on the phone now.
Just out of nowhere, his head pops off his shoulders.
All right, let me go. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that supports any fitness journey, a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. Feel your strongest, best self ever at Planet Fitness. Whether it's a full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching, brand new plate-loaded machines like the hack squat and the supine benches. Also has free weights, treadmills, Stairmasters, you name it, and convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. What does that mean? It means you can go to Planet Fitness anytime you need them, and all of this for just $15 a month. But wait, there's more, because you get free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus specifically on you. There are over 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area. Stop in, $1 down, $15 a month. And that's all you need to do. You're going to love it. Trust me, I have a membership and I love it. And if you really like it, upgrade to the Black Card. Head to any of the 50 Planet Fitness locations right now to get started, or you can go online or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
All right, before we get back into football, the ticket texts are off the chain. These Torque comments are wild. And again, I don't want you guys to think it's slanderous. It's not. It's just, hell, say, look, I'm committed to getting this right. I'm working with the team to do whatever it is I got to do. Dude, Torque just went scorched earth. F your tech. God told me I can hit. I mean, mechanics are mechanics. There are definitely things to clean up, but what got me here is the ability to hit, the natural God-given ability to hit, and that's what I'm leaning on. That's what I've leaned on all offseason. Well, you're just telling people right off the rip you didn't do any modern work. And then the paper writes, the Tigers have a brand-new climate-controlled batting cage, all the bells and whistles. He could have his swing mechanics analyzed both biomechanically and metrically and get every kind of reading he'd want. One problem, he wants none of that. He doesn't even want to watch video. That's not me. That's not the way I roll. Oh, dear. And the ticket texts are off the chain. So, David, I'll step out of the way. Go ahead.
Because I got to think, how is this even an option? Like, son, I'm not asking you to go into this cage. You're going into this cage.
Rico's treating it like the car keys on the weekend.
You thought
as long as you live under my roof.
Right,
I mean, what do you do? But what do you do? Because, look, the word on the street has always been there's been an issue with coachability, willingness to change swing, etc. But this is a whole new level, Rico. This is a guy fighting for his professional life.
And that's what I was sitting and
hold
on, Kenny. I would have sit and explain that to him like, son, we've already sat you down once. You're not a part of our long-term plan. We hope that you are, but as of right now, you're on the outside looking in. This is not helping your case at all.
Could it just be as simple as send him down till he wants to watch video? I mean, we're not asking him for the sun and the moon. We're asking him to review his swing on video.
Kenny, if I have to send you down until you want to watch video, then I have to ask myself, how dedicated are you to being on this ball team?
Well, isn't that where we've arrived now? I mean, we found out that there is definitely a coachability problem.
And again, I mean, if this was football and a player said that, let me tell you what would happen at the onset of camp. He'd be cut.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that in baseball. But, I mean, there's a word that describes these comments. It's called Toledo. I don't know what you do with it. But look, if he starts hot and he can be an asset to the team, you don't ask questions. But when you have had this rocky road he's had, when you've just become someone I can't play, wow. And I'm not even going to do the cliche thing, in Detroit we're blue collar. Dude, I don't care. You could play on the moon, these comments. Rico's aliens wouldn't respect these comments. Jesus. All right, well, I guess I can douse any hope I had. David, go ahead, bud.
God-given ability? We've been waiting 5 years to see that God-given ability. Does he not realize that he sucks? Whew. Easy to text. Best case for Torque, he developed some trade value before the end of July.
Yeah, but the problem is no team in baseball, at least not the smart ones, would ever want a guy who has this attitude. Baseball's as high-tech as it has ever been. You're talking about swing plane, exit velo, launch angle. The data is the data. It goes way beyond some scene from Moneyball 20 years ago. Like you can't approach baseball that way anymore. Like you have to be into the data. You have to be into the tech.
Wasn't Torque most successful swinging aluminum? Is that old school? Thanks.
Okay, all right.
Scott from Clinton Township says the first thing I thought of when I heard these quotes was the Iverson drop. Practice.
Yeah, but hold on, fellas. For a player to not even want to watch video, I've never heard of that. Well, I'm sure it happens. I've never heard a player cop to it.
Kyler Murray. Sorry.
Okay, fair. No, fair. But see, he was outed. He didn't just come out and go, yeah, man, working on my games. He was outed. There's a bit of a difference.
Yeah, that's
for
like
a player to brazenly say it, I've never heard it.
Yeah, correct. We've heard of Jamarcus Russell where they put something in his playbook and he never saw it because he never opened his playbook. But that's different.
Well, that's because he had that scissor in his hand. He was hanging out with Project Pat. Take it easy now.
Playbook.
He had some
Purple's
other
rank.
things going on.
Playbook.
Yeah.
Purple's rank.
Putting little Jolly Ranchers in his potion. I mean, that was a whole different ball game. And it didn't help. He ballooned up to like 325.
320.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
Always exaggerating.
Noted. He was so damn big he couldn't put a winter hat on his head.
Someone says Torkelson said this because he wants to get traded. He knows these comments will get it done.
Where? Do you guys want to do a whiteboard bet on this? Like, who is taking Spencer Torkelson?
And what GM reads those comments and goes, yeah, sign me up for some of that. That sounds great.
That's my guy. You're right, Kenny. You nailed it. Holy hell, he said that. Get me Dombrowski on line 2. And you know what you'll get? You'll get the soda for the vending machine. That's what you'll get for Torkelson.
Tyler in Waterford, Detroit Tigers, quote, "Here, Torque, we have all this great technology." Torque's response, "No, it's fine. I'm letting Jesus take the wheel."
As a matter of fact, watch. I'm going to put this blindfold on. There you go, Jesus. I'm going to make it easy for you.
He's pulling a D Brown at the slam dunk contest.
Right.
Jesus. It's disappointing, right? If we just put a cap on it, it's just super disappointing because if a player's telling you, I didn't do everything in my power this offseason and I'm just doing the YOLO plan, I'm sorry. How can I be optimistic? I mean, sports is weird. It's why we watch sports. They're weird. Weird things happen. Maybe Torque blasts 40 home runs this year out of nowhere. But those comments, that takes away optimism. Because it just says, nope. I mean, the definition of insanity. Do the same thing, expect different result. Mm-hmm. Isn't that what he's doing?
Yeah. That's exactly what he's doing.
Utterly wild. All right. That's it. I'm sorry. I had to do it. I didn't mean to hijack the show. America's favorite place to watch football. Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience. Built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view with a big screen. It's at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Vegas on Fremont. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. It's wicked awesome. Pitchers and catchers officially reported for the Tigers today. Here's manager A.J. Hinch. Matt Vierling, who's expected to get a lot of reps at third base this season, said the following today when asked about Alex Bregman, quote, "We'd love to have him and everything like that. He's an incredible player. He would help our team win. I'm preparing to play third base. Then if we get him, I'll obviously change," end quote. John Heyman lists the Cubs as the top landing spot for Alex Bregman, the Tigers second, and the Red Sox third. New starting pitcher Alex Cobb has right hip inflammation that popped up as he was running his arm for spring. He'll not be ready for opening day, but Javier Baez is expected to be good to go. Dodgers manager Dave Roberts said that Shohei Ohtani will not pitch in spring training this year. Ohtani is yet to fully recover from his shoulder surgery. The Pistons are back on the floor tonight in Chicago. Lonzo Ball is doubtful for the Bulls with the flu. Pre-game at 7:35 with Chris Fillar. Again, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So a couple of notes for everybody, 5 o'clock. First of all, hopefully you're getting home safe because, I don't know, this snow sounds like it's about to get nasty here in the next hour. But Odyssey.com Rewind, we covered Javi Baez is cleared for opening day. And is he going to make the team? And if he does, what is your response to it? You can go get that. We covered the latest from the Lions, tatting it up, talking about talk. That's there. The Torkelson stuff. What?
No, tatting it up, talking about
just tatting it up, talking about talk. But I wanted to ask this question, Rico, because I feel like if we don't do this right now, we miss the window to talk about this. Mm-hmm. News of the day, and it was the WTF news of the day, where I asked myself, this guy is giving Lane Kiffin a run for his money, failing up in life. Did you see who Ohio State hired as their defensive coordinator?
I did. As you were writing it on the sheet, I was writing it as well. Yes.
Matt Patricia. Huh? Like, what kind of spell does this guy cast on people? Like, he rolls in his moo-moo and cab driver hat. And like, what type of silver tongue does this guy have? How does this keep happening? He has been an abject failure in everything he has done post-Belichick. A complete disaster. And I know, okay, fine, him calling plays shouldn't be on him. Well, it happened. He was one of the worst head coaching hires in history. He has been a failure as an assistant coach post-haste. Like, how do you... Rico, it's not just a guy going to college to live out his days. He's getting the Ohio State DC job. You could argue that's the number one DC job in all of football. They just won the national title. They spent $30 million on a team and coaches. The pay, the players. He didn't go to college to like be the DC at Tulane. What am I missing with this guy?
Apparently he's a smooth talker. Apparently he's able to keep getting chances. And here's the thing. If you're Ohio State, you just gambled and won. You took Chip Kelly, who was his offensive version, and it worked. So you know what? If he comes in, you know he's going to be motivated because he doesn't want to be there. So he's going to take all the talent Ohio State has, and he's going to try to maximize this into another job.
If I'm a Michigan fan, I'm pumped up about it. This is a guy who treats people terribly. This is a guy who had a horrific relationship with players. And newsflash, before you say, yeah, that was the pros, college is the pros. You don't get to talk to these kids the way you used to. You don't get to bully people. You don't get to demean people. They're pros. They're making real money. I can't believe Matt Patricia got that job. And unless I've missed the Matt Patricia found Christ article, or he's somehow now like inoculating baby seals. I couldn't believe what I was reading. It's just truly remarkable.
Yeah, but see, I think is it that much different than Wink Martindale going to Michigan?
The difference is, look, Wink had a bad run with the Giants. He had one good year, one bad year. Mm-hmm. It's not that different. I guess you're right in that regard. The Michigan thing, there was at least the pipeline of the Ravens internship program, where that's the only place they hire defensive assistants from. You're not wrong. It just, candidly, I think everybody knew Michigan wasn't going to be very good this year. And whatever. Ohio State is a freight train.
Right.
I don't know. Hey, maybe I'm overreacting to it. I just can't believe. And look, we work in Detroit, Rico. I'll never forgive Matt Patricia for what he did to this franchise.
And I think that's what
disgrace.
It is. No, I think that's what it is. It's like the perfect storm for Detroiters and Michigan fans. Matt Patricia going to Ohio State. You got double reasons to just boo this man. But he's going to go there, and Ohio State just did it with Chip Kelly, and it worked. Because I remember
You think it's going to work?
Yeah, I do.
You do?
I do. Because
See,
no. By work, I mean it'll parlay him into an NFL job next year. So this is a one-off. He's not there long term. He's there. He'll go out there. Ohio State will probably win the Big Ten. He'll get job offers to be a DC in the pros, and then he'll be happy again.
David, you're a Michigan fan. I need your take on this. I'm sorry. I got to have it.
Oh, David was doing the Holy Ghost.
Yeah, this
dance.
is laughable. It really is. Like, you look, I get it. It could work. It could. I'm just laughing at the fact that he hasn't really done anything. He still parades around as talking about, I had the greatest call ever of Super Bowl history because I saw something on tape during the week and we prepared for it. Dude, you didn't make the play. And he continues to fail at everything. With the Eagles, he was god-awful with the Eagles last year. And now he gets the best coordinator in college football? It's funny to me. It's just laughable. I'm going to enjoy it, laughing at him lose to Michigan this year.
I mean, I'm not – David, look, you guys have been beating them so much, I can't argue the fact. Like, they won the national title. You still beat them.
I shouldn't be cocky like that. I really shouldn't because things could change coming into the next season.
You're starting to sound like a Lions fan. Jesus. No, I had to bring it up because I did not want this to get lost in the shuffle and the news cycle. That was the headline today. I mean, above the Torque comments, above the Baez thing, above Amon-Ra's comments. This was the one where you just went, you've got to be kidding me. I mean, Ohio State could have anyone they want. What does this guy do when he goes in the room? Does he have a magic cologne? Does he tell great jokes? Is he Don Rickles? Does he just charms people? What's in the recent resume where you go, this is our guy? There's nothing. Nobody likes him. Remarkable. And maybe, Rico, maybe you're right. Maybe it's the same thing. Maybe it's the new rehab program, like what Saban used to have at Bama. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just stunned.
No, because here's what happens. You're a college team. You get NFL coordinators to come in there. You can sell that to your players. Hey, they're going to teach you what it's like to be in the NFL. And you know, unlike most the old school college coordinators who were going to be there for a few years until they got a head coaching job in college, these are guys, it's like Bill Belichick. I don't want to be at North Carolina, but that was my only option. So let me do what I have to do so I can get out of this city.
I don't even know that I need to throw the number out. I had to say, this
Let's
was
throw the number out. Let's throw it.
Okay, 248-539-9797. Matt Patricia is the new defensive coordinator at Ohio State. I mean, if you're a Michigan fan, are you like David? Are you dancing like Kirk Franklin back there? I mean, what on earth? I'm happy to have a conversation, but you talk about a guy where if you said, all right, take a guess who Ohio State hired as DC, and you gave me 100 guesses, I still wouldn't come up with Matt Patricia. It's just knowing I could pay my defensive coordinator $2.5–3 million. You can have just about whoever you want from wherever you want. How do you land on Matty Patty? You got a thing for moo-moos? Is it like
No,
is this
he's lost a lot of
Ryan
weight,
Day's
Mike.
version of Rex Ryan's foot fetish? He loves a good moo-moo in the office. Like, what are we? How?
In all fairness, I saw him on Good Morning Football. He lost a ton of weight, so he's just in a moo.
Just in a singular. He's in a moo. Okay. 248-539-9797. We can get to a few of the phone calls and what I am sure to be some spicy ticket texts. We'll get to it next. And if you want the Tiger talk, if you want the Lions talk, Odyssey.com Rewind has got you covered. A personal injury of any sort is personal. Injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career securing justice, maximizing recovery for those who've been injured. And the most important part, look, when you call, he answers. It's critical. You got to have a lawyer who is communicative. When you call David at 855-65-CRASH, he answers. Or you can go to that website anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com.
The final stretch of the NBA season is starting to heat up. Get into all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. As a matter of fact, for tonight's game, you got the Pistons money line, Ayo Dosunmu to score 12 or more points, Beasley to score 15 or more points at plus 230. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can get $10 in can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
All right, let's get to business. We got some people calling in on it. I couldn't resist on the Patricia thing. It's stunning. Let's go to people, see what everybody's got to say. We'll go to Eric, 97.1. What's up, Eric? How you doing, buddy?
You guys might have just ran into the biggest Matt Patricia hater in the whole world, and I'm so happy that you decided to talk about this, Mike. Thank you so much, man. Do you remember when Matt Patricia told Darius Slay that he shouldn't be working out with people like Richard Sherman and Aqib Talib because they were elite and he was just good, and basically told them to get off of their you-know-what?
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Yeah. That's a good coach to have on the team, right? But let's just also talk about that. Just confrontational with not only Darius Slay but everyone else that he wanted to. Failure to adapt to defensive schemes. He wanted to run a rocket science defensive scheme, which obviously you could see our players really wasn't working good, especially against the run. He didn't develop any young talent.
So how did he get the job at Ohio State, Eric? How did this happen? This is the mystery for me. How?
See, this is the thing. I was one of probably 350 Michigan fans to be in the horseshoe against Ohio State this year. My buddies and me went last year. They're all Ohio State fans, so I was like, all right, I'll bite the bullet and go this year. It's not going to be good, but I'll do it. After we won, dude, it was the best day of my entire life. I have no idea how we got that job, but it's the best day of my life because we're going to whoop his ass again, I think.
I mean, listen, at this point you kind of own them, so I can't fight you on it. It's just, I can't lie, Eric. If I were a Michigan fan, I'd feel pretty good about this hire. Like, really? You went from Jim Knowles to this?
Do you remember how many blown leads Patricia had? That he would just go into the top of the podium at the end of the game and just be like, yeah, you know what? You know, we just didn't play hard enough and we just didn't play good enough. It just blows my mind he got another job. Someone paid that man. It's crazy. It's crazy, but it's good for people with Michigan fans.
It's not just another job. It's the job.
It may be crazy, but we said the same about Chip Kelly. How he just kind of was washed up. He quit. He didn't want to coach anymore.
He's been a successful coach.
Was he?
Yes.
It's been a long time since Rico. Oregon.
He was, okay, great, but he was successill there. Where has Matt Patricia ever been successful?
He wasn't good in the NFL.
Where has Matt Patricia ever been good?
Time out. Can we just let's not do revisionist history. He went 10-6 one year in the NFL, and he's a good play caller. Rico, you know he didn't want to recruit. Right. He didn't want to do NIL. He hated that Dante Moore got
no. Mike, I'm not saying he was – no, I'm saying everybody was saying, oh, Chip Kelly, washed up coach. Ha, ha, ha. And it worked out. Now, it took him a while. It took him to the championship game to realize I got Jeremiah Smith on my team, and I should probably throw him the ball.
But Matt Patricia has never been good to be washed. He's never been good.
Ooh. All right, I'll tell you what, we got a Buckeye expert and a caller who rarely calls us anymore, but Buckeye Sean is back with us. He is sure to have a perspective on this. Sean, how are you?
Kabar Goya from the national championship, Ohio State Buckeye.
That's right.
Sean.
You say it loud, but what the hell did you people? What the hell did you people just do? What the hell is this?
Let me explain. Let me give you the rundown because I feel like I'm like the Buckeye scoop of the show, right? So. Ryan Day, Northeast connections, right? Northeast connections to some guys on the Belichick tree. I think why Patricia is getting brought in, because they're trying to groom a young coach on our staff named, I want to say it's Gutierrez, but it's Matty G, we'll just call him. Matty G is the one on the way up of the ranks. We don't think he's quite ready yet to be up in the booth. They're going to have Patricia as an X and O's and a booth guy. It's going to be a co-coordinator situation. He's not going to be out on recruiting trips and recruiting visits. Ryan's doing the majority of the recruiting right now anyways. What he's going to get brought in to do is to do a lot of analytic stuff. It's already an insulated hire. They have Larry Johnson, who's been on staff for years. They have James Laurinaitis as the linebackers coach. They have Tim Walton as the safeties coach. He's coming into a very insulated situation. To say the least. So I think they hired him because from some regards, he's considered an analytics guy and a high-end IQ analytics guy in that end. We are Lions fans. I understand. We saw firsthand it didn't work for him as a head coach, but it doesn't always work for guys as head coaches. Sometimes guys are made to be coordinators. I think Rico has this thing nailed on the head. It's going to be a one and done. and then he'll find his way back in the NFL next year.
You know, I think I realize why they hired him, Sean. The egregious
Yes,
just for men use. He goes right
Hey.
with Ryan Day.
You know what? And the other thing is, though, someone said that because, and I don't know if I agree with this, because he is a Belichick guy, Ryan needed someone to challenge him in this room coming forth in the spring. Because if you look at Jim Knowles and you look at Chip, those are two old ball coaches. Ryan was kind of the young guy with the two old coordinators. Well, this time around, Hartline is going to be a fresh coordinator. And, you know, they at least got somebody who has some NFL experience who may be able to at least say, hey, maybe we should try it this way. Maybe we should do it this way. I do feel like it's a very insulated hire, though, and I think they're just grooming Gutierrez for the long run. So
Yeah, Sean, Sean, I'm thinking if he is there past this season, something went wrong.
If he's there past the season, I would be very, very highly surprised, because I honestly think if Gutierrez doesn't end up getting promoted, I think Laurinaitis is on his way to getting eventually promoted as well to that DC position. So,
all right.
Take care, boys. Go Bucks.
Thank you, Sean. All I know is if Sean had a list of 10 guys to be his DC, Moo wasn't on it. But I'll give it a chance. Let's go to Rob, 97.1. Rob, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How we doing?
What's going on,
Robbie? What's going on, pal?
Oh, finally recovered from the national championship game, so I finally had the cojones to call in. Mike, I'm kind of just curious what your guys' thoughts are. I mean, the Matt Patricia thing makes no sense. Totally agree. I have no idea what Ohio State is doing. I would have liked to have asked the last caller. First of all, his name's Matt Guerrieri. No, I don't know what the last caller was saying, but there's been a mass exodus on that entire staff. The OC's gone, the DC's gone, and took 3 analysts with him. The offensive line coach is gone. They just won a national title, and their whole staff is gone. I'm very curious as to why.
And then
you're hiring Matt Patricia.
The Jim Knowles move is the one I question. Look, when Chip got the call to go to the NFL and just call plays, what am I going to do? Jim Knowles leaving.
Well, Jim Knowles is making $3 million. He's making over $3 million a year now at Penn State.
But the problem is he goes to Penn State. It's not like he left for a quote better job. He just conference lateral. You know, when Al Golden leaves, he goes to the NFL. You just live with it. I'm with you. Right. It's weird. Just it's totally weird. But maybe it's Rico's whole deal that the money's gotten too big. I don't know.
No, or maybe Knowles left because he thought Day was going to get fired, and oh my God, we just won the title. They're going to keep him.
I know for a fact that's not it. Like my buddy who I went with, him and his wife and his parents, who was on staff at Ohio State, came with Jim from Oklahoma State. They're very close, and he went with him to Penn State. And that's not it at all. It was all about the money, and Ohio State wasn't going to pay him because of Ryan Day just getting his extension. So
that's so weird to me, though. You spent $32 million on your roster and coaching, and what $500,000 is the holdup? That makes it. I mean, Rob, I'm not doubting what you're saying. It's just none of it adds up, and I agree with your general premise. You just won.
And they don't
What's
have an
with the
offensive
exodus?
coordinator yet. And they don't have an offensive coordinator yet. So I'm just very it's very interesting to me, the direction that Ohio State, and I know we're not in Columbus, guys, but the direction of that program, it's very, very strange to me from a coaching staff.
Well, I thought
Hardline
got bumped up to offensive coordinator. Finally.
I saw those. I wasn't sure if that was confirmed or not, but if that's the case, he's not an offensive coordinator. So I'll be very curious to see what their offense is like. But
the Patricia thing, though, Rob, when you saw it, your reaction was like ours. Wait, what?
It makes no sense. I was like, out of all the people, they're going to hire that guy? It's very strange. I'm just picturing him in front of, the highest ranked defensive tackle or edge rusher or linebacker coming out of high school, and that clown in his muumuu shows up at your front door for a recruiting visit. With his pencil in his ear. The parents are going to slam the door in his face. It makes no sense to me.
Well, you're on the same page as we are. And like I said, we covered the news of the day. I needed 2 segments on Patricia. David, a few ticket texts.
Hold on real quick.
Some football.
Mike, I guess if you win the national title, you get that one honeymoon year where you can pretty much do anything and your fans don't care.
It's Ohio State. They don't get a honeymoon year at Ohio State.
Really, David? Michigan, how many you went? How many wins this year?
I hear you.
And did you care?
Michigan?
No, you didn't. You didn't.
I did.
7-5.
I did.
Okay.
I cared. I wanted it to be better than
You
this.
had them at 6-6.
Because I knew they weren't going to be better than
honeymoon.
No. Someone says comparing Patricia to Chip Kelly is insane. Kelly was a top head coach in college and was still an OC in the pros. Patricia was run out of everywhere. Belichick didn't even want him at North Carolina. Someone else says, I have my doubts, but Day deserves the benefit of the doubt. He has a really good culture there and isn't going to make a DC hire without thoroughly vetting it and being confident in it. I'm convinced that Matt Patricia has a blackmail dossier on all coaches in college and NFL levels. Prove me wrong.
What is the football version of Olivia Pope?
Jesus.
The job Patricia got is arguably better than the one Belichick got.
Oh, 1,000%.
Yeah.
You're the DC. You're making damn good money. You're getting the best players in the world. Like, no disrespect to Belichick, but like, North Carolina's not going to take the field with better players than, well, say it, all 12 of their opponents.
Yeah. And it sounds like, according to the one caller, he doesn't even have to recruit. The other DC is going to be doing the recruiting stuff. He just has to stay on campus and just do all the analytic stuff.
What a gig. What a gig. I got to tell you.
And then last one here, the only place Matty Patty is qualified to coach is the South Padre Pirates.
All righty then. All right. Football next. 97.1.
Somebody asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? Guys, it's way more than I thought. Actually went home and counted how many connected devices I own. It's more than a dozen, all to keep me connected to all the good stuff like streaming and internet and you name it. Xfinity knows the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year. That's why they've engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds. Yeah, hundreds. For real. Now through March 23rd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for $35 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. Plus, get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or just visit a store today to switch. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer. It's simple. The deals to start the year, they're fantastic. 25 Blazer at Moran, $299 a month, 24 months. A 25 Trax, $249 a month, 39 months. Both only $999 down. New stock arriving daily, and they're going to have what you're looking for. You go to MoranExpress.com, you get the certified service, you get the free loaner vehicle, you do what you got to do. You don't have to waste your time staring at a vending machine. It's the best pricing, the best deals. You go to MoranExpress.com or on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Together, Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right. Snowmageddon. Just be careful driving home. It's starting to get goofy out. Fellas, one thing we didn't get to talk about tonight that I would like to get to tomorrow, I want to talk about the Pistons, but as it relates to the league. Because on one hand, we have the Pistons, which are trying, and they're really impressive in this turnaround, but the problem is it's in a league that's unwatchable. I mean, last night, but no disrespect to the Pistons, that had nothing to do with them. Bulls didn't want to play. 71-29. You could put neighborhood kids out there at the half. It's not a professional league. And oh, there goes old white guy. Look, I've loved the NBA my whole life. Grandfather was a Celtics fan. My dad was a Celtics fan. I grew up starting in that Jordan era, Isaiah era, Larry, Magic, all the way through the league really blossoming with LeBron and the new wave of superstars. This league is ass. And it's unwatchable because I sat there last night and I'm going, I should be happy the Pistons are winning, but I can't even take this seriously. This is a clown car. You look at the Eastern Conference, there's 6 teams above 500, 9 under, and I dare you to name one of the teams under 500 that's even trying. One problem, it's not the last week of the season. It's before the All-Star break.
Oh, boy.
Break class in case of emergency. I can't. So I want to have the conversation of whether the unwatchability of the league hurts your ability to be happy about the Pistons, or can you just forget it all? I don't know. I can't. It's too much. I think the NBA is at a true low point, Rico. No hyperbole.
No, it is. Silver's got to do something to jumpstart this to get back fan interest, to get back player interest, because
it's horrible.
Yeah,
horrible. I tracked this. I went back through late January. Do you know on any night that there's been more than 3 games, there's been at least a 30-point blowout, and in many cases, a 40-point blowout? Oh. That's not professional. That's not. And before you guys go, oh, what happens in football? Yeah, the difference is in football, there's 30-point spreads. Basketball, at best, you might get 15 points. Come on, guys. Let's keep it on the even. Yeah. You got an effort problem. You got a professionalism problem.
No, and think about this.
That's not the Pistons' problem, but it affects watchability.
Right, but you normally don't get 30-point blowouts in NFL games. Like, it's rare that, you're doing the double-digit disco. College, yeah, but those games are going to be bad when you get there. So you're like, hey, Mike, we're going to leave at halftime, right? And we're going to move on. Because if I'm a fan, I don't want to go to a game, even if your team is up by 40 or 50. What's the point of being there?
Nailed it. And again, nothing to do with the Pistons. This is about, look, if it's not entertaining, if it's not watchable, if I can't value the result because you're playing unserious people, I don't know. I have a hard time with it. It's like I can't get excited if I'm a Michigan or Michigan State fan and you beat Eastern by 40. Who cares?
You know what?
That's the NBA.
No, but you're right. It's like those first 3 games of the year where you're playing nobody, or first couple games in basketball, you're playing nobody. It's like, yeah, we're going to the Final Four. Well, pump the brakes. You played
right. And again,
Marshall.
The Pistons are trying, but it's this league. And I'm an NBA guy. I can't do it. I've completely checked out of the NBA. Do we have the gentleman in? I heard chairs rattling.
Yeah, oh yeah,
they came in.
We are in a kerfuffle. We read those tort comments and holy
why
cow!
Are you so loud?
Why
are
you so loud? Hold on, I'm
sorry. Yelling.
Michael, I have a question for you because you're right about the NBA. The Pistons led by 42 at halftime last night against the Bulls, won by 40.
I think it was 44, right?
42. They're favored by 6.5 tonight. Honestly, do you lay the points or take them with the Bulls? I'm in a quandary.
What's the injury? Hold on. Are the Pistons holding anybody out?
They're holding their laughter in, I think. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well,
I mean,
the Bulls were holding their balls last night, so I guess it doesn't make a difference. Lay the points. Honestly, if the Bulls are going to lay down and quit that way, you can't sell pride. You can't sell me on anything. That's the problem in this league. I don't think these players care.
No, I'm with you on this.
Pistons do,
yep.
And Bickerstaff and Cade, and it's full credit. It's just, Bob, you know what I'm trying to say. Is like, I want to be excited, but I know the state of the NBA, and it's like I can't do this.
It is getting disgusting, and we're noticing it more now because we're noticing the Pistons more now and who they're playing and how easy it is to beat some of these crap teams.
I mean, there's a lot of teams that lie down for sure, but to give you a hope, I mean, they gave go on.
Eastern Conference. Okay, there are 6 teams over 500. The Pistons are the last of those, right? 9 teams under 500. Can you name any of the 9 that actually give an F? And it's before the All-Star break. This isn't tanking in the last couple of weeks. Look it over. Think about it. Bulls traded their best player. Heat traded their best player. Atlanta, one of their best players, died. Then you've got the Sixers, who haven't cared since the start of the year. I think they're openly tanking. The Brooklyn Nets, nobody knows they exist. Washington and Charlotte are continually circling the bowl. It's an embarrassment.
And it's why the Pistons are going to end up with like 47 wins. Like 47 and 35. You watch. Because all these garbage teams are going to keep garbaging.
Well, no, and the Pistons are actually going out every night.
Yes,
trying to
they
win.
are.
And it's, as you said, it's not their fault because they're getting paid to go out there and win, but they're going to have a record,
weird, though.
but they're not going to be as good as their record.
No,
right,
fair enough.
and they'll get popped by
enough.
a better team in the playoffs. But yeah.
This is actually the perfect time in the evolution of an NBA team to have young, hungry players and veterans with something to prove, because that separates you from everybody else.
I also think they're so, they know how bad it's been recently, how pathetic it's been, that, hey, we're going to try.
Yeah.
And they're one of the teams
and good
that
for
did.
them.
I agree.
Not a shot at them in the least. It's just enjoy this, but you know it's that, and it's a very weird experience. What are you guys going to do?
Well, we're wondering
the Torque
if
thing was big for us too.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
I'm
I can't
sorry.
believe it.
Speaking of trying, we're wondering if Torque is actually trying these days.
We're going to ask this great question, Mike. What would you say, okay? Enrico, too. What's more disgusting?
I'm glad you included me.
Yeah. Rico's right here. Say hi to him.
My God.
Yeah. It is Black History Month.
Will you stop?
Oh, my God.
What's more disgusting? The fact that I didn't include Rico. No. What's more disgusting?
Oh, hi, David.
The Torque yeah, David's there. The Torque comments or the fact that Javier Baez might make this baseball team?
I'm going to say the Torque comments because Javi is what Javi is, and he's not going to get any better. Torque is still young enough. He has potential, and you are watching him light it on fire.
He's just throwing it all away.
Javi at least has had some glory. He's had some, he was really
won
good
a World
for
Series.
it. Right.
It was fun to watch.
Torque, all your potential, you're just ready to throw it all away.
He had 31 bombs one year. Remember that?
I reached acceptance phase. So
no, you really do. Yeah, we're going to talk about the Torque thing and the Baez thing and all sorts. Oh, and Death Storm is on its way, and we'll guide people through it.
Roads are good right now.
Yeah, they are so far.
Fantastic.
Yep. They held it off. The storm is coming late,
it's
just like
gonna get
Bregman.
nasty. It's going to get nasty.
No, it's going to get very nasty.
Buckle up. All right, these two will get with you next. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 2:97.1.